Chapter 921. With this soul cultivation speed, I can probably reach 2/3 of the second-level Divine King realm within 5 years, right? At this rate, if I continue fighting with the Enchantress 5 years later and enter the 5th level of soul quietude again, I can reach peak Divine King realm within 20 years, or even God Emperor realm. Closing the War Beast space, Yi Qinghan began to look at his soul sea. At this moment, the two soul seas were constantly expanding in all directions. The speed was so fast that it could be seen with the naked eye. Yi Qinghan was completely relieved. The only thing he had to worry about now was law cultivation. Yi Qinghan began to consider where to begin law cultivation. There was not much time, just 20 years. Moreover, law cultivation was not like soul cultivation, where one could continuously expand without any bottlenecks. Sometimes, when one was stuck at a bottleneck in law cultivation, it could last for hundreds of years. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and finally sighed helplessly. His path of law seemed to only be comprehending the profound mysteries of space. Because he only comprehended the profound mysteries of space, he was most familiar with the profound mysteries of space. Although he did not really like the profound mysteries of space, he also felt that it was of little value. But there was no other way. The foundation of the profound mysteries of space was good, and there was not much time left. He could only think of ways to comprehend the high-level profound mysteries of space. N. Absolute domain is an intermediate law. As long as I fuse another profound mystery, it will become a high-level mystery. I'll watch the battle of spatial law powerhouses and see if I can fuse a profound mystery. Before long, Yi Qinghan made a decision. He had no choice but to continue comprehending the spatial law. With a thought, the walls of the Reverie Palace radiated with a gentle white light. Then, the white light grew brighter and brighter. Yi Qinghan blinked subconsciously. When he opened his eyes, the scene in front of him had changed. A white-clothed martial artist and a black-clothed martial artist suddenly appeared in the air. Both were peak Divine King realm, but every movement caused space to tremble. They were clearly experts that cultivated the spatial law. Yi Qinghan did not care about the situation around him. His eyes stared fixedly at the two people in the air. Divine power flashed in his eyes. Every movement of the two automatically slowed down in his eyes. He was completely immersed in the path of law comprehension. What the hell is this level? Why isn't there an entrance to the next floor? Mother Fastris Kerr, are you trying to trap us to death? Where did City Lord Yi go? Why haven't I seen him after searching for so long? At one of the checkpoints of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, a young man with the aura of a ruffian was cursing and swearing as he looked ahead. His handsome face revealed a trace of impatience. Young Master Li, don't worry. If we can't get out, they can't either. We haven't seen Lord Yi for so long. Maybe he's already in the next level. The warrior beside the young man was wearing a war god robe and a bamboo hat. He raised his head slightly and said, his eyes shining brightly. That's right. Young Master Li, don't worry. The Viper War God is right. Also, didn't we meet His Highness Cherry Blossom not long ago? He said that City Lord Yi had entered the 6th level before him. Although the 6th level is vast, there isn't much danger. With City Lord Ye's valiant strength, he definitely won't be in any danger. Perhaps he has already entered the 7th level. A young master at the side said. If Yi Qinghan was here, he would definitely recognize the person who spoke. This was the young master Meng Lang who had acted rashly in the past but wasn't rash at all. The others were also familiar faces. The ruffian was Li He's son, Li Shaosha. He had seen him a few times in Leaping Spring City. There was also the Viper War God and the Dragon War God he had met during the War God assessment, as well as some other famous young masters of the continent. When young Master Meng Lang said this, everyone felt slightly relieved. During the time that Yi Qinghan was wreaking havoc in the Star Sea, the entire floating mist continent was talking about his heroic deeds. Yi Qinghan originally had the title of the continent's #1 young master. At this moment, he had become the idol of the continent's younger generation. An idol that was worshipped with incomparable fervor. They couldn't help but admire him. A single person with dozens of subordinates dared to declare war on the entire Star Sea. Disregarding anything else, just this boldness was unprecedented in the divine world. Moreover, the most important point was that Yi Qinghan could toy with tens of billions of powerhouses and dozens of venerables in the palm of his hand. He had even killed a venerable. What kind of method was this? Let alone the younger generation martial artists. Even Venerable Li Quan secretly sighed at his inferiority. This was a young hero. Thus, all the martial artists of the floating mist continent had a kind of blind confidence in Yi Ching Han. Some people even considered him to be the #1 person below the sovereign rank. This time, they had received the order early and brought all the peak martial artists of the floating mist continent below the 5th grade to the Soul Emperor Pavilion to await Yi Ching Han's orders. No one hesitated. Instead, they were incomparably excited and longed to fight together with Yi Ching Han. It was just that. In this stage, they had encountered a difficult problem. The legendary and incomparably abnormal 5th stage had actually failed. All of them had split into countless groups and entered the 6th floor. In the end, all of them had entered. Not only them, on the 6th floor, they also met other martial artists of the major factions. After confirming that the 5th stage had failed, everyone had entered. Of course, everyone was busy looking for the entrance to the next floor and did not start fighting. Without benefits, without a death grudge, who would recklessly start a war? The people of the floating mist continent had a huge hatred for the martial artists of the Star Sea. Not long ago, they encountered the martial artists of the Star Sea and almost fought. It was just that they were a group of dragons without a leader. Li Tian was also anxious to go to the 8th floor. Thus, they restrained themselves and did not make a move. The 6th floor was completely different from the time Yi Ching Han entered. It was actually a super large mountain range. The terrain inside was incomparably complicated. The guardian monsters were very strong, but there were very few of them. They all moved alone. For the few large groups that entered, it was still very easy to kill them if they attacked together. The biggest problem was, it had already been a full half a year. The 7 major legions and some martial artists of the smaller factions totaled close to 10,000 people. They practically flipped through the 6th floor several times but did not find the entrance to the next floor. When Li Xiaoxia heard the few people's persuasion, he mused for a moment. His irritable mood calmed down a little and he said faintly, "Forget it. Search slowly. We're all stuck at the 6th floor. This is also good. Perhaps City Lord Yi has already reached the 8th floor at this moment." Wakaka. Li Xiaoxia's words made everyone's eyes light up. Young Master Meng Lang nodded his head and said, "8th floor? City Lord Yi is a person who can create miracles. Perhaps he can really succeed." City Lord Yi is indeed a person who can create miracles. Viper War God exchanged a glance with War God One Dragon beside him and sighed. Towards Yi Ching Han, they had a very deep impression of him. When Yi Ching Han applied for the War God assessment, when he fought with Lu Ji in Phoenix Dance City, he already knew that Yi Ching Han was a character. Except, he did not expect that not only was Yi Ching Han a character, but he was also a super perverted character. When he was in Phoenix Dance City, he would hear shocking rumors about Yi Ching Han every once in a while. That little man with guts back then actually grew to such an extent. Over 1,000 martial artists from the Misty Continent began to continue advancing forward, continuing to explore the 6th floor. Along the way, they actually encountered martial artists from other continents. But everyone left separately after detecting them from afar. Although everyone knew that this floor was very strange, perhaps someone intentionally closed the entrance. But everyone had no choice and could only search continuously. Nobody dared to stop, as if afraid that others would find the exit before them. Chapter 922. Unbeknownst to Yi Ching Han and the martial artists in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the moment Yi Ching Han entered the illusory palace, Yi Ching Han's expression changed. The 8th level of the pagoda on Soul Emperor Island suddenly lit up with a gentle light. This light flashed, but it successfully shocked the countless martial artists on Soul Emperor Island as well as the countless supremacies outside. The 8th floor had been opened. The faces of the 8 supremacies guarding the Soul Emperor Pavilion instantly changed. Ever since the Soul Emperor Pavilion appeared, they had been guarding it. They knew very well that when someone reached a certain level, that level would light up with this kind of light. Without any hesitation, the 8 venerables took out their communication jade talismans and sent a message back to their respective forces. Before they came, they were instructed by their respective sovereigns to inform them as soon as anyone entered the 8th floor. Ethereal City. Venerable Fragrance was in seclusion in a room at the moment. Suddenly, her eyelids twitched, and she opened her eyes abruptly. Her demonic face moved slightly. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's 8th floor has opened? Did Yi Qing Han really go in? Does he really have such great strength and heaven-defying luck? The Venerable who was stationed on Seoul Emperor Island used to be his subordinate. Of course, he immediately sent a message to him. That kind of little supremacy didn't have the qualifications to send a message to the monarch. If he wanted to notify the monarch, he had to go through the 5 of them. Of course, now that Evil Moon had been expelled, there were only 4 people left. Although he didn't know what was inside the Seoul Emperor Pavilion, if the Misty Monarch placed such importance on it, he would naturally place great importance on it. He quickly stood up and disappeared from the room in a flash. Venerable Fragrance reappeared at the foot of a tall mountain in the west of Ethereal City. This mountain was called Ethereal Peak. It was one of the wonders of the ethereal continent because it was too tall. From below, it was impossible to see the peak. Not only could he not see the peak of the mountain, at most, he could only see halfway up the mountain. Empyrean Fragrance smiled disdainfully. This place was a forbidden land to the martial artists of the Misty Continent, but to Empyrean Fragrance, it was only an important place. He didn't teleport up. Instead, he walked up the mountain step by step. The mountain became steeper and steeper. At the end, it was almost a 70-degree slope. Moreover, the surface was as smooth as a mirror. Even if it was given to a small martial artist, they would not be able to climb it. Exalted Fragrance's footsteps were like the wind. Before long, she already climbed to the summit. The peak was very flat and wide. There was nothing on it except for a white palace. Fragrance requests an audience with the monarch. Exalted Fragrance knelt on one knee. Her expression was extremely respectful and even a little nervous. "What is it?" A majestic voice suddenly sounded. The voice was very faint, and no one knew where it came from. However, it was clearly heard on the peak of the mountain. Reporting to Sovereign, someone has entered the 8th floor of the Seoul Emperor Pavilion. Venerable Fragrance looked slightly uncomfortable. He knew that the monarch did not like him because of what happened in Flame Dragon City back then. Got it. Give this to the gods on Seoul Emperor Island. Once someone enters the 9th level, inform me immediately. A white jade communication talisman shot out from the palace. Fragrant Sovereign's expression tightened as she respectfully received it. This communication jade talisman was something that even he did not have the qualifications to possess. If he wanted to pay his respects to the sovereign, he could only come here. It seemed like Monarch Huang cared a great deal about the Seoul Emperor Pavilion's 9th floor. What was on the 9th floor? The same thing happened in the other 5 continents. Moreover, the hidden sovereign had made an exception and spoken out. Besides Star Sovereign, the 7 guardian venerables of the Seoul Emperor Pavilion all received a communication jade talisman from their respective sovereigns. They also received the highest decree of the sovereign. Once the 9th floor lit up, they had to be informed immediately. It was not that Li Kong did not want to send a message to Star Sovereign, but Star Sovereign was in death seclusion. If he did not come out, no one could see him. However, this did not prevent him from knowing that the other 7 sovereigns had given their instructions. This matter was not concealed. Before long, many venerables and patriarchs of the great families in the immortal realm knew of this matter. What was on the 9th floor of the Seoul Emperor Pavilion? Who had entered the 8th floor? Recently, countless great families and supreme beings in the immortal realm were thinking about this question. However, no matter how they thought about it, they could not figure it out. However, many people were sure of one thing. The 9th floor of the Seoul Emperor Pavilion had something that moved the hearts of the 7 sovereigns. My lord, did Little Han enter the 8th floor? On the rooftop of Seoul Devourer City, Lord 9 asked Lord Devour, who was standing on the rooftop and looking at the sea. Lord Devour tilted his head slightly, looked at Lord 9 and said calmly, "It should be him." "Should? My lord, doesn't Lady Yao Ji need to report to you about the Seoul Emperor Pavilion?" Lord 9 raised her brows in confusion. Lord Devour had told her a little about the Seoul Emperor Pavilion. She knew that the guardian inside was Yao Ji, one of the demon-dancing concubines named by the Seoul Emperor and Lord Devour. Of course, they were equally famous. Now that Lord Devour was so powerful, Yao Ji would probably report everything to Lord Devour, right? "I will not care about the Seoul Emperor Pavilion. This is what I promised the Seoul Emperor." He said that he would leave it to the fated person. If no one is fated, then that supreme treasure of heaven and earth will be sealed there forever. Lord Devour sighed deeply and said faintly, Supreme treasure of heaven and earth? Lord Nine recalled the recent rumors in the immortal realm. Now that Lord Devour said so, it must be a supreme treasure. She asked curiously. Is it on the 9th floor? Supreme treasure of heaven and earth. How precious is it? It's on the 9th floor. As for how precious it is, it's hard to say. Anyway, I think if Jida could get it, he wouldn't hesitate to give the entire Misty Continent to someone else. This. Lord Nine took in a breath of cold air. Her eyes blinked unceasingly, and her hands shivered. He wouldn't hesitate to give the entire Misty Continent to someone else. Then, did it mean that the Misty Continent wasn't as precious as this supreme treasure of heaven and earth? Then, my lord, why don't you use it? I mean, why didn't the Soul Emperor give it to you? Lord Nine was bewildered. Such a treasure. Lord Nine had followed Lord Devour for so many years, so she knew Lord Devour's feelings for the Soul Emperor. She also understood the entanglement between the Soul Emperor and Lord Devour. I don't need it. Lord Devour beamed a faint smile, but his voice was arrogant. He looked at the wandering sea in the distance, his eyes a little perplexed. After a while he said leisurely, in fact, I wanted to let Xiao Hei take this supreme treasure. However, Xiao Hei doesn't like to cultivate. Thus, I wanted to let Yi Qing Han take it. Of course, whether Yi Qing Han can get it or not depends on his luck. If Yi Qing Han can't get it, it will be really troublesome. Lord Nine's brain worked fast. She understood Lord Devour's worry, so she asked, what's so magical about this heaven and earth treasure? If Yi Qing Han gets it, can he help you resist your enemy? This thing is really magical. It's one of the most precious treasures in this world. If little Han can get it, we will have a chance to resist my enemy. Sigh, it's all up to fate. After Lord Devour finished talking, he quieted down. Lord Nine didn't dare to ask more, just staying with Lord Devour to watch the wandering sea in the distance. Two graceful figures, one red and one white, were swaying gracefully in the sea breeze. Chapter 923. Bang bang bang. In the sky, two martial artists, one black and one white, were engaged in an intense battle. Both of them were using the space mysteries, but the space law mysteries were auxiliary or control-type mysteries. When the two fought, neither could do anything to the other. It was as if the two were not fighting, but rather demonstrating the principles of the space mysteries. Yi Qing Han did not care where he was at this moment. His eyes were glued to the two people in the sky. Many years ago, he had watched such a battle and knew that it was only an illusion. There was no danger at all. Of course, he would not care about anything around him. Watching the battle and comprehending the mysteries was the most important thing. The two of them are using many mysteries that I can't understand at all. Space Shackle should be a strengthened version of the Absolute Domain, but what other mysteries did he fuse with? What is the other space mystery fused with? Why do I feel that he has all 5 foundation mysteries? This is impossible. If all 5 mysteries are fused, then that is the ultimate mystery. Invincible Battle God. It seems that I have misunderstood. I have to watch more. Because the Dream Palace's functions were fully activated, Yi Qing Han could watch as he pleased. Thus, Yi Qing Han repeatedly replayed the battle between the two. However, after watching for half a year, he had only seen Space Shackle. If not for Viper War God explaining it to him in the past, he would not have been able to grasp the door. Heaven and earth laws were the purest, most wondrous and most profound things in the world. It was possible for you to suddenly comprehend and immediately fuse with them. After that, it would be easier. Follow this path and gradually comprehend, then you would eventually have a chance to reach grand accomplishment. But it was also possible that you would never be able to enter the door. This was something that you understood, and if you didn't, then you didn't understand. Moreover, it was easy to go astray while cultivating the laws. If you comprehended the wrong thing at the beginning, then you would follow the wrong path and eventually walk into a dead end. Profound mysteries could not be explained in detail. Even if you comprehended it in detail, you would still not understand. Something that was rigid was not suitable for comprehending the laws. This was because this was comprehending the truth of the world, the source of the great Tao. If you could not comprehend it, then how could you let the younger generation better comprehend the laws and not go down the wrong path, so that they could comprehend the laws faster? This was something that many supreme experts were considering. After all, they had many descendants. Only when their descendants were powerful could their clan become even more powerful. Thus, the creation of the profound mystery diagram came into being. The profound mystery diagram was very difficult to create. Unless one was a supreme expert, it was impossible to create it. Every profound mystery diagram was a priceless treasure. They were the treasures of every great family. The profound mysteries diagram contained the cultivation rules of a supreme expert, their comprehension of the laws, and their comprehension of the world. Although the profound mystery diagram was very profound, it was very useful. Of course, these profound mysteries diagrams were trashed to the Dream Palace. In a battle between powerhouses, the profound mysteries of the laws used were the easiest for people to comprehend. After all, this was the most direct and purest manifestation of the profound mysteries. There were many supreme experts in the god world who wanted to record their own battles or simulate their battles so that their juniors could comprehend them. However, they soon realized that it was impossible. Why? Because the speed of the ultimate powerhouses was just too fast. Every release and application of the profound mysteries of the laws was completed in an instant. Their clan's descendants simply couldn't understand how it was done. But the Dream Palace solved this problem. The images of the battle between powerhouses could be infinitely enlarged, replayed, and even replayed. One could clearly understand how every high-grade profound mystery was released and what basic profound mysteries were fused. Hence, the Dream Palace became the #1 supreme treasure below the God-Emperor realm. With this item, one could create countless pinnacle God-King experts. Even so, however, Yi Qinghan still watched for an entire half a year and still couldn't figure out what profound mysteries were fused with spatial shackles, let alone the principles behind the fusion. From this, one could see how difficult it was to comprehend the laws. Absolute domain is the fusion of spatial undulation, spatial locking, and spatial stillness. This spatial shackles needs to fuse one more profound mystery. Is it the power of space or spatial oscillation? If it's the power of space, how do I cut in? How do I cut in with spatial oscillation? Without a point of convergence, it can't be fused at all. Sigh, what a headache. Another half a year had passed, and Yi Qinghan was starting to feel a little anxious. He had watched the battle for an entire year, but he still couldn't figure out what kind of fundamental profound mystery he was trying to fuse, let alone deduce the principle behind the fusion. He wanted to break through to the third level of the God-King realm within 20 years. To reach the third level of the God-King realm, he needed to fuse two types of high-grade profound mysteries to the large success stage, and he still needed to enter the entry stage of the third high-grade profound. Right now, he had only comprehended one type of high-grade profound mystery. So close, yet worlds apart. If this carried on, he would definitely be hacked to death by the Dream Palace's restrictions. One had to know that even if Yi Qinghan had comprehended the entry stage, it wasn't that simple to reach the large success stage of a high-grade profound mystery. Even if an ordinary person was extremely talented, they would still need several decades. Yi Qinghan was more monstrous, but he would still need at least several years, or even more than a decade. Now that a year had passed without any results, how could Yi Qinghan not be anxious? No matter how he looked, Yi Qinghan couldn't figure out the main points. Helplessly, Yi Qinghan simply exited the battle simulation. He also stopped meditating and woke up. He stood up and wriggled his body. He decided to completely relax himself. He was very clear that when a person was under great pressure, he had to think of ways to relax himself. Otherwise, if he continued to struggle, his mind would become more and more chaotic, and the pressure would also increase. In the end, it was very likely that things would become worse. After looking into the beast battling space, he discovered that Xiao He was sleeping soundly. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and didn't disturb him. After that, he probed his soul sea and discovered that it was more or less the same as what he had expected. If he could continue to grow at this speed in these 20 years, his soul would definitely reach the peak of the God-King realm. There was also a high possibility that he would break through to the God-the-Arch realm. After walking around the Dream Palace for a while, Yi Qinghan came to the white jade bed at the seat of honor. He gently lifted the veil and looked at the beauty Sala's peerless appearance and alluring body. His mind didn't have any evil thoughts, and his mind instantly calmed down. This woman was very special. Yi Qinghan didn't have any feelings towards her. This was completely a man's desire to possess a peerless beauty. Of course, Beauty Sala had helped him in the past, so he felt some gratitude towards her. After coming to the Soul Emperor Pavilion once more, Yi Qinghan's feelings towards Beauty Sala hadn't changed. Even though he had taken her, the truth was that he didn't have any feelings towards her. But Now, things were different. Although he didn't know what Beauty Sala had done, he was well aware that Beauty Sala had helped him a great deal without violating the Soul Emperor's rules. Moreover, she had done so secretly, without any compensation. This caused Yi Qinghan to be moved. His personality had always been like this. If others were good to him, he would treat them 100 times better. Seeing Beauty Sala's pale face, Yi Qinghan recalled the time he had spent together with Beauty Sala. Yi Qinghan's heart softened. A man only found out afterwards that there was a woman who had silently sacrificed a great deal for him. For him, she didn't even hesitate to harm herself. Moreover, this woman was a peerless beauty. In this sort of situation, any man would involuntarily feel a sense of pity and tenderness towards her. Then, this feeling would be infinitely magnified, and the position of this woman in his heart would become increasingly large. Yi Qinghan gently smiled. One hand held onto Beauty Sala's soft hand, and the other hand gently stroked her pale face. Like this, he quietly sat there, looking at her for a long time. Unconsciously, Yi Qinghan's heart slowly calmed down. The smile on his lips also faded away. His eyes slowly closed, and like this, he unknowingly fell into meditation. And at this time, the wind in the dream palace seemed to become increasingly strong. Chapter 924. Sigh. These days are so *king boring. The 6th floor of Soul Emperor Pavilion was made up of countless mountain ranges. At this moment, on one of the mountain peaks, a young man with a ruffian aura was mumbling to himself. The people around him shook their heads. Not only Li Xiaosha, but the countless young masters on the mountain peaks were also bored to death. It had been 4.5 years. But the entrance was still nowhere to be found. Everyone had already given up. Every legion found a mountain peak and stationed themselves. Then they sent out a small team to patrol the area. Everyone thought that they could have a good rest. But this godforsaken place was filled with powerful demonic beasts. No one had the heart to cultivate. They could only sit on the mountain peaks and chat all day. After 4 years of chatting, there was nothing left to talk about. Everyone looked at each other like fools. It was too boring. Young Master Meng, why don't we go to Her Highness Cherry Blossom? Bring this dazzling sun South Mountain's pearl to our misty continent? Li Xiaosha suddenly thought of something. His eyes brightened as he looked at a mountain peak on the left. Then, he said to young Master Meng Lang with a mischievous smile. This isn't good. If we get chased down the mountain, it won't be fun. Young Master Meng Lang frowned. There were clearly a few black lines on his forehead. Her Highness Cherry Blossom was the descendant of the South Mountain's sovereign. Their statuses were on a whole different level. How could they woo her? Don't be discouraged. Back then, City Lord Yi also didn't show off his abilities. Didn't he still manage to get the first place during my young Miss coming-of-age ceremony? Li Xiaosha knew what young Master Meng Lang was worried about, so he spoke without a care in the world. Oh! Young Master Meng Lang's black lines increased. Although Li Xiaosha was speaking the truth, Yi Qinghan did not reveal that he was the young master of Soul Devourer Manor when he participated in Li Shui's coming-of-age ceremony. He used his own strength to suppress Tu Xie. At this moment, no one knew the inside story of Li Shui and Xiao He. So they thought that Li Shui ran away with Yi Qinghan. But, how could they compare to a freak like Yi Qinghan? Young Master Meng Lang thought to himself. Although this Li Xiaosha had some of Yi Qinghan's ruffian temperament, he didn't have the latter's strength and backing. He actually wanted to eat swan meat like a toad. Stop whining. If you're a man, follow me. If you get blasted down, you'll die. I'll take responsibility. Little Li Sha was unhappy. He directly pulled young Master Meng Lang down the mountain. He was really bored to death. Young Master Meng Lang sighed helplessly. It wasn't good for him to refute Li Xiaosha's words, so he could only let him drag on. Young Master Li, young Master Meng, work hard and take down Her Highness Cherry Blossom. Bring glory to the misty continent. The rest of the young masters burst into laughter and prepared to watch a good show. Everyone was bored to death. Even the Viper War God was interested. His divine awareness spread out and locked onto the two of them. Although the venomous snake battle god was highly regarded by the battle god pavilion master of Fengwu City, and was one of the most powerful people in the group, his status was far below that of these young masters. Li Xiaosha of Dripping Spring Manor, Meng Lang of Meng Fei Manor requests an audience with Your Highness Cherry Blossom. The army of the southern mountain continent was stationed right next to the ethereal continent. The two continents, one in the east and the other in the west, usually did not have much enmity. Right now they were living in harmony. Little Li Sha brought young Master Meng Lang along with a few subordinates. Just like that, they swaggered to the foot of the mountain and reported to the guards. There was a small group of guards at the foot of the mountain. Of course, this small group of people was only there to guard the entrance. Seeing that Little Li Sha and Meng Lang's aura was extraordinary and that they introduced themselves, they did not dare to slack off. They hurriedly went up the mountain to pass on the message. Her Highness invites you in. Young masters, please follow me. What made Little Li Sha and Meng Lang excited was that Her Highness Cherry Blossom actually wanted to meet them. It was not a tactful rejection. The two of them were overjoyed but did not show it. Little Li Sha led the way and walked up the mountain in big strides. Wow! That works too? Could it be that Her Highness Cherry Blossom is like us? She has nothing better to do? T. How could she have balls? F***ck. If I had known earlier, I would have followed young Master Li. The ethereal continent side was in an uproar. They were all guessing in their hearts. Her Highness Cherry Blossom's identity was not to be underestimated. She was the #1 of the younger generation in the southern mountain continent. Her temperament, strategy, and aptitude were all top-notch. How could she be interested in people like Little Li Sha and young Master Meng Lang? Could it be that Her Highness Cherry Blossom was a very open-minded person who liked to mess around? Little Li Sha and Meng Lang stayed up there for a total of 6 hours. Under the envious gazes of the young masters, they swaggered down and returned leisurely. Who would have thought that the two of them would be so proud of themselves the moment they returned to the mountain peak? Their faces were filled with disappointment and even jealousy. What's wrong? What's wrong? Young Master Li, is there no hope? Young Master Meng, what's the situation? Her Highness Cherry Blossom is not interested in you? What did you guys talk about? The young masters hurriedly released their gossips and were extremely puzzled. If Her Highness Cherry Blossom was not interested in them, why did she keep them for 6 hours? Little Li Sha shook his head and sighed. Sigh, let's not talk about it. Looks like all the good cabbages are going to be taken by that animal. City Lord Yi. Her Highness Cherry Blossom chatted with us for 6 hours and asked about City Lord Ye's deeds. Young Master Meng Lang also sighed and his face was filled with bitterness. Why was there such a huge difference between them? Oh, City Lord Yi is mighty. The crowd was in an uproar. A few of the peerless young ladies of the Misty Continent were entangled with Yi Qing Han. It was said that many outstanding young ladies of the large families had secretly expressed their admiration for Yi Qing Han. There were even some bold young ladies of prestigious families who had openly expressed their desire to marry Yi Qing Han. It was also said that a peerless young lady of the Star Sea, the Princess of the Rain Butterfly Island, also had an ambiguous relationship with Yi Qing Han. Now it was even more incredible. Even the Pearl of the South Mountains was interested in Yi Qing Han? Asked about his deeds for 6 hours? A woman openly asked about a man's deeds. The meaning was obvious. Although the crowd was envious and jealous of Yi Qing Han, they were still slightly proud of him. Wasn't he someone from the Misty Continent? Why wasn't the Star Sea's Highness Li Tian so mighty? The Misty Continent army was in an uproar. The South Mountains Continent's garrison was also in an uproar. Although Her Highness Cherry Blossom was the leader this time, many famous young masters from the South Mountains Continent had also come. None of these famous young masters had any intentions of coveting Her Highness Cherry Blossom. A fair and graceful lady was a gentleman's desire. The crowd originally thought that they would have a better opportunity to show off in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, to win the heart of a beauty. But Her Highness Cherry Blossom did not seem to be interested in them. She actually wore a helmet all the time and did not even look at them seriously. But 4 years ago, Her Highness Cherry Blossom had taken off her helmet for a man. And now, she had chatted with 2 young masters from the Misty Continent for 6 hours? The contents of the conversation were quickly spread. There were many experts present. Those with powerful divine senses secretly probed, but Her Highness Cherry Blossom did not know. Her Highness Cherry Blossom had chatted with 2 young masters from the Misty Continent for 6 hours. They were all talking about one person, one man. Yi Qing Han. In addition to the last time they met Yi Qing Han, Her Highness Cherry Blossom had taken the initiative to take off her helmet. All the young masters felt an indescribable sense of danger. For a moment, the South Mountains continent martial artists surged. They were all indignant. On the mountain peak where the South Mountains continent martial artists were stationed, there were a few simple houses with some simple restrictions set up on them. The spatial divine items in the Soul Emperor Pavilion could not be opened. Her Highness Cherry Blossom and the few girls had no choice but to build these simple houses. At this moment, Her Highness Cherry Blossom was sitting on the window sill of the wooden house. She looked through the window at the undulating mountain range in the distance. She was silent. Her exquisite face revealed a sweet and noble smile. She sighed and said, "Yi Qinghan, it seems you are quite a character. A man who can make such an outstanding big sister Blue Rain give herself to him is indeed extraordinary." Chapter 925. In the Dream Palace, Yi Qinghan was still sitting quietly on the white jade bed. One of his hands was holding the little temptress's soft hand, while the other hand was gently placed on the little temptress's face. He had been sitting like this for 4 years. Oh! After 5 years, Yao Ji woke up on time. Her eyelashes trembled, revealing a pair of beautiful eyes. She didn't move at first. She only blinked her eyes and looked at the ceiling for a long time before fully waking up. After 5 years of sleep, her body had completely recovered and her face had regained its rosy color. She swept out with her divine sense and easily saw Yi Qinghan's strange actions. She felt Yi Qinghan's hand on her face and the other hand tightly holding her hand. Yao Ji shyly smiled, her face blushing. Her Fey race was a very mysterious race. Or, it could be said that they were the masterpiece of the Creator. The Fey race was born with a bewitching bone. They were peerless beauties and also the highest spiritual bodies in the world. Soul stillness was a very heaven-defying state. It could be said that comprehending the 3rd level of soul stillness was the threshold to becoming a soul cultivator. But the Fey race could allow a man to directly enter the 5th level of soul stillness. There weren't many soul cultivators in the divine world, but they weren't few either. It was just that no one could enter the 5th level besides the soul cultivator monarch. Moreover, this monarch had only comprehended the 5th level after becoming a 9th grade soul cultivator. This was why the Fey race was so peerlessly precious. Even the Apocalypse monarch wanted to steal them. It was just that there were too few women in the Fey race. Every time one appeared, it would cause chaos in the divine world. Countless powerhouses would fight and kill each other. Yao Ji was accidentally discovered by the Soul Emperor in the past and he saved her life. Unfortunately, the Soul Emperor was a devoted person. Let alone Yao Ji, even Lord Devour, who was deeply in love with him, refused at the start. But now, Yi Qinghan had taken advantage of her. Yao Ji could feel that Yi Qinghan's posture was filled with boundless pity for her, and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. Turning his head slightly, he gazed at Yi Qinghan's handsome and mature face. The smile on his face blossomed like a peony in full bloom. Extremely beautiful. As soon as the enchantress's face moved, Yi Qinghan's hand naturally felt it and woke him up. Seeing the enchantress staring at him with her eyes wide open and a beautiful smile on her face, Zhang Xian was slightly taken aback. Then he smiled as well. "Have you recovered?" Yi Qinghan put his hand on Yao Ji's face and asked with concern. "Yes, our bewitching tribe's body can automatically recover. I'm fine now." The enchantress didn't move and let Yi Qinghan caress her face as she said with a smile. "That what we did? Why did it hurt your body so much? Do you have to do this every time?" Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. If every time they intercourse, Yi Qinghan would hurt the enchantress so much, Yi Qinghan would rather not. He didn't like to build his happiness on other people's pain, even though this kind of happiness was truly ecstatic. It has nothing to do with that. The enchantress's face turned slightly red as if she had turned into a shy little woman. Yi Qinghan also realized that the enchantress seemed to have become more shy than before. However, this made her even cuter. The enchantress paused for a while before saying, "My body is weak because I used 3 drops of enchantress honey. This enchantress honey is something unique to the women of the enchantress tribe. It can increase the speed of your soul by 2 times. You should be able to feel this, right? How's your cultivation going?" "So that's how it is. I've been wondering. Your enchantress honey has such a great effect." Yi Qinghan's brows twitched as he came to a sudden realization. He hurriedly said with joy, 4 years ago, I fused the spatial force with the absolute domain. Since then, I have been deducing, verifying, and comprehending. According to my original estimation, it would take me at least 8 years to master it. I didn't expect my comprehension speed to be so fast. Now, the spatial shackle is about to master it. So it's all because of your enchantress honey. So fast. The enchantress was also shocked. Her cherry lips were wide open in disbelief. The reason why she gave Yi Qinghan 3 drops of bewitching charming honey was because she didn't mind sacrificing her body's origin. He was afraid that Yi Qinghan would not be able to reach the 3rd level of the God King realm within 20 years. He didn't expect Yi Qinghan's comprehension speed to be so fast. Even with the help of the 5th level of soul quietude and the bewitching charm honey, it was impossible for him to be this fast, right? Hee, my luck is good. I didn't encounter any bottlenecks along the way. Yi Qinghan casually laughed. Of course he knew the reason. Because he had 2 souls, his deduction speed increased by more than 3 times. Right now, Yi Qinghan was someone who had gathered all the best in the world. If it was given to someone else to comprehend, even if the average martial artist had an extremely high aptitude, they would still need at least a few dozen years to completely comprehend the high-level profound mysteries from the entry stage to the large success stage. But Yi Qinghan was different. With the 5th level of soul quietude, his comprehension speed was 3 to 4 times faster than others. The bewitching charm honey's speed was also 2 times faster. In addition to his freakish 2 souls, his speed increased by more than 3 times. The speed at which he comprehended the laws was nearly 10 times faster than others. It was normal for him to reach the large success stage of spatial shackle within 4 years. Little man, you are indeed extraordinary. Could it be that the Soul Emperor wants to choose you as his successor? The enchantress sighed from the bottom of her heart. Her face revealed a trace of pride. She was proud of Yi Qinghan. Just as a 3rd under the heavens. Yi Qinghan smiled modestly. After reaching the large success stage of spatial shackle, his lower realm had reached the peak of the 2nd level of the God King realm. As long as he could enter the entry stage of one more high-level profound mystery, he would reach the 3rd level of the God King realm. That was also the requirement of the Soul Emperor. He suddenly glanced at the little red string on the enchantress's waist and asked curiously, "Enchantress, let me ask you something. Is your bewitching charm honey related to this string?" Yes. The enchantress became even more bashful. She buried her head completely into Yi Qinghan's hand. Her snow-white neck had turned red, and she let out a mosquito-like voice. "Our bewitching charm tribe has to keep our jade artifacts excited, so that we can produce a trace of honey. Basically, we can only produce 1 drop of bewitching charm honey every 100 years. This thing is also very helpful for our cultivation." Little man, do you think that our tribe is very perverted? Oh, not perverted but too perverted. Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. He was speechless for a long time. He had actually guessed the function of this little red string correctly. It had actually replaced the function of a fake penis. The bewitching charm tribe had been masturbating all year round, and the love fluid produced could actually be refined into the bewitching charm honey that had a heaven-defying effect on cultivation. Fortunately, this thing was dripping into his forehead and not his mouth. Yi Qinghan's face was completely red. He looked at the little red string that was still constantly twisting, and a violent evil flame emitted from his body. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva before saying, "Enchantress, the 5th level of the soul's silent state has already disappeared for a few days. You see, should we immediately activate this dream palace's advanced function? Cultivation is an important matter, it can't be delayed." Oh! Of course, the enchantress understood the hidden meaning of Yi Qinghan's words. She became even more bashful and buried her head in Yi Qinghan's hand, not daring to look at him. After a long time, she finally replied, "Enchantress's body has already recovered. Little man, you do it." "Okay. But I have a request. This time, you are not allowed to use the bewitching charm honey on me. My cultivation speed is already very fast now, so don't waste your body's origin. Understand?" Seeing the enchantress nod, Yi Qinghan didn't hesitate anymore. He flipped over and started to activate the highest level function of the Dream Palace. Chapter 926. After a moment of entanglement, the two embraced to their heart's content. During the intercourse, Yi Qinghan once again entered the 5th level of soul quietness. His soul started to grow again. Yi Qinghan slightly squinted his eyes as he hugged Yao Ji. He was still immersed in the wonderful feeling of ecstasy and was unwilling to wake up. However, he felt a chill on his forehead as 2 drops of ice-cold, fragrant liquid entered his body. Instantly, Yi Qinghan felt his soul speed up again. His eyes widened as he looked at Yao Ji. What entered his eyes was a face filled with a faint blush and a pair of limpid eyes that were filled with affection. However, the blush on her face instantly disappeared. Her face turned as white as snow. The light in her limpid eyes gradually dimmed. She gradually closed her eyes and fell into a deep slumber. "You silly woman!" Yi Qinghan was enraged. He stood up and roared at Yao Ji. However, Yao Ji did not move. Her eyelashes did not even twitch. Whoosh whoosh! Yi Qinghan sat down angrily. He was angry and pitiful at the same time. After being stunned for a while, he sat down. He released a strand of god power from his hand and slowly probed Yao Ji's body. He began to inspect her. After inspecting, he found that Yao Ji's bodily functions were very poor. Her veins were withered and her heartbeat was almost 0. Fortunately, a warm current was constantly emitting from the enchantress's lower body, repairing her body. "You silly woman. Silly woman. If you don't listen to me again, I will use the Yi family's spear technique to kill you." Humph. Yi Qinghan cursed in an extremely rude manner. However, his hand was gently caressing Yao Ji's fine black hair. The corners of his mouth revealed a pitiful expression, and his eyes were filled with deep emotions. Looking at Yao Ji, Yi Qinghan felt his mind calm. It was as if this woman had some kind of magical power. She could calm a person's heart. Yi Qinghan once again entered a meditative state. Spatial imprisonment. Yi Qinghan had figured it out 4 years ago. Since he wanted to confine space, he needed spatial power. Spatial power was actually the foundation of every high-level spatial profound mystery. Profound mysteries that don't have the power to fuse with the power of space aren't that powerful. You have a high-grade profound mystery that doesn't even have the power to fuse with the basic power of space, so how could it be that powerful? Actually, Yi Qinghan was just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. In truth, the fusion of profound mysteries was divided into order. The order didn't mean that the fusion of spatial power, spatial fluctuations, spatial locking, and spatial stillness would definitely result in the profound mysteries of spatial confinement. If he fused spatial strength and spatial fluctuations into a basic profound mystery, fusing them into spatial lock and spatial stillness, then the final result would definitely not be spatial imprisonment. If the same 4 profound mysteries were fused in a different order, the final result would be a completely different profound mystery. Moreover, the fusion of profound mysteries didn't necessarily have to be done one by one. When 2 elementary-grade profound mysteries were fused together, it would become a high-grade profound mystery, or a middle-grade profound mystery and a beginner profound mystery. In short, the fusion of profound mysteries was slightly different at the start, but in the end, it could deviate by 1,000 li. Yi Qinghan's luck was quite good. He had originally comprehended the absolute domain of space. This spatial imprisonment was extremely marvelous. One had to comprehend the absolute domain before they could fuse together the power of space. Of course, if Yi Qinghan could fuse space oscillation and the absolute domain together, that would also be a high-grade profound mystery. His comprehension of spatial imprisonment was nearly complete. It was just a step away from perfection. Yi Qinghan relaxed. As long as he could fuse together another high-grade profound mystery, he would succeed. The Soul Emperor's first challenge was already without any suspense. Half a year later, Yi Qinghan had reached large success in the profound mysteries of spatial imprisonment. His boundary of laws had reached the peak of the 2nd-level God-King realm. In just 5.5 years, he had reached large success in a high-grade profound mystery. If this speed were to spread out, wouldn't it be terrifying to death? Yi Qinghan was also very satisfied with this speed, and his mind was completely relaxed. His soul continued to grow at a rapid pace. According to Yi Qinghan's expectations, it was still growing. There were still 15 years left. Yi Qinghan had full confidence that he would be able to perceive another high-grade profound mystery and break through to the God Emperor realm in a single stroke. Although the profound mysteries of space's striking power wasn't too strong, wasn't the God Emperor realm a completely new boundary? A God Emperor had the power to back it up. And most importantly, Yi Qinghan estimated that after he reached the God Emperor realm, he would be able to instantly release his source strength. Perhaps he might even be able to open the 2nd seal of the Soul Emperor's Black Stone. In truth, Yi Qinghan always had a vague feeling in his heart, and that was to fuse his absolute domain and space oscillation together. This was because when he watched those two people fight, he had a vague feeling in his mind that he should be able to fuse them together. However, what left Yi Qinghan dumbfounded was that even though he had perceived for an entire 2 years, he still couldn't fuse his absolute domain and space oscillation together. He hadn't found the point to fuse them together, as if they were completely unrelated. Moreover, Yi Qinghan felt that when he tried to forcefully fuse them together, they seemed to repel each other, as if they were very resistant to being fused together. Yi Qinghan's stubbornness rose. Originally, if he couldn't fuse them together, Yi Qinghan wouldn't force it. He would only think that he hadn't found the true point to fuse them together, and would look for another high-grade profound mystery to fuse with. Now that he saw them repel each other, Yi Qinghan was unhappy. You don't want to fuse them together, but this young lord wants to find a way to fuse them together. Completely unrelated, isn't it? What could be more monstrous than so close, yet worlds apart? This young lord has even fused the profound mysteries of the laws of wind and the profound mysteries of the laws of earth, two completely different types of profound mysteries, together. Not to mention the fact that they are the same type of profound mysteries. You don't want this young lord to fuse them together, but this young lord wants to fuse them together. Yi Qinghan secretly thought in his heart. In any case, he had plenty of time, so he didn't care. He immersed himself in the battle chi of the profound mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth, as if he wouldn't give up until he reached the Yellow River. The result was a tragedy. 5 years passed. When Yao Ji woke up once again, Yi Qinghan still hadn't gained anything. He had 2 souls, and with the help of soul quietness level 5 and bewitching charming honey, the speed at which his soul operated could be said to have reached a monstrous level. He had comprehended for 5 years, but he could actually compare to others who had comprehended for 50 years, or even several hundred years. Yet, there was still no sign of fusion. This made Yi Qinghan feel a headache. Little man, I see that you aren't in a good mood? Why did you encounter a problem in your cultivation? Tell me, maybe I can give you some advice. After Yi Qinghan woke up, he first asked a few questions out of concern. Then, his face darkened and he scolded Yao Ji. However, Yao Ji giggled and didn't mind. Instead, she noticed the faint worry on Yi Qinghan's brows and changed the topic. As expected, Yi Qinghan became silent because of Yao Ji's words. In the past, he didn't know Yao Ji's strength. Now that his vision was much broader, he could easily tell that Yao Ji's strength was definitely at least 7th grade war god. Now that Yao Ji said this, he was able to express the doubts in his heart that he had pondered for 5 years without any progress. He had always been a little worried that he might have walked onto a fork in the road. If he continued to walk, he might really walk into a dead end. After Yao Ji carefully listened to Yi Qinghan's words, her expression instantly changed. Her beautiful face turned pale and she cried out in alarm. Little man, are you crazy? You actually want to fuse such a heaven-defying mystery? In the entire realm of gods, no one has been able to fuse a mystery that no one has been able to in the past billions of years. You actually dare to fuse it? Chapter 927. Yi Qinghan raised an eyebrow as he looked at Yao Ji in astonishment. He had just randomly thought of a way to fuse laws. How did it become a heaven-defying profound mystery? Jia Wu didn't discuss with you about the cultivation of laws? When Yao Ji saw Yi Qinghan's incomparably perplexed expression, she couldn't help but pout her small mouth angrily. Amidst her charm, a trace of cuteness appeared, causing Yi Qinghan's heartbeat to accelerate. However, Yao Ji didn't give him the chance. She said seriously, have you heard of a high-rank profound of space? No one in the divine realm has ever successfully comprehended a high-rank profound. No one in the divine realm has ever successfully comprehended a high-rank profound? Yi Qinghan raised an eyebrow. Then, he suddenly woke up and exclaimed, Eternal space? Eternal space. Yi Qinghan had heard of this profound many times. One of the conditions to leave the sealed valley of the gods was to comprehend eternal space. No one in the divine realm had ever successfully comprehended this profound in billions of years. This was also one of the greatest legends in the divine realm. For billions of years, there were countless geniuses in the divine realm. There were also many who cultivated the law of space, but no one had ever succeeded in comprehending it. This was the only type of profound mystery known to exist in the god realm, a mystery that could not be comprehended despite knowing of its existence. Yi Qinghan looked at Yao Ji hesitantly and asked doubtfully. You mean that my thought process is the same as the thought process of comprehending eternal space? But no one has ever successfully comprehended such a high-rank profound before. How can you be so sure? It's not that I'm sure. This is a common sense that all the powerful families in the divine realm know. Yao Ji smiled and explained, the law of space is a very mysterious law. Elementary and mid-rank profound mysteries are no different from the profound mysteries of other systems. But there is one strange thing about high-rank profound mysteries. Every high-rank profound mystery must be fused with the fundamental mysteries of the power of space. Otherwise, the fusion will never succeed. Yao Ji paused and continued. This phenomenon has aroused the interest of countless experts in the divine realm, especially experts in space. This is because the other supreme laws, elemental laws, and even special laws have never encountered such a strange phenomenon. But after many years of research, they still can't figure it out. No matter how you fuse it, as long as you don't fuse it with the power of space, you definitely won't be able to fuse it. Tens of millions of years ago, a genius appeared in the law of space. He wholeheartedly studied the law of space and achieved the highest achievement in history. A space supremacy, and a high-level supremacy at that. Even after he became a venerable one, he still devoted himself to research. He swore that he would figure out the reason behind this strange thing. But even when his lifespan was nearing its end, he still hadn't figured it out. But before he died, he had tossed out a shocking theory. The laws of space. Apart from the power of space, the other four fundamental laws, no matter how they were fused, would ultimately become a high-level profound mystery of space. Space eternity. Furthermore, if someone manages to fuse it, any divine king martial artist can rely on this profound mystery to suppress all supremacies. This was the theory that the strongest expert in the history of the law of space had researched for millions of years. Naturally, the immortal realm was in an uproar. Although no one believed that a god-king martial artist could suppress all the venerables with just a high-rank spatial profound mystery, the profound mystery of eternal space was famous. This was the only profound mystery of a law that no one in the god world had ever successfully comprehended. Just this point alone was enough for the name of this profound mystery to spread throughout the god world. But after so many years, no one was able to research it. This became one of the unsolvable riddles of the god world. But Yi Qinghan thought of another aspect and asked in surprise, regardless of the sequence or the fusion method, if these four fundamental profound mysteries are successfully fused, they will all become space eternity? Although I don't understand the laws of space, after that venerable space, there were several other spatial powerhouses who continued researching for hundreds of years and finally came to the same conclusion. Of course, these are all theories deduced from imagination. After all, no one has ever successfully comprehended it before. Little man, you'd better change your train of thought. Others can't comprehend it, so you can imagine how strange this profound mystery is. The enchantress said seriously with a solemn look on her face. The only person to walk into the 8th level in so many years. If he was killed just like this, then she would have to continue waiting here, waiting for the next quasi-master to arrive. She could not walk out and see the dazzling world outside. It was also possible that besides Yi Qinghan, no one else would be able to enter. Her lifespan would exhaust itself and she would die of old age here. On the other hand, she also had a faint feeling towards Yi Qinghan. Although this feeling originated from the relationship between Yi Qinghan and Xiao He, it could be said that she saw the shadow of the Soul Emperor in Yi Qinghan. Or, it could be said that Yi Qinghan had a unique temperament that attracted her. Of course, Yi Qinghan was her first man and he held a certain position in her heart. All sorts of emotions twisted together. Her feelings towards Yi Qinghan were extremely complex, and she was incomparably concerned about Yi Qinghan. This space eternity is very strange. With Yao Ji's explanation, Yi Qinghan completely believed her. Moreover, he also faintly approved of what that venerable space had researched. Because he had fused with it for 5 years, he was well aware of just how strange this thing was. Because for other profound mysteries, if one couldn't fuse with them, at most one wouldn't be able to find the entrance to fuse with them. But this kind of profound mysteries seemed to reject each other. Yi Qinghan even felt that the power of space was like a woman, while the other 4 profound mysteries were pure men. Any 3 profound mysteries could be fused with the power of space. Because of the existence of the power of space, there wouldn't be any problems if they were harmonized in the middle. But if the power of space was missing, and the woman was missing, then 4 men would be at odds with each other, and they would reject each other. What do I do? After comprehending for 5 years? Throw him away and start all over again? Yi Qinghan was at a loss. He had originally planned on being stubborn to the end. He had even comprehended the most abnormal profound of the divine realm, so close, yet worlds apart, so how could he not be able to comprehend this trivial and ordinary profound? But now it seemed that the difficulty of comprehending this profound was no less than so close, yet worlds apart. It was just as abnormal. Little man, give up. You're already very outstanding. In another 10 years, you'll definitely be able to comprehend another high-level profound of space. Don't be discouraged. As he was muttering to himself, he realized that a hot and delicate body had already pressed against him. The smooth and creamy skin made him moan in comfort. A pair of soft and plump peaks pressed tightly against his back, gently rubbing against it, causing his entire body to tremble. Then, a soft hand quietly reached over and grabbed his god artifact that had already stood erect. Then, the hand gently kneaded it and started to play with it. Only then did Yi Qinghan realize that the last time he had entered a meditative state, he had actually been completely naked. After Yao Ji had woken up, he had been preoccupied with something, so he hadn't paid it any mind when he was chatting with her. At that moment, he turned around and carried Yao Ji's body horizontally. Then, he flipped her over so that her 2 snow-white and perky buttocks were facing him. He stretched out his large hand and forcefully slapped it down. He said fiercely, "This is the consequence of your disobedience. If you still dare to use the bewitching honey next time, see if this young master will use my ancestral Yi family spear technique to whip you to death." Hee hee. Yao Ji turned her head and smiled lightly at Yi Qinghan. Her pair of limpid eyes were full of provocation and disbelief. Yi Qinghan became even more furious when he saw this. With a flip, he lifted Yao Ji up and pressed her against the wall. Then, he grabbed her perky buttocks with both hands, raised his divine tool, and fiercely pierced it. Chapter 928. Yi Qinghan's Yi family's spear skills were powerful. But who was the Yao Ji? Even though she was beaten to death, she would never surrender. Although she almost fainted at the last moment, she took the chance when Yi Qinghan wasn't paying attention to drop a drop of bewitching honey, which made Yi Qinghan love and hate her at the same time. This time, the Yao Ji fainted even more thoroughly. She didn't even cover herself with a veil, and just fell on the white jade bed. Yi Qinghan hugged her tightly, covered her with a veil, and then closed his eyes to meditate, like a pair of lovers sleeping in each other's arms. Once again meditating, Yi Qinghan was confused. What to do? Give up, or continue? This was a difficult choice. On one hand, this profound mystery was difficult to fuse, or even impossible to fuse. After all, for tens of millions of years, so many experts had tried to comprehend it, and none had succeeded. Yi Qinghan didn't think he could surpass all the ancestors. Most importantly, he didn't have time. There were only 10 years left. If he still couldn't fuse it, he would fail the challenge, and he would die. On the other hand, with Yi Qinghan's personality, he always became stronger when he met strong opponents. He wasn't someone who easily lowered his head. Back then, when he faced Venerable Evil Moon, he never retreated. Unless it was like when he entered the mysterious spirit cave abode for the first time and had no way to deal with the void-gouging beast, he would choose to self-destruct. As long as there was a chance, he would never give up. But now, the Yao Ji wanted him to give up? Change himself, how should he choose? No. I won't give up. I want to continue comprehending the eternity of space. Yi Qinghan instantly made a decision. He would never give up, and he chose to continue comprehending this heaven-defying profound mystery. His mind turned, and the scene in front of Yi Qinghan changed. He hurriedly watched the battle between the 2 spatial experts. If the Yao Ji knew, she would definitely jump up and curse. Even if Lord Devour knew, he would scold Yi Qinghan for being stubborn and stupid. Actually, Yi Qinghan knew that he was neither stubborn nor stupid. He was a person who paid particular attention to his thoughts. If his thoughts were not clear, he would not be happy and his heart would not be at peace. If Yi Qinghan gave up on comprehending the eternity of space, there would be a knot in his heart. With the existence of this knot, the speed at which he comprehended the laws was very slow, and it was even possible that he would not make any progress at all. Since it was a dead end, why not let his heart feel better? A quick death? Secondly, Yi Qinghan believed that since he could fuse with so near, yet worlds apart. Could he really not fuse with eternal space? The ancients couldn't fuse, but it didn't mean that he, Yi Ching Han, couldn't fuse. Who in the ancients had two souls? The third point was also the reason why Yi Ching Han made up his mind. Because he suddenly remembered that in the previous battle, the black-clothed man seemed to have tried to use this profound mystery. In other words, it was the kind of profound mystery that Yi Ching Han felt. It was a strange profound mystery that seemed to have 5 basic mysteries within it. Looking at the situation, this was probably an attempt by this spatial powerhouse. This profound mystery hadn't been completely fused, or it could be said that it was just a deduction and a simulation. However, Yi Ching Han felt a trace of inspiration. Therefore, he hurriedly watched the battle simulation, hoping that it would give him some real inspiration. He repeatedly replayed the scene of the profound mystery that the black-clothed man had released. That was the black-clothed man waving his sword. As the sword waved, the surrounding space began to tremble, and spatial power gathered towards him from all directions. Immediately after, space seemed to stop for a moment. Finally, a spatial fluctuation was emitted, but the surrounding space seemed to be locked. This move was very powerful, because the surrounding space was condensing an incomparably powerful force. This force hadn't been completely condensed, but the pressure it emitted was enough to make one's heart palpitate, however. This sword waved halfway, and then it could no longer slash down. The force in the air also gradually dissipated. This profound mystery was very strange. One could even say that it was very contradictory. This was because Yi Ching Han had watched it many times and confirmed that this profound mystery contained 5 basic mysteries. However, it was obvious that this profound mystery hadn't been successfully fused. Of course, this was normal. If the fusion had been successful, then it would have been the ultimate profound mystery. And among powerhouses of spatial laws, there were no rank 9 invincible powerhouses. After watching for a long time, Yi Ching Han understood that this was a law that hadn't been successfully fused. Or perhaps, this was a law that had gone astray, walked into a dead end, and could never be successfully fused. However, Yi Ching Han didn't want to comprehend this kind of law. Instead, he wanted to draw on some experience to inspire himself and fuse space eternity. This kind of profound mystery is obviously walking the path of space eternity. It's just that this powerhouse also felt that these 4 basic mysteries were mutually repelling each other. Then he probably wanted to forcefully borrow the power of space to fuse these 4 kinds of profound mysteries, and then separate the power of space. Therefore, within this law, I can feel a trace of space power, but it's not obvious. Half a year later, Yi Ching Han got a hint of this powerhouse's train of thought. There were 4 bachelor sons at home who weren't united. So, old dad rented a woman and let the 4 of them be united first. After fusing, this woman would be sent away. This was a good train of thought, but it was obvious that this path was wrong. Therefore, he concluded that the space eternity profound mystery could not be interfered with by space power. Yi Ching Han sank into deep thought. He had more or less figured out the principle of space eternity, but the only problem was that the 4 basic mysteries would not repel each other. What he needed to do was to make the 4 foundational profound mysteries not repel each other. First, he had to make them more obedient. That way, he would be able to find their point of convergence and successfully fuse them together. Time passed. Yi Ching Han didn't even look back, walking into a path of no return. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. Yi Ching Han was still deep in enlightenment. Even after the enchantress woke up, Yi Ching Han still didn't wake up. He directly went into seclusion. If he didn't fuse space eternity into his first step, then he would die. The enchantress didn't know what Yi Ching Han was comprehending. She thought that he was at a critical point in his fusion, so she couldn't leave seclusion. After waiting for several days, Yi Ching Han still didn't wake up. Finally, the enchantress had no other choice. She glared at Yi Ching Han. Then, her face was flushed red. She straightened Yi Ching Han's body and groped about, waiting for the divine tool to harden. Only then did she shyly stand up. She spread her legs, lifted her buttocks, and gently sat down. Yi Ching Han was still deep in seclusion. He didn't know that he had been forcefully taken by someone. The enchantress's perfect figure twisted and swayed back and forth on his body. Although she was incomparably shy, she seemed to be very happy, as if there was the feeling of a woman turning over and being in charge. After a long time, a boiling hot liquid wildly sprayed out. The enchantress shivered. Like a dead dog, She lay on top of Yi Qinghan's body. Looking at Yi Qinghan's faintly furrowed eyebrows, the enchantress clenched her teeth. She took out the little remaining bewitching honey in her body, and besides what she needed to restore her body, she gave all of it to Yi Qinghan. These were the last 5 years. If Yi Qinghan didn't succeed, then he would be blasted into dregs by the spells that the Soul Emperor had laid down. The enchantress had no other choice. She could only do her best to help him. "Little man, you must succeed." The enchantress looked at Yi Qinghan affectionately. Then, just like that, she lay on Yi Qinghan's body and fell into a deep sleep. She didn't seem to mind at all. Behind her, her 2 snow-white and perky buttocks stood up in the wind. Chapter 929. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Motherf asterisk cur. It's all wrong. Can these 4 laws really not be fused? Yi Qinghan was still lying quietly on the white jade bed, not moving at all, as if he had fallen into a deep slumber. However, his 2 souls were soundless, roaring in anger. Soul quietness 5th level. 2 souls, bewitching honey. The speed at which Yi Qinghan's soul revolved reached a horrifying level. Even a top-notch figure could not compare to even 1/10 of his. That was to say, comprehending for a year now was at least 10 years better than others. If one's talent was not good and their soul was not strong, even 100 years was possible. But he had comprehended for a full 13 years and did not even cross the threshold of fusing a high-grade profound mystery. This was still under the premise that there was a battle simulation to watch. Such a good opportunity, it could be said that all the benefits in the world were given to him, but he did not have any results at all. These years, he had tried countless methods, and it was unknown how many hundreds of millions of his brain cells had died. But those 4 types of basic profound mysteries were like 4 bulls, stubbornly not daring to fuse. The temptress disregarded her body's essence energy and gave him so much bewitching honey. It seemed like it was all going to be wasted. Thinking of this, Yi Qinghan became even more anxious in his heart. There were only 2 years left. The restriction above his head would come crashing down at that time and blast him into dregs. This treasure hunt would be throwing away his life. Although he was anxious, Yi Qinghan did not regret it. Since he chose this path back then, he had long put life and death out of his mind. In fact, Yi Qinghan also wanted to take a gamble. Because tens of millions of years ago, that sovereign said that by comprehending this space eternity, a divine king martial artist could rely on the power of space eternity to suppress a sovereign. Although Yi Qinghan maintained a skeptical attitude towards this sentence, he had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Once this space eternity was comprehended, his strength would absolutely multiply by several times. This feeling came somewhat baffling, but Yi Qinghan finally chose to follow his feelings. Yi Qinghan felt his heart becoming increasingly chaotic. If he continued letting his imagination run wild, not only would it not be of any use, he would even suffer from qi deviation. He decisively opened his eyes and gave up on comprehending. Yi Qinghan didn't move. He just stared at Yao Ji's beautiful face up close and smelled the faint fragrance from her body. He felt his heart become empty. The enchantress was a very charming woman. Her entire body was filled with this kind of feeling, and even her bones had this kind of aura. This was the best stunner that the heavens had given to men. If it was just their bodies, the women of the bewitching demon clan could be said to be unparalleled in the world. However, at this moment, the enchantress was sleeping quietly. In Yi Qinghan's eyes, there was no trace of seduction. On the contrary, she gave off the feeling of a delicate little woman, a little woman that could make any man feel pity for her. Yi Qinghan did not move. His brain had been working at high speed for more than 10 years. At this moment, it was rare for him to be at peace. He wanted to take a good rest. His mind began to wander aimlessly. He wanted to let go of his thoughts and relax. He recalled the first time he had met the enchantress. At that time, he had still been a puny sage realm martialist. Although he had seen countless beautiful women, he had still been shocked by the enchantress's goddess-like aura. At that time, the enchantress had been high and mighty, just like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Although Yi Qinghan liked to tease her, he actually felt a little inferior in his heart. He thought that he would never have the chance to get intimate with her. He didn't expect that his dream would come true. At this moment, he felt like he was in a dream. If not for that drop of bewitching honey of mine, do you really think you could have fused with the absolute domain in 7 years? At the thought of the enchantress's words, Yi Qinghan was filled with an inexplicable sense of gratitude towards the woman before him. If not for the enchantress's bewitching honey, he might not have been able to realize the absolute domain. When he left, he would probably have been killed by Master God's slaughter. It could be said that the enchantress had saved his life. Without the absolute domain, even if he had Xiao Hei's soul devourer, he would not have been able to get close to Master God's slaughter. He could not even move his body. What was the use of the soul devourer then? What a powerful will! Yi Qinghan recalled the scene when Master God's slaughter had released his lord's will. The space power of the entire Flame Dragon continent was under his control. That kind of overwhelming power was enough to shake people's hearts. Then, he recalled the scene outside the Flame Dragon city where Lord Devour had turned into a giant hand and used the space power everywhere to crush White-Browed Venerable. He couldn't help but sigh. The power of this will was really strong. No matter how strong an expert was, how could he resist the power of heaven and earth? No. All of a sudden, Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly opened wide, his body trembled, and he jumped up. A beam of brilliance flashed in the depths of his eyes, and his pupils actually dilated and contracted as if he was convulsing in shock. However, he didn't know that he wasn't wearing anything. As he moved violently, the deep-fried dough stick and 2 eggs were swaying in the fierce wind. The will is using the space power to oppress the enemy. Then, can I understand that the will is actually a space law? A supreme law of space? In other words, I can observe the will to comprehend the space law? Yi Qinghan didn't care. As if he had lost his mind, he walked back and forth on the white jade bed while mumbling. The more he talked, the brighter his eyes became. He became more excited, and the 2 eggs shook harder. It's like this. I'm right. I'm right. Yi Qinghan suddenly sat down on the white jade bed. He didn't look at Yao Ji. He started to watch the simulated battle. However, this time, his opponents had changed. It was a battle between 2 lord experts with wills. The scene around changed instantly. The 2 experts stood proudly in the sky. As they swung their hands, the earth and heaven shook and the clouds moved. The space power from everywhere roared and suppressed everything. Yi Qinghan's face was calm, but his pair of pure black eyes was getting brighter and brighter. Yi Qinghan watched for 3 whole months. He didn't even blink, and his eyes shone brightly. The 2 souls in his mind spun at high speed. They watched while making deductions and verifying each other. After half a year, Yi Qinghan suddenly closed his eyes, and the scene in front of him disappeared. He sat cross-legged on the white jade bed, naked. Not only did he not look obscene, but he also looked like an enlightened monk. His body unexpectedly emitted a golden light. The light became brighter and brighter until it illuminated the entire illusory palace. If an ordinary person saw Yi Qinghan at this moment, they would definitely worship him and think that an ancient god had descended. Under the light, Yao Ji's complexion quickly improved. Her furrowed brows also gradually relaxed. Her entire face actually revealed a comfortable and sweet smile in her deep sleep. It was as if she was very comfortable under the light, and very much enjoyed it. One day later, Yao Ji suddenly opened her eyes and stared blankly for a moment. Her limpid eyes suddenly widened and were filled with disbelief. This time, she had given Yi Qinghan more bewitching honey than the first time. Thus, even if she had 5 years, it would be impossible for her to fully recover. But now, in less than 4 years, she had actually completely recovered and woke up on her own? She swept out with her divine sense and was even more surprised. This was because she saw that Yi Qinghan was sitting cross-legged on the large bed, meditating in seclusion. However, his body was emitting a golden light and his appearance was solemn and dignified. His entire body emitted a kind of pressure that couldn't be approached and couldn't be resisted. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, a faint sound of thunder rang out. After Yao Ji heard this sound, her body shook and her complexion completely changed. She waved her hand and controlled the restrictions to sense the situation outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion. As a result, her eyes were filled with horror. Her jade-like hand covered her mouth as she looked at Yi Qinghan, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 930. The divine world was different from the material plane. There were no thunderstorms. But just now, in the skies outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion, there was a sudden clap of thunder. This thunder god was very large. Although the Soul Emperor Pavilion had a soundproofing spell, there was still the faint sound of thunder. It was clear just how loud and violent this thunder was. Everyone on Soul Emperor Island was frightened. On Soul Emperor Island, the truth was that there weren't many people left. Although the Soul Emperor Pavilion had unexpectedly opened and attracted countless martial artists, 3 months of time was simply too short. Many martial artists weren't fast, and by the time they arrived, the doors had already closed. They could only return in embarrassment. Of course, there was still a group of people lingering here, such as Little Firework and Li Shui, had sneaked here. Before the Soul Emperor Pavilion opened, Lord Devour and Misty Sovereign had ordered the families to arrange their people. They didn't know. At that time, Little Firework was a guest in Dripping Water Pavilion. By the time they knew, the Misty Continent's army had already departed. After the two knew, they sneaked into the teleport formation and went to Soul Emperor Island. As soon as they left, Venerable Li Quan and Lei Zhan were anxious. Dripping Spring City and Flame Dragon City immediately sent experts to chase after them. Lei Kuang was even more frightened. The Lei family also sent a group to chase after them. It was just that the teleportation array's teleportation speed was very fast. Everyone chased all the way, but they still couldn't see Li Shui, and Little Smoke's figures. Finally, when they reached Soul Emperor Island, they finally saw them. Li Shui and Little Smoke were staring at the tightly shut doors of Soul Emperor Pavilion in a daze. Although Li Shui and Little Firework's teleport was fast, they needed to cross the sea from the Blood Knight continent to Soul Emperor Island. Their strength wasn't high and they didn't dare to take the risk, so they flew directly to Soul Emperor Island. Thus, they posted a mission in the War God Pavilion to send the War God guards. They didn't expect that they would be too late. The doors of the Soul Emperor Pavilion were already closed. It was smooth on the way here, but it was troublesome to go back. First, Li Shui and Little Firework were stubborn. They decided to wait 1,000 years in the Soul Emperor Pavilion to see Yi Qing Han and Xiao Hei before returning. Flame Dragon City was Lei Zhan's subordinate. They didn't dare to disobey her. Although the Lei family had a young master, Little Firework had Lei Kuang's support. She wasn't the orphan that could be bullied. Therefore, he didn't dare to forcefully kidnap Little Firework back. Li Shui's temper was very bad. This time, Li He wasn't around, so Li Bai and the others brought people to chase after her. Although these people were elders in Dripping Spring City, they didn't dare to go against Li Shui's wishes. The second reason was that they wanted to leave, but at this moment, they didn't dare to. Soul Emperor Island was quickly surrounded by the Star Army. Not even a fly could escape. There were also more than 30 supremacies hiding in the dragon boats outside Soul Emperor Island. They couldn't fight on the Soul Emperor Island, but they could fight on the outside. 1,000 years wasn't a long time. Li Tian had already made up his mind. If he couldn't kill Yi Qing Han in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, then he would trap Yi Qing Han in the Soul Emperor Island. If he dared to step out of Soul the Arch Island, he would definitely die. Soul Emperor Island was part of the Star Sea. It was understandable that the Star Army surrounded this place. Moreover, it wasn't that they didn't allow martial artists to enter and exit this place, they just strictly inspected it. Ordinary martial artists of the Misty Continent could leave at will. However, the Li family and Lei family didn't dare to leave. They didn't dare to gamble. This was because the relationship between Li Shui and Little Firework and Yi Qing Han was too ambiguous. What if they were captured by the Star Army? Everyone was also worried about this. They prepared to leave with the Misty Continent's army after 1,000 years. At that time, the Star Army probably wouldn't have the guts to keep everyone from the Misty Continent. Of course. At this moment, on Soul Emperor Island, it wasn't just Little Firework, Li Shui and Lei family's young master Lei Ming who brought nearly 100 martial artists. There were still many martial artists who hadn't returned. Anyway, they could cultivate anywhere. This Soul Emperor Island's heaven and earth essence energy was richer than other places. At this moment, it was still a challenge period. The 8 guarding supremacies didn't chase them away. They could also cultivate here and watch the show. At this moment, there were nearly 10,000 martial artists on Soul Emperor Island. Of course, there were even more martial artists outside Soul Emperor Island. Just the Star Army alone had millions of people. Moreover, all of them were Emperor gods. Rumble! Today, millions of people had witnessed something that shocked them. It also made the martial artists who stayed behind feel that it was the right decision to stay. Above Soul Emperor Island, there was a sudden clap of thunder. This clap of thunder was ferocious. The deafening sound of thunder echoed for millions of miles. Even the martial artists from the South Mountain continent and the Blood Knight continent, the two prefectures closest to Soul Emperor Island, felt it. The strangest thing was that this divine thunder only had the sound of thunder. There was no lightning. Besides the clap of thunder, colorful auspicious clouds gathered in the sky from all directions. The heaven and earth essence energy on the entire Soul Emperor Island was extremely rich at this moment. Swish! 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 Outside Soul Emperor Island, countless dragon boats opened their shields. Figures flew out from inside. In an instant, countless figures appeared in the sky. These were the hidden supremacies. In the face of such a phenomenon, they were so shocked that they couldn't care less about hiding. Creak! The wooden houses on Soul Emperor Island were opened. These were simple temporary houses. Many martial artists who were in seclusion on Soul Emperor Island were awakened at the same time. The 8 guarding supremacies of Soul Emperor Island were also stunned. But the 8 of them didn't move. They just looked at the colorful auspicious clouds in the sky in astonishment. Uncle Feng Chi, what happened? Little Firework had already rushed out of her small room. Her delicate and flawless face was full of surprise as she looked at Feng Chi, who was guarding beside her. In the room next to her, Li Shui-er and Lei family's young master Lei Ming also came out. Everyone looked at the sky and finally at Feng Chi, waiting for him to dispel their doubts. Feng Chi was the strongest here. He was at the peak of rank 6. It was said that he had recently realized something and was about to break through to rank 7. Feng Chi's face was solemn, but there was a trace of excitement and anticipation in his eyes. He waved his hand to release a shield and said, "This? I don't know the specifics, but you should know that before Miss Shui-er's coming-of-age ceremony, there was a phenomenon in Dripping Spring City, right?" "I remember. But Senior Feng Chi, this phenomenon is different from that one. At that time, there was a huge thunderbolt. It scared me to death." Li Shui-er's face revealed a lingering fear. At that time, let alone her, all the martial artists in Dripping Spring City were shocked. The God Realm doesn't need a material plane. Feng Chi nodded, but his voice was even lower as he said, "When Mayor Lei and Empress you were talking, I listened in. It is said that Lady Jia Wu said something in the city. This phenomenon occurs because someone has comprehended a very special mystery, an incomparably profound mystery. It has shocked the heavens and earth, and the heavens and earth have given their affirmation. Bestowing source energy. Or perhaps, someone has broken through to the peak of rank 9. Oh! Everyone sighed. This was something that only powerful supremacies knew about. Of course, it shocked them. Little Firework's eyes suddenly lit up and she cried out, "Do you think it is because of Big Brother Yi?" Chapter 931. Actually, those who were familiar with Yi Ching Han were guessing if the heaven and earth phenomenon in Dripping Spring City was triggered by Yi Ching Han in the past. Because Yi Ching Han had killed Paragon Flying Snow at the God King realm, others could not help but suspect if he possessed the origin source energy. Of course, those who were familiar with Yi Ching Han would not reveal this matter. Furthermore, many of them were not so sure. Because it was highly possible that Lord Devour had given Yi Ching Han some treasures or something. But now, another heaven and earth phenomenon appeared, and the 8th level had been opened. Yi Ching Han was present at both times. Such heaven and earth phenomena were usually triggered when someone comprehended a unique profound mystery. Those who could comprehend unique profound mysteries were all weirdos. But who was weirder than Yi Ching Han in the Soul Emperor Pavilion? Yi Ching Han was able to use the Slaughter God Saber to unseal the sealed God Valley for 1,000,000 years. He relied on his God King's strength to toy with a 10 billion star army in the palm of his hand and even killed Paragon Flying Snow. Yi Ching Han could be said to be the weirdest genius in the divine realm in 1,000,000 years. Little Firework, Li Shui-er, Feng Chi, and others who were familiar with Yi Ching Han became excited. The more they thought about it, the more they felt it was possible. Lei Ming revealed a sneer by the side. But since everyone was like this, he did not want to make any noise. Nevertheless, what made everyone puzzled was that this 7-colored auspicious cloud only gathered for a while before dispersing rapidly. It disappeared without a trace. Furthermore, there was no violet lightning, and no other heaven and earth phenomenon occurred. The law of the world did not bestow any origin source energy. Nor did it bestow willpower. Many paragons were puzzled. What was the law of the world playing at? Many paragons had seen such heaven and earth phenomena before, because they would sense it the moment it appeared. Many heaven and earth phenomena had appeared in the divine realm, and many of them had sensed it. Some paragons had even gone to the scene. When paragons had a huge breakthrough, they would produce a heaven and earth phenomenon, and the world would bestow them with origin source energy. For instance, Li Kong, and the number 1 paragon below Misty Monarch. Back then, when he became a superior grade venerable, he triggered an abnormal phenomenon. Another possibility was that when someone broke through to the 9th level, the phenomenon would be even more obvious, and half of the immortal world would be shaken. Every time there was an anomaly, a bolt of divine lightning would descend, but this time, there was none. Furthermore, the speed at which the phenomenon dissipated this time was very fast. In just a moment, the colorful auspicious clouds dispersed, and the sky became clear once again. Many supreme experts became incomparably confused. Could it be that they sensed wrongly? Otherwise, why would it be different from before? And it dispersed so quickly? The 8 martial highnesses took out their communication jade talismans simultaneously and transmitted the message. Although the phenomenon this time was very strange, it was still better to report it to the sovereign. However, the Star Sea Venerable sent a message to Venerable Void Plow. Pay close attention to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Once the 9th floor opens, we must immediately send a message. What puzzled the 7 venerables was that, apart from the Stellar Sea, the other 7 sovereigns immediately sent a message over. The meaning was more or less the same, emphasizing the 9 levels of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Li Kong's reply was much simpler, only indicating that he understood. Of course, Li Kong also sent a message to the supreme experts outside the Soul Emperor Island, asking them to pay close attention to the surroundings and be more cautious. After a period of chaos, the Soul Emperor Island regained its peace once again. Although countless people were discussing in secret, no one knew what had happened, and in the end, nothing was settled. The outside of the Soul Emperor Pavilion regained its peace, but the inside of the Soul Emperor Pavilion was still incomparably bustling. The 6th level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion was even more bustling. That thunder was heard by everyone. The various legions were all roused, thinking that the entrance to the next level of the 6th level had opened. All of them rushed out from their encampments in all directions, searching for the entrance to the next level. The terrain of the 6th level was very wide, and very complicated. Even if 10,000 people were to search separately, it would still require a few days to complete the search. The various legions searched separately for a full half a month, turning the 6th level upside down once again. In the end, they still could not find the entrance to the next level. After confirming that there was no entrance, all the legion leaders' faces turned gloomy, especially His Highness Li Tian, who was incomparably furious. Of course, the only ones who were overjoyed were the martial artists of the floating mist continent. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had a strange change. At least, this thunder was a strange change in everyone's ears. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had a strange change, but this level did not have any changes from before. What did this mean? It meant that other areas of the Soul Emperor Pavilion had a strange change. The most likely possibility was that someone entered the 8th level. All the famous martial artists of the various continents' younger generation were here. Many descendants of some reclusive monarchs and some reclusive family clans were also here. But there was one person who was clearly not inside. Yi Qing Han. Although His Highness Cherry Blossom gave the order to strictly prohibit the matter of encountering Yi Qing Han from leaking out, his subordinates were too many. However, he had too many subordinates and this matter was still leaked out. Yi Qing Han had entered the 6th level earlier than the South Ridge continent's martial artists. But he was not in the 6th level now. Where did he go? He went to the 8th level. This possibility was very high. In addition, Yi Qing Han possessed the Soul Emperor's keepsake. This possibility was even higher. Boom! At the Stardust Navy Regiment's encampment, Li Tian punched the mountain peak fiercely. The violent divine power broke a row of ancient trees in front of him. Mud flew everywhere and light flashed, making Li Tian's face look even uglier. Your Highness, please calm down. A martial artist wearing the war god's robe beside him hurriedly said fearfully, Our current plan is to ally with the martial artists of the other continents. Otherwise, after Yi Qing Han obtains the treasure, he might attack us. That's right, Your Highness. If Yi Qing Han were to obtain that heaven-defying treasure of the Soul Emperors, then given how freakish his strength was in the past, it's likely that none of us here would be his match. Another guard said worriedly. Although the 12 of them were experts in joint attacks and their combined strength could resist a 6th-grade war god, they had no choice but to consider their escape route. If Li Tian was killed, not only would all of them die, but their families would also be implicated. All right, all of you, follow me to visit the leaders of the other legions. Although Li Tian was enraged, he wouldn't lose his rationality. The current plan was to ally with all the forces that could be allied to protect themselves first, then slowly plan. The Soul Emperor Island was surrounded by the Stellar Sea's supremacies. Where could Yi Qinghan run to? Yi Qinghan possessed a rare treasure, and everyone came for it and the Soul Emperor Pavilion's treasure. Right now, Yi Qinghan might have the upper hand. Many of the leaders and famous young masters of the continent understood this point. If they joined forces, they would at least be undefeatable. Li Tian visited them one by one and made many empty promises. To Li Tian's surprise, many of the legion leaders immediately agreed to form an alliance and advance and retreat together. However, what surprised Li Tian was the South Mountain Continent's Her Highness Cherry Blossom actually ignored the objections of her subordinates and announced an alliance with the Floating Continent's martial artists. What Li Tian couldn't understand was that the direct descendant of the Hidden Monarch also announced an alliance with the Floating Continent's Legion, advancing and retreating together. The atmosphere on the 6th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion gradually became tense, and it felt as though a storm was brewing. Of course, as long as nothing unexpected happened and many things weren't confirmed, the two sides wouldn't go to war yet. However, as long as a spark was dropped, the 6th floor would immediately erupt into a chaotic battle, and blood would flow like a river. Chapter 932. Why is there a worldly phenomenon? What did this little man realize? In the Dream Palace, Yao Ji looked at the ancient godlike Yi Qinghan, her face filled with astonishment. The worldly phenomenon above Soul Emperor Island, in addition to the phenomenon that appeared on Yi Qinghan's body, Yao Ji did not need to think to know that this worldly phenomenon was caused by Yi Qinghan. Yao Ji's limpid eyes turned several times. She suddenly thought of something and murmured in surprise, "Heavens! Could it be space eternity? This little man has really fused space eternity into the basics?" The more Yao Ji thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. This was because 10 years ago, Yi Qinghan had been trying to fuse this heaven-defying profound mystery. And tens of millions of years ago, Supremacy Void Space had also said that once space eternity was fused, it could suppress supremacies. After so many years, no one had been able to fuse this profound mystery. This meant that this profound mystery was truly heaven-defying. It made sense that the worldly laws gave birth to this phenomenon. This little man hasn't even cultivated for 100 years, right? This talent, this perception, if he can successfully fuse them, he will definitely become the #1 peerless genius in the divine realm for billions of years. Yao Ji revealed an intoxicating smile. She looked at Yi Qinghan, wishing she could hug him tightly and have 300 rounds with him. No matter what woman, no matter how strong she was, when her man became strong and accomplished, she would always feel incomparably happy and excited. Yi Qinghan knew nothing about the outside world. At this moment, he was very excited. This was because he felt that he had found a point of convergence for these 4 profound mysteries. There was a high chance that he could fuse them. As his thoughts ran wild, he suddenly had an idea. He wanted to use his will to perceive space eternity. In the end, he really did realize a trace of truth. Or rather, he found a way to fuse them. He repeatedly looked at the form of will release and discovered something very strange. Will was actually the power of space. Using the power of space to suppress the enemy. How could a martial artist easily resist the power of the heavens and earth? As Yi Qinghan looked at the form of will release, he discovered that the will did not contain the basic mysteries of the power of space. Instead, he saw 4 basic mysteries: space fluctuation, space lock, space stillness, and space oscillation. This was a very strange thing. Will represented the power of space, but there were no mysteries of the power of space in it. After further observation, Yi Qinghan came to another conclusion. The will indeed did not contain the profound mysteries of space force. Space locking and the other 3 profound mysteries combined and intertwined with each other to form a powerful space force. It had become a will. In other words, when the 4 profound mysteries interacted with each other, they would create a powerful spatial energy. Forming will, forming spatial oppression. Yi Qinghan could not figure out why such a phenomenon would occur. Yi Qinghan even felt that the theory he comprehended was wrong. Without the profound mysteries of space force, How could it form such a powerful space force in the end? This was contradictory and didn't make sense at all. But this didn't stop Yi Ching Han from using the principles of will release, spatial ripples, and the other 4 profound mysteries to fuse with his own eternal profound mysteries of space. This was because will and space eternity had one thing in common. They both didn't have the profound mystery of space, but they had the other 4 profound mysteries. If the 4 profound mysteries of spatial ripples were forcefully fused together, they would repel and resist each other. But the method of combining these 4 profound mysteries within his will was completely different. He didn't allow the 4 profound mysteries to fuse together. Instead, he used them separately, affecting each other and connecting them through spatial ripples. In truth, this caused Yi Ching Han to be somewhat puzzled. This method of combining was somewhat similar to an absolute domain. Space locking and space ripples were released one after another, followed by spatial stillness. Like a link, the spatial ripples and spatial ripples were fused together, finally forming an absolute domain. But now the spatial ripples were used as a link, and the other 3 profound mysteries were released simultaneously. Then, through spatial ripples, the other 3 profound mysteries interwove together, resonating with each other and finally triggering an indescribable power. Was this space eternity? These 4 profound mysteries were like 4 people preparing to perform a classic song. If the 4 of them were to sing together, it would definitely be a mess. But now, there was a conductor, a pianist, a guitarist, and a drummer. Under the conductor's direction, the other 3 would perform on their own, not caring about the others. They would only listen to the conductor's orders. That way, they would be able to perfectly perform a beautiful piece of music. This was the principle that Yi Ching Han comprehended. But in order to simulate this state, Yi Ching Han had suffered greatly. A person's soul could only think of 2 things at the same time. For example, Zhou Batong could use both his hands to fight and multitask. But could he multitask? If he could, then that person's soul was already in chaos. In other words, that person had already gone crazy. But Yi Ching Han was different. Yi Ching Han had 2 souls. In theory, if one soul could multitask, then 2 souls could multitask. But in reality, it was extremely difficult. Because of this, Yi Ching Han's soul nearly fell into chaos, causing his soul sea to collapse. Fortunately, Yi Ching Han had a miraculous item. It was something that Yi Ching Han originally thought had no special effect. Soul Jade. Just as Yi Ching Han's soul was swollen and uncomfortable, the Soul Jade emitted a faint light, causing his soul to feel cool and comfortable. It instantly woke him up and calmed down. The Rain Empress had said that the Soul Jade had a special effect, but Yi Ching Han had never discovered it. In the past, his soul was incomparably powerful, and he had never encountered a situation where his soul was in chaos. But now, he finally knew that this Soul Jade was indeed a treasure. It was also worth an astronomical amount of divine stones. 2 souls, each controlling 2 profound mysteries at the same time, and the trajectory, angle, and direction of the release could not be the slightest bit off. This was incomparably difficult. It was like a person controlling 4 bows with his hands and feet, but he had to shoot at 4 birds flying in different directions at the same time. The 5th level of soul quietness, the bewitching honey, gave Yi Ching Han a freakish soul circulation speed. Moreover, Yi Ching Han had 2 souls and a treasure like the Soul Jade. These conditions could be said to be heaven-defying. But Yi Ching Han had only succeeded once after hundreds of millions of simulations. At the moment of success, Yi Ching Han's entire soul was incomparably excited. Because he had successfully found the point of convergence, and the fusion was initiated. This space eternity, as long as he continued to extrapolate, it was entirely possible for him to achieve great success. The golden light on Yi Ching Han's body gradually faded. Under the large eyes of the enchantress, Yi Ching Han finally opened his eyes slowly. His eyes were filled with exhaustion. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. "Little man, have you mastered the space eternity fusion?" The enchantress's limpid eyes released a dazzling light. She pounced over and grabbed Yi Ching Han's hand, her face full of hope. "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." Yi Ching Han's lips moved with difficulty, and he nodded. Then, his eyes rolled back, and he directly collapsed onto the enchantress's chest. His entire head was buried in the deep ravine of the enchantress's chest, and he fainted. "Good job, little man. You are definitely the #1 genius in the history of the immortal realm." The enchantress's body trembled, and a bright smile appeared on her face. She hugged Yi Qinghan's head, and gently stroked his black hair, her face full of pride. No matter how strong a woman was, or how strong a woman was, after knowing that their man had done something earth-shattering, they would all be extremely excited and proud of him. At this moment, the enchantress's heart finally accepted this little man. This man who was much younger than her. Chapter 933. Yi Qinghan slept for more than a month before waking up. He had overworked his brain and used both his souls too frequently. His soul had sunk into a deep slumber. When he opened his eyes, he saw two white jade peaks swaying in front of him. The peaks were tall and straight, and very beautiful. They were as white as jade, sparkling and translucent. There were two pink cherries at the top of the peaks, trembling slightly. The scenery was enchanting. Yi Qinghan subconsciously stuck out her tongue and gently licked the peak of the mountain. Then she leaned over and sucked on a cherry in her mouth. Hee hee. To let Yi Qinghan sleep more comfortably, Yaoji let him rest on her belly. She didn't expect that Yi Qinghan would act up the moment he woke up. She chuckled and said, "Little man, don't mess around. Get up." Yi Qinghan inhaled for a while more before sitting up with an unsatisfied expression. However, his hand once again reached over and began to knead in a very dishonest manner. Yaoji's breasts were soft and bouncy. Her skin was smooth and fragrant. He liked it very much. Yaoji rolled her eyes and slapped his hand away. Then, with a wave of her hand, the veil wrapped around her perfect body. However, it was faintly discernible, making her even more alluring. "Little man, your law realm and soul realm have reached the requirements, right? There isn't much time left until the 20 years promise." Yaoji sat up and asked. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to be careless. He quickly gestured for Yaoji to wait. Then, he sat cross-legged and started to inspect his soul. After a round of inspection, Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. His two soul seas had doubled in size. He had reached the peak of God King Realm. Just one more step and he would reach God the Arch Realm. Needless to say, he had already fused eternal space to the third level of God King Realm. As long as he fused eternal space to the Great Success stage, he could step into God the Arch Realm. Yi Qinghan didn't care much about Law Realm. Although eternal space looked awesome, it didn't have any offensive mysteries. They were all control and support mysteries. Their offensive and defensive powers weren't great. Of course, this was only compared to his origin power. What made Yi Qinghan excited was that his soul quietude was about to reach the God Emperor realm. Once he stepped into the God Emperor realm, he would have the strength of a 7th-grade war god. Soul Destroyer, Demonic Note, and Soul Confusion would all have a great increase in attack power. Yi Qinghan was very clear about the attacking power of a God the Arch Realm Soul Cultivator. Back then, Mo Xiaoxiao had single-handedly killed hundreds of thousands of God bandits in the Phoenix Glow mountain range. He had personally witnessed the methods of Li He and the Rain Empress. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan reckoned that once his soul-in-laws reached the God the Arch Realm, he would be able to instantly release his origin energy. With his overall strength, he could easily kill a group of 7th-grade war gods. Due to the existence of the art of concealment, he had a greater chance of staying alive when fighting against a venerable Xiao He. Yi Qinghan thought of Xiao He in the war beast space. Almost 20 years had passed. How much had his soul improved? He immediately sent a telepathic message to wake up Xiao He. Boss, you called for me? Xiao He stood up in the war beast space with sleepy eyes. He was stunned for a moment before he sent a telepathic message. Yi Qinghan's lips curled into a smile as he sent a telepathic message. Check your soul. What realm have you reached? Xiao He shook his adorable little head and started to check. Then, he suddenly trembled and his eyes widened. He said in disbelief, Boss, I have reached the peak of the God King realm. I feel like I can step into the God the Arch realm at any time. What? Yi Qinghan was also shocked. He originally thought that Xiao He was only affected by him and his soul had grown a little. He did not expect him to directly reach the peak of the God King realm from the 3rd tier of the God King realm. The 5th level of soul quietude was actually so abnormal? Xiao He, come out. Yi Qinghan stood up, took out a green robe, and put it on. Then, he summoned Xiao He. Shi Yan rubbed his head, then turned to the Yao Ji. Xiao Hei feels that his soul can break through to the god the Arch realm at any time. I'm going to give him a strange fruit. Do you think it's okay? It's the top soul strange fruit in the Seal God Valley. It's best to take it at the critical moment of breaking through. Lord Devour said that when Xiao Hei's soul reaches the god the Arch realm, it can help Xiao Hei transform. Wow, a top soul strange fruit. Xiao Hei looked at the fruit in Yi Qinghan's hand and screamed. He had wanted to eat this fruit for a long time, but Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour didn't let him. It was reasonable for him to eat it at this critical moment. This fruit has such a strong and pure soul energy. The Yao Ji received the fruit, but she didn't know what it was. Pondering for a while, her red lips parted. You guys wait here for a while. Yi Qinghan nodded. He didn't dare to make a decision like this. The Yao Ji sat on the bed, closing her eyes. Then, the barrier of the dream palace glowed all of a sudden. On the rooftop of the soul-devouring city, Lord Devour was sitting under the grape trellis, reading a book. All of a sudden his brows twitched, lifting his head. Madame Jiao was also startled, looking at Lord Devour in astonishment. Haha, Xiao Hei has finally grown up. Seems like little Han's trip to the Soul Emperor Island is effective, Lord Devour smiled and said faintly. Then, he stooped to read his book again. However, Madame Jiao didn't understand it. However, as Lord Devour didn't want to explain, she kept silent in bewilderment. Soul Emperor Pavilion. The Yao Ji didn't close her eyes for a long time. She opened her eyes and sent a message to Yi Qinghan. I just sent a message to Jia Wu through the Soul Emperor Pavilion. She said that your fruit has pure soul energy. You can use it without worry. However, she said that once Xiao Hei's soul breaks through to the God Emperor realm, you should find a way to bring it back to the soul-devouring city. Yi Qinghan nodded excitedly. As Lord Devour had sent him a message, there was no problem. He took the fruit from the Yao Ji and gave it to Xiao Hei, smiling. Xiao Hei, eat it and refine it immediately. After you've refined it, your soul will definitely break through to the God Emperor realm. At that time, I'll bring you back to the soul-devouring palace and ask Lord Devour to transform you. Then, you can become a human and marry Li Shui, Haha. Waha. Xiao Hei rolled in the air excitedly and shouted, Lord Xiao Hei, am finally going to transform. Waha, big brother, I want to become a handsome man like you. Then, I can flirt with pretty girls like you. It's my biggest wish. As soon as Yi Qinghan heard this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He turned his head to look at the Yao Ji's smiling yet not smiling expression. Feeling awkward, he lightly coughed and said, Little Black, do you want to eat or not? I'm going to eat it if you don't. Swoosh. Xiao Hei turned into a shadow and grabbed the fruit in Yi Qinghan's hand. He swallowed it and made a face at Yi Qinghan. Then, he lay on the bed and closed his eyes to refine the fruit. Yi Qinghan took Xiao Hei back into the beast fighting space and told the Yao Ji about his situation. Although his soul had reached the peak of God King realm, he didn't feel like Xiao Hei would enter the God Emperor realm at any moment. Thus, he didn't swallow the fruit immediately. Each person could only eat one fruit in their lifetime, and it had to be swallowed at the most critical moment. The Yao Ji was relieved. She pondered for a while and said, Little man, congratulations on completing your first challenge. Now, it's your second challenge. You have 5.5 years. You have to find a way to increase your attack and defense because after 5.5 years, you'll be sent to the 6th floor. There are almost 10,000 people on the 6th floor, and they're all elites. Half of them are God Emperors. You have to defeat or kill them all. Chapter 934. Mother Asterisk Cur. Yi Qinghan was infuriated when he thought of the second challenge. The Soul Emperor was throwing him over the fire to roast. He only had 5 years. Most importantly, he couldn't use his origin power or escape technique. He could only rely on laws and soul skills. If he could use them, he wouldn't be afraid even if there were 100 times the number of people. 5 years was probably not enough time to comprehend the eternal space. Furthermore, he wasn't sure if this eternal space had any special abilities without reaching the large success stage. If it was just an ordinary high-grade profound mystery, then he could only commit suicide. Sigh. Even the combat Imperial Hall can't enter the restrictions of this damned place. Otherwise, with my current strength, I might be able to remove the restrictions of those secret skills. Yi Qinghan's mind worked quickly as he started to analyze. He could use the first ability so close yet worlds apart. He believed that no one on the 6th level could match his current speed. Second soul skill, Heavenly Demonic Voice, Soul Extermination. However, the Heavenly Demonic Voice didn't have any attack power. It only had a hallucinatory effect. Furthermore, a God Emperor might not have much of an effect. Soul Extermination was a single target attack. It was useless in group battles. Third combination combat skill, Soul Chaos and Soul Devourer. Soul Chaos was a group attack, but it might not be effective against the same God Emperor. Soul Devourer was definitely ferocious. No one on the 6th level could block it. Unfortunately, it was a single target attack. There was also the Dragon Soar Saber, Slaughter God Saber, and Battle Sage Secret Technique. These were also single target attacks. They wouldn't be of much use in group battles. Yi Qinghan thought about it. The most troublesome thing was that he didn't have any defensive skills or powerful group attack skills. Without a strong defense, he would be easily killed in a chaotic battle. If he had a powerful group attack skill, then he could use it to replace his defense. There's no other way. I can only comprehend the laws while cultivating my soul. Hopefully, my soul will reach the God Emperor realm in 5 years. At that time, I can only rely on the speed of so close, yet worlds apart to fight guerrilla warfare. Sigh, if only I had mastered the Soul Poison Jade Saber back in the Star Sea. Who could get close to me with it? Yi Qinghan thought for a while but didn't have any good ideas. He opened his eyes and sighed helplessly. What's wrong? Little man. Are you not confident? Yao Ji said nervously when she saw Yi Qinghan's expression. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had many treasures and also powerful secret manuals. But, Yao Ji had to abide by the Soul Emperor's rules. Yi Qinghan didn't lie to her. He honestly said, yes, I don't have any AoE skills or powerful defensive skills. I don't have confidence in mastering eternal space in 5 years. Sigh. It's all my fault. If I were outside, I would have mastered those area of effect soul skills. Yao Ji raised an eyebrow and asked doubtfully, you know a group attack soul skill? Wasn't there still 5 years? Why don't you meditate now? I'm lacking a few materials and herbs to refine soul poison. Yi Qinghan shook his head and said with a bitter smile. Kiki. Hearing this, the enchantress laughed. She laughed so beautifully that Yi Qinghan was confused. Her 2 towering breasts trembled. After a long time, she finally stopped laughing and said, where is this place? It's the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Little man, where can you find more materials than the Soul Emperor Pavilion? Yi Qinghan's spirit shook. He happily and expectantly asked, I can use the materials here? You can't, but I can. Yao Ji faintly smiled and said, although the Soul Emperor has set down rules that many things cannot be touched, materials can be used. Speak, what materials do you need? Essence of ice, aconite, venom of toad. These are at most tens of thousands of years old. Of course, it's better if it's 100,000 years old. Yi Qinghan quickly listed out 9 types of herbs, then looked at the demoness with a face full of hope. He couldn't lack any of these materials. The Empress Rain said that these materials were extremely rare. Not only were they precious materials for refining soul poison, but they were also top-quality materials for refining pills. What kind of expression is that? Yao Ji rolled her eyes at Yi Qinghan and proudly said, what is 100,000 years old? The Soul Emperor Pavilion has these materials, and they are all million years old. The Soul Emperor Pavilion has all the rare and precious materials in the divine world. Hee, what the Soul Emperor Pavilion has, the divine world doesn't. 1 million years old. Yi Qinghan's eyes brightened. The Empress Rain said that the older the material, the stronger the poison and the more powerful it would be. The Empress Rain's family clan was one of the top 5 great clans of the South Mountain continent, but they could only obtain 100,000 years old. Yao Ji said that there were many million years old. Yao Ji gently smiled. Her body flashed and she disappeared from the white jade bed. A moment later, she tossed 9 jade boxes to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan quickly looked through them and discovered that they were exactly the same as the Empress Rain had described. He was in a good mood. He hugged Yao Ji and fiercely kissed her, causing her to laugh out loud. Refining soul poison was not a small matter. Yi Qinghan did not dare to be careless. He threw the materials to the side and said seriously, "The Soul Emperor Pavilion's guardian, Lady Yao Ji, I, Yi Qing Han, with my status as the Soul Emperor Pavilion's master, request to open the Illusory Palace's advanced function. Of course, if you dare to use the bewitching honey again, I would rather not open it." When Yao Ji heard this, she also said seriously, "With my status as the Soul Emperor Pavilion's guardian, I officially reply that the function can be opened. As for the bewitching honey, even if you want it, it's gone." "That's good. Hee, that's good." When Yi Qing Han heard this, he immediately smiled mischievously and reached his hand into the veil. He grasped the high ground and raised his eyebrows. He smiled ambiguously and said, "Are you on top or am I on top?" Yao Ji softly moaned and her face flushed red. Her body softened and she did not speak. She only spread her legs apart. The nearly 10,000 martial artists on the 6th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion were all confused. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had undergone a strange change, but after several years, there was no movement at all. This caused everyone to be startled and confused. What the hell is going on? Is the Soul Emperor trying to play us to death? Li Xiaosha's temper was becoming increasingly irritable. He had stayed in the Soul Emperor Pavilion for 24 years, and besides the strange change that had occurred a few years ago, nothing special had happened. Although he knew that this treasure hunt would take up to 1,000 years, he couldn't just stay here forever. And most importantly, he didn't know when these days would come to an end. A group of young masters couldn't cultivate here because no one knew where the guardian beast would appear from. They wanted to play but there was no fun. To them, these days were simply torture. "AI, young Master Li, calm down. There will always be a turning point." Meng Lang comforted Li Xiaosha. But he discovered that his mood had also become slightly irritable. He looked at the mountain peaks on the left and right for a while before gradually calming down. Because of the strange change in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the countless legions on the 6th floor had been completely divided into two camps. The Hidden Monarch's army had also moved to the mountain peak on the left of the Misty Continent, forming a corner with Highness Cherry Blossom's army. They coordinated with the Misty Continent's forces and prepared to resist Li Tian's forces. So many years had passed, but the entrance to the next floor had not been discovered or opened. But the alliance between the two sides still existed. However, the atmosphere was not as tense as before. However, several months later, 24 years and 9 months after the Soul Emperor Pavilion had opened, the 6th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion experienced another strange change. This caused the atmosphere on the 6th floor to become tense again. This strange change came from a voice. It was a pleasant female voice. This voice resounded through the entire 6th floor, and all the martial artists could hear it clearly. 3 months later, the Soul Emperor Pavilion's Quasi-Master, Yi Qing Han, will challenge everyone on the 6th floor. Anyone who kills Yi Qing Han will become the next Quasi-Master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion and obtain the treasures of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. They will also have the chance to ascend to the 9th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. When the voice stopped, all the martial artists on the 6th floor were stunned. Instantly they went berserk. Li Tian stood up with a thud. His eyes revealed a sinister glint. After pondering for a moment, without any hesitation, he gave a loud order. "Send a message to all the Alliance martial artists to attack the Misty Continent's army. At the same time, send a message to Highness Cherry Blossom and the Hidden Monarch. Either we join forces and kill the Misty Continent's martial artists, or die." Chapter 935. The message from the Alliance came quickly. The 4 continents' armies, a small group army, and Li Tian's army had about 6,500 people. Under Li Tian's orders, they quickly gathered at Li Tian's side and prepared to attack. The situation was very clear. Yi Qing Han had entered the 8th floor. They were trapped here because of the Soul Emperor Pavilion's guards. They were to be used as Yi Qing Han's whetstones. Yi Qing Han had to defeat them or kill them in order to obtain the Soul Emperor Pavilion's supreme treasure and become the master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If they wanted to survive and obtain the treasure, they had to kill Yi Qing Han. Since Yi Qing Han could defeat them, then their lives were in Yi Qing Han's hands. Therefore, there was no room for maneuver. If Yi Qing Han didn't die, then they would. For the Soul Emperor Pavilion's treasure and Yi Qing Han's treasure, they had to fight to the death. Since they had to fight, then the first thing they had to do was to kill all of Yi Qing Han's helpers. First was the Floating Mist Continent's martial artists. Regardless of whether they were on the same side as Yi Qinghan, they had to be killed. This concerned his life and death. Li Tian didn't dare to gamble. Similarly, the other 5 army leaders didn't dare to gamble either. Li Tian predicted that the Cherry Blossom Highness and the Hidden Monarch's armies wouldn't dare to gamble either. Even if they didn't join the alliance, they would remain neutral. After all, Yi Qinghan was everyone's enemy now. However, the Cherry Blossom Highness and the Hidden Monarch's armies didn't agree to the alliance. They didn't even reply. This surprised Li Tian. He didn't dare to make any rash moves. He waved his hand and invited the 5 army leaders over. To be able to become an army leader, they were either the strongest or the most respected. For example, the Blood Knight Continent's army leader was Blood Knight City's #1 young master, Blood Fiend King. His strength was at the peak of the God King realm. But he was the direct descendant of the Blood Knight monarch. For example, the leader of that small group, Emperor Hao. He had just entered the God Emperor realm not too long ago. On the surface, his nomological abilities were at the peak of 4th grade. However, in the Myriad Gods Cave in the Stellar Sea, he had obtained an ancient secret technique. His overall abilities were at the peak of 5th grade War God. Greetings, everyone. There's no need to say anything else. I just sent someone to send a message to Nanling and the Hidden Monarch, but I haven't received a reply yet. So, I've gathered everyone to hear everyone's opinions. Li Tian had a faint smile on his face, and his bearing was composed. He really had the aura of a supreme expert. The Blood Fiend Monarch, who was clad in blood-red battle armor, emitted a murderous aura from his eyes. He waved his hand and said in an overbearing manner, "Young Master Li, why do you care so much? We'll just kill our way there. If the 2 sides are blind, we'll just destroy them together." As soon as he said that, the leader of the Grace Mainland's Legion, a middle-aged man with a serious appearance and temperament, waved his hand. "Don't rush. We should wait. If they don't reply in 2 hours, then they can't blame us. Whoever dares to help the martial artists of the Misty Continent will be killed as well. We have more than 6,000 people, and even if all of them add up, they have more than 3,000 people. Do you think they can overturn the sky?" All right. Everyone felt that this was logical. Anyway, that female voice had said that Yi Qinghan would only appear in another 3 months. There was no hurry. Everyone gathered together to discuss the various formations, attacks, and defenses. Since it was a matter of life and death for everyone automatically twisted into a rope and tightly united. They had already formed an alliance a few years ago. It was no longer possible for them to betray the past. They could only unite as one and advance and retreat together. After waiting for 6 hours, there was still no reply from both sides. Everyone couldn't wait any longer and didn't intend to wait any longer. The discussion had already been concluded. Li Tian waved his hand heavily, and the 6 leaders flew down the mountain under the protection of their subordinates. Then, they started to run towards the Misty Continent's Legion according to the formation that they had discussed. The discussion had already been concluded, but the Misty Continent side was in an uproar. First, it was Li Xiaoxia and the rest. When they heard the female voice, they were all ecstatic. Even Li Xiaoxia and the rest were shouting excitedly. However, the Viper Wargod's faint reminder immediately made everyone feel as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on them. Then the scout who was scouting the situation outside reported back, which made everyone's bodies even colder. Li Tian had started to gather his troops. The 5 legions were heading towards Li Tian's encampment. Li Xiaoxia and the group of young masters panicked. Although they were all young masters in the Misty Continent and had a large group of subordinates with them, they had seen many big scenes. But they basically had no experience in such a big battle, especially when the difference in strength between them and the enemy was too great. At this moment, Viper War Immortal stood out. The young masters then realized that there was a reason why Dancing Phoenix City and Longyang Manor recommended this young god emperor as one of the commanders of the legions. Just as everyone was panicking, Viper War Immortal calmly ordered all the scouts to move out and pay close attention to the situation on the 6th floor. At the same time, he asked Elong War Immortal to start building defensive arrays around the encampment. After doing all this, he calmly asked Li Xiaoxia and young Master Meng Lang to send a message to Her Highness Cherry Blossom and the Concealed Monarch's men, asking them to come and discuss the important matter. Elong War Immortal wasn't strong, but he was proficient in some small arrays. And he actually brought along 5 array masters. It was as though he expected this day to happen. In addition, Viper War Immortal had a calm temperament and was able to command without a trace of panic. All the young masters felt slightly relieved. Li Xiaoxia and young master Meng Lang immediately took out their communication jade talismans and started to send messages to Her Highness Cherry Blossom and the leader of the Concealed Monarch. The leader of the Concealed Monarch, Meng Lang, had paid a visit before. The leader was a martial artist wearing golden battle armor and called himself Ni. Young master Meng Lang didn't converse much with him because this young master Ni had a cold personality. He only stated that he would advance and retreat together with the Misty Continent's men. When the message was sent out, Hidden Monarch Legion's young master Ni replied very quickly and immediately arrived. In just a short moment, young master Ni only brought a few subordinates and rushed over. Her Highness Cherry Blossom's reply was also very fast, but there was still no sign of her. It wasn't that Her Highness Cherry Blossom didn't want to come over, but she had an argument with her subordinates. A very serious argument. Your Highness, please reconsider. Li Tian's men are already heading over here. They have double the number of martial artists that we have. Furthermore, Your Highness, don't forget our original intention of coming here. If not, let's maintain our neutrality. More than 1,000 martial artists knelt on one knee in front of Her Highness Cherry Blossom. Over a dozen young masters in front of them bowed to Her Highness Cherry Blossom. These young masters shouted in unison. Her Highness Cherry Blossom's face couldn't be seen due to her helmet, but her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. These people were usually very respectful to her, but at this critical juncture, all of them decisively disobeyed her will. She had just explained the situation and her intentions, but all of them actually objected. After waiting for everyone to finish speaking, Her Highness Cherry Blossom then waved her hand heavily and yelled out, "I have made up my mind. Those who are willing, follow me. Those who are not, maintain your neutrality. Of course, if you want to defect to Li Tian's side, I have no objections." Chapter 936. Her Highness Cherry Blossom walked out with her 12 guards. Over a dozen young masters and hundreds of God Emperor experts looked at each other. Finally, they sighed deeply and followed Her Highness Cherry Blossom down the mountain. If Her Highness Cherry Blossom died, they were all going to die, and even their clans would be implicated. It might be dangerous to go to the Misty Continent now, but it wasn't completely hopeless. Most importantly, things had happened too suddenly. They had no way to deal with it and could only follow Her Highness Cherry Blossom. When Her Highness Cherry Blossom arrived, the martial artists of the Misty Continent were energized. Li Xiaoxia and young master Meng Lang personally came to the foot of the mountain to welcome them. Her Highness Cherry Blossom heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the young masters behind her. However, when she saw their gloomy faces, she transmitted a message. 3 months later, you will understand how correct my decision was. Her Highness Cherry Blossom and the group went up the mountain under the lead of Li Xiaoxia and young master Meng Lang. The Viper War God welcomed everyone at the peak of the mountain. Everyone sat down in a simple hall. This hall was built by Viper War God many years ago. At that time, Li Xiaoxia said that Viper War God was too bored. Now, it seemed like he had a strategy planned. Seeing Viper War God sitting at the top, Li Xiaoxia and Meng Lang didn't have any objections. Young Master Ni and Her Highness Cherry Blossom knew that this was the true leader of the Misty Continent. They quickly exchanged conventional greetings and introduced themselves. Then, they turned serious and prepared to discuss official matters. Young Master Ni's personality seemed to be especially cold. After he entered, he only spoke a few short sentences, and each sentence was short and straightforward. At this moment, Her Highness Cherry Blossom had already taken off her helmet, but he was still wearing his golden helmet. His eyes were cold as he looked at Viper War God and spoke first. "Viper War God, let's get to the point. Do you have a plan to defeat the enemy? If not, we can only remain neutral." The atmosphere in the hall was originally quite good, but young Master Ni's words caused the atmosphere to become tense. Everyone looked at Viper War God with flickering eyes as they pondered the meaning of young Master Ni's words. Once Li Tian announced the alliance, young Master Ni immediately indicated that he would advance and retreat with the people of the Misty Continent. After the message was sent, young Master Ni didn't say a word and immediately brought people over. Now, his first sentence was so straightforward. He. The Viper War God still maintained the appearance of a middle-aged man. His face was calm, and there was no aura coming from his body. He was just like an ordinary warrior. There were dozens of young masters in the main hall, And all of them were looking at Jiang Yi with burning eyes. Jiang Yi's expression didn't change at all, and he even let out a slight smile. He looked at young Master and I and said, "Young Master and I think you actually don't want to form an alliance with us, right? Allying with us in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, or should I say allying with City Lord Yi Qinghan? I'm afraid. This is the order of your family's monarch?" Hua! The Viper War God's indifferent words were like a boulder being thrown into a calm lake, causing a commotion. Especially the members on young Master Ni's side. All of them looked at the Viper War God in disbelief. It seemed like they wanted to see if the Viper War God was an impersonator or if there was something wrong with his brain. Young Master Ni's eyes emitted two dazzling radiance as he stared at the Viper War God. His aura presence flourished, and there was even a hint of killing intent within the violent aura presence. However, it was only for a flash. The performance of young Master Ni's men had verified the authenticity of the Viper War God's words. Li Xiaosha and the other young masters were even more convinced of the Viper War God. The people on Her Highness Cherry Blossom's side also revealed astonished and puzzled expressions. A moment later, young Master Ni regained his composure and spoke coldly. "So what if I am? Even if His Majesty did, the situation is so serious now. Even if I disobey His Majesty won't blame me. After all, our lives are our own." Haha, young Master and I can understand your feelings. I'm afraid there are some people on Her Highness Cherry Blossom's side who aren't willing, right? The Viper War God cupped his hands politely. Then he swept his gaze across the troops on Cherry Blossom Highness's side and said indifferently, "But don't worry. As long as we work together, we will definitely win. Moreover, City Lord Yi will definitely reward us generously." Is the Viper War God that confident? Her Highness the Cherry Blossom Highness smiled, sweeping away the awkward atmosphere in the hall. Her beautiful face, under her golden curls, appeared even more charming and passionate. Her Highness Cherry Blossom was also interested in the Viper War God's confidence. Although she was determined to help this side, her heart was actually very restless. The Viper War God nodded slightly at Her Highness the Cherry Blossom Highness and said with a smile, "No one has been able to enter the 8th floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion for so many years. However, City Lord Yi has entered. What does this mean? City Lord Yi brought along a 7th grade war god and 100 martial artists, yet he was able to wage war against the Star Sea. He even killed a supremacy with his own hands. His strength goes without saying. Now that he has come down from the 8th floor, his strength will definitely increase by another level. Therefore, as long as we can hold on for 3 months and wait for City Lord Yi to come down, we will definitely win." Everyone nodded. Yi Qinghan was famous. If he really obtained the Soul Emperor's treasure, he might really be able to sweep away everyone on the 6th floor. Although Her Highness the Cherry Blossom Highness's side had clashed with Yi Qinghan hadn't revealed his formidable strength. However, his ability to casually activate the restrictions was already very abnormal. Then how can we hold on for 3 months? We only have 3,000 people, but Li Tian's side has twice as many people. Furthermore, in terms of the average strength of the martial artists, they are definitely stronger than us. Her Highness the Cherry Blossom Highness once again said with a smile. All the martial artists in the hall had a glint in their eyes. This was the most crucial question. If they couldn't hold on, they would all be dead before Yi Qinghan came down. The Viper War God laughed heartily and stood up happily. His aura surged violently as he said in a deep voice, "If I can guarantee that the enemy can only attack from a small entrance on this mountain, do you think we can hold on for 3 months?" What? Everyone in the hall was stunned. Li Xiaosha even exclaimed in shock. Everyone looked at the Viper War God in disbelief. Although the mountain where the Misty Continent was stationed was steep, it was like flat ground to a god-rank martial artist. The enemy could attack them from all directions. If it was really as the Viper War God said, that the enemy could only attack from a small entrance, then the 3,000 of them could easily hold on for 3 months. Creak. The door to the hall suddenly opened. Elong War God walked in and cupped his hands towards everyone. He then smiled and said to the Viper War God, "Big brother, the arrangements have been made." Hee hee. The Viper War God cupped his hands towards everyone and smiled mysteriously. "If you don't believe me, you can follow me to take a look. Then you will know for sure." Chapter 937. The 6th level's terrain was very complicated and spacious. If one wanted to explore the entire level, it would take at least half a month. However, Li Tian and his men only took half a day to reach the 6th level. Half a day was enough to investigate many things clearly. For example, the troops from Nanling Continent and the Hidden Monarch Army had all arrived at the floating continent's base. Since the situation was so clear, the people from Li Tian's side didn't stand on ceremony. At this moment, there was no longer any sense of camaraderie. It was either you die or I live. Moreover, the martial artists from Li Tian's side didn't care at all. More than 6,000 people versus 3,000 people. Everyone's strength was about the same. There was no suspense at all. The martial artists from Li Tian's side only scanned the area below the mountain peak. Without any hesitation, they split into 4 teams and attacked from all 4 sides of the mountain peak simultaneously. Kill! More than 6,000 experts shouted at the same time from all 4 directions. Their murderous intent surged into the sky and shook the earth. The violent aura caused the space around the mountain peak to vibrate. Chilly winds howled and the trees below the mountain peak rustled. Wang! 3 rays of light suddenly lit up. They were like 3 walls erected in 3 different directions of the mountain peak. These 3 light walls shot into the sky and formed a semicircle, surrounding the entire mountain peak. Only a small opening was left. This wasn't important. What was important was that these 3 light walls were tens of thousands of meters tall and were connected to the restrictions in the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 parties stopped in their tracks and didn't dare to move recklessly. They were shocked. If these light walls triggered the restrictions, they would all die if a few divine lightning struck down. Many martial artists recognized this light wall. It was like a high-level spatial esoteric, spatial confinement. However, this spatial confinement was different from the ones they had seen before. This was because a normal spatial confinement would completely confine a space. It was like a square glass bottle. However, there wasn't a light wall at the top and it wasn't completely sealed. Instead, there was an opening. Most importantly, this light wall was actually connected to the restrictions in the sky. Moreover, it hadn't triggered the restrictions in the sky yet. Whoever dares to attack the light wall will trigger all the restrictions in this level. Then we will all die together. Haha. A loud voice rang out from all directions of the mountain peak. This voice was clearly amplified by divine power, causing everyone's eardrums to ring. The expressions of the martial artists on Li Tian's side all changed. Looking at the arc-shaped light wall, none of them dared to move. These arc-shaped walls of light had clearly been amplified by an array formation. They contained terrifying energy, and when the 3 walls of light were connected together, the energy was incomparably huge. If they really attacked this wall of light, they would definitely trigger the restrictions on it. At that time, the 6th floor might really be destroyed by the restrictions. Everyone gather here and take turns to attack. Don't use energy attacks. You can't attack the light wall. Kill. Li Tian pondered for a moment and didn't dare to gamble anymore. After sending a few voice transmissions to the Legion leaders, they took the lead and charged toward the entrance without the light wall. There was no other way. If he didn't kill these 3,000 people, when Yi Qinghan came down and gained control of the situation, he would be the first one to be killed. Although the entrance was small, it was still an entrance, wasn't it? As long as they could repel the martial artists blocking the entrance, the army could follow in and annihilate all of them. Of course, Li Tian was completely out of ideas. He could only fight with his life on the line. Their side had double the number of people as compared to the Misty Continent. Even if they exchanged one for another, they could still survive at least half. Kill. A series of orderly shouts echoed on the mountain peak. The martial artists under Li Tian had just charged into the entrance when Li Xiaosha led his men and charged over. In the air, on the ground and halfway up the mountain, there were figures everywhere. Just that due to the terrain, both sides didn't dare to get too close to the light walls. Both sides could only have close to 100 people. There weren't any energy attacks. Both sides directly carried all sorts of weapons and charged into battle. All sorts of radiance of laws flickered in the air, reflecting the magnificent radiance of the light walls on both sides. The entire entrance was exceptionally beautiful. Bas! Suddenly, just as the martial artists from both sides were charging together, an earthy yellow radiance lit up. The dozens of martial artists under Li Kong instantly felt their bodies sinking, and their movements became sluggish. But Li Xiaosha's men didn't have any discomfort. Their speed seemed to be even faster. The outcome was obvious. In the first round of killing, Just a single exchange and dozens of Li Kong's men were instantly killed. Charge! Li Xiaosha held a long spear in his hand. The spearhead shone with blue radiance, emitting rays of ripple-like radiance. With a loud shout, he took the lead and charged forward. The earthy yellow radiance shrouded hundreds of people. At this moment, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to expand the battle results. Such a powerful spacious suppression. Everyone, retreat! Li Kong stood in the air at the back. The 12 guards beside him watched the battle situation in front of him nervously. His expression suddenly darkened. Without any hesitation, he shouted decisively. His eyes were fixed on the mountain peak, and a middle-aged man in the war god robe was smiling faintly. Viper War God, good move. Sakura admires you. The martial artists on the mountain peak instantly had a huge boost in morale. Initially, there were still some people who had doubts, but now, all of them gave Viper War God a thumbs up. Hee. Actually, I didn't think of this alone. This is something that City Lord Lei Zhan and I researched together. And these array masters are from Soul Eater City. My space suppression profound mystery wasn't originally this powerful. Hee. Viper War God shook his head with a smile and explained. Then his face regained its calmness. He said indifferently, "Everyone don't relax. There will be a few more fierce battles." Many people didn't understand the hidden meaning of Viper War God's explanation. They thought that he was being modest. However, young Master Meng Lang, His Highness Sakura, and young Master Ni were shocked. The first sentence didn't mean anything. The middle and last sentence were the main point. Originally, young Master Meng Lang and the rest weren't sure why an unknown little god emperor could actually become one of the leaders of the team. Now that they thought about it, it was actually arranged by Lord Devour. No wonder he was willing to let his precious son participate in this dangerous treasure hunt. In addition to the orders from the various patriarchs, everything was clear. Since it was arranged by Lord Devour, it was normal to have such a method. It was also easy to explain why Viper War God's space suppression profound mystery had such power. Everyone's confidence was boosted, and their fighting spirit soared. The martial artists from Li Tian's side didn't attack immediately. Instead, they set up camp on the opposite side. A few leaders and countless young masters gathered together to discuss countermeasures. After discussing for an entire day, they still couldn't come up with any good ideas. The entrance was too small. Moreover, the space suppression from the Misty Continent space law expert was too abnormal. If they couldn't break through the entrance, the army wouldn't be able to enter. If they continued to attack like this, no matter how many people they sent, they would all die. After Li Kong gathered everyone, he simply said a few words and fell into a deep silence. He listened to everyone arguing noisily and proposing all kinds of ideas which were rejected. Finally, when everyone was silent, he opened his mouth. His face had already regained its calmness. He said indifferently, "I have 3 ways to break through this fortress. However, this requires everyone's cooperation." Blood Fiend Monarch was the first to stand up. He patted his chest and said loudly, "Young Master Li, please speak. As long as there is a good idea, I, Blood Fiend Monarch, will be the first to charge. I will shred all these bastards from the Misty Continent into pieces." Chapter 938. For the next few days, the martial artists from Li Tian seemed to be silent. They didn't attack anymore and just surrounded the entire mountain. Every hour, more than 100 martial artists would be sent to feign an attack and harass them. Once the Viper War God released the spatial pressure, the team of martial artists would immediately retreat. Countless experts would rush over from the side to support the team of martial artists. This was a very normal method of harassment, but the Piaomiao continent side had to be on guard. The Viper War God didn't dare to be distracted and rest for even a moment. Otherwise, an opening would be opened up. Even if he had the spatial pressure, the range was limited and he couldn't defend against the attack of the army. Half a month later, the Viper War God couldn't hold on any longer. He could only let more martial artists guard the entrance. He had just entered the God the Arch realm, and his divine power wasn't strong enough. Moreover, this strengthened spatial pressure was very taxing on his mind. He couldn't hold on for a long period of time. The entrance was surrounded by thousands of troops and could be attacked at any time. The martial artists from the Piaomiao continent were on high alert. They were always on the lookout for someone to charge through the entrance and force their way in. Therefore, no one dared to let their guard down. Not only were the people on shift extremely careful, but the rest of the martial artists were also sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, ready to welcome a large-scale battle at any time. The Viper War God said that this defensive formation might be safe, but there were so many people on the other side. There might be some abnormal people, and there might be accidents. Especially when the martial artists from Letion were acting very strangely recently. This abnormality lasted for more than a month, and there was finally an accident. The Viper War God rested for 10 days and replaced Her Highness Cherry Blossom and young Master Ni on the mountain peak again. But this time, the martial artists from Letion were really going all out. Teams of martial artists started to attack. Every time, there would be 100 people, but there were more than 1,000 people nearby, eyeing covetously and ready to attack at any time. This time, it wasn't a feint, but a real attack. The martial artists didn't care about the consequences. All of them risked their lives, and every move they made was a finishing move. It was a method to perish together. Under the continuous spatial pressure from the Viper War God, there was no suspense in the battle. In just 10 days, Letion had lost close to 1,000 people. Of course, the Piao Miao continent had also lost more than 200 martial artists. At the entrance, at the foot of the mountain and halfway up the mountain, there were corpses everywhere. Broken limbs were scattered all over the ground, organs and intestines hung on the branches, and blood dyed the green trees below red. Letion's attack was accompanied by feint attacks. Basically, there were dozens of feint attacks, one real attack, and one real attack. There was no pattern to it. In just 10 days, the Viper War God had exhausted too much of its mental energy. It couldn't hold on any longer and retreated to recover. Half a day after Viper War, Letion, the real attack. Day after Viper Day, War Day, the real attack finally came. Li Xiaoxia had just arrived on his shift, so he did not pay much attention to it. The martial artists over at Letion's side simply loved to brag and put on a show. In the end, they were just a bunch of low-level martial artists. Lian killed and that Li to Li Earth. When the people on the other side rushed to a certain distance, little Dripping Kill raised his spear, and a blue light blossomed from the spearhead. The blue light rippled out in all directions, and the imposing aura was majestic and fierce. The 300 martial artists followed Li Xiaoxia and charged at the enemy. This was Viper War God's arrangement. As long as he wasn't at the front, there had to be 300 martial artists guarding the entrance. This way, even if the enemy used a big move and killed the 100 people in front, the 300 martial artists at the back would be able to hold on for a while. The 200-odd people at the back would be able to hold out for a while. This would give the other cultivators on the mountain peak time to rush up and block the entrance. However, Viper War God was wrong. The roar of a beast could be heard all of a sudden, as a gigantic shadow of a giant beast instantly engulfed the 300 people. Li Xiaoxia's chest lit up with a blue light, enveloping his entire body. However, he still vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, and was sent flying. The 300 martial artists around him were instantly turned into dust, leaving behind pieces of divine crystals. They were emitting colorful lights, floating in the air, and were extremely eye-catching. Transcendent-grade divine weapon. The eyes of the Cherry Blossom Highness, who was guarding the entrance, suddenly emitted rays of light. His body shot up into the sky, and countless martial artists around him woke up as well. They turned into numerous shadows and sprinted towards the entrance. However, the entrance was instantly broken through, and Letion's group of 100 martial artists had already rushed in. One of them was extremely fast, and as he flew, his body enlarged rapidly. In an instant, he was already a few hundred meters tall. Behind this team of 100, there were countless martial artists flying towards the entrance at lightning speed. Bang bang! Countless martial artists from the floating continent used all sorts of powerful secret techniques and laws to attack the 100-meter-tall giant like a swarm of bees. However, the skin of the giant actually lit up with a brown light, and countless mysterious patterns appeared on it. Countless weapons pierced his body, but were repelled. Only the Cherry Blossom Highness's flaming red long sword pierced through, but it was grabbed by the giant, and couldn't move at all. Haha! Great job, howdy! Hold on! Everyone, charge! Letion's maniacal laughter reverberated in the wilderness, his face full of malevolence. As he waved his hand, countless martial artists followed the wind and charged in. In an instant, Hundreds of people had already rushed in, and they had already secured the entrance. As long as the giant could hold on for a while longer, more martial artists would rush in, and the outcome would be determined. Li Tian had been executing this plan for a long time. The previous feint was to calculate the limit of the Viper War God's continuous spatial pressure. This time, the feint attack had once again exhausted the Viper War God's energy and divine power. Only then did he activate his killer move. The real killer move was this giant. Howdy! He was the leader of the scattered martial artist army. He had obtained an ancient secret technique from the Myriad God Cave, and his defense was comparable to that of a 6th-grade war god. As for the transcendent-grade divine weapon, it naturally belonged to Li Tian. For this assault, he had arranged for his 12 bodyguards to hide in the team of 100. The 12 of them knew a joint attack tactic, which allowed them to concentrate their divine power on one person, and forcefully increase their divine power to that of a 6th-grade war god. The more powerful the user of the transcendent-grade divine weapon, the more powerful it would be. If Li Tian had released that attack, he would definitely not have been able to kill 300 experts in a second. Li Tian's plan was indeed vicious. If Li Kong knew about it, he would definitely be praised by everyone. Bas! Li Tian's smile was cut off by a streak of earthy yellow light. The Viper War God had emerged from the wooden house again, and he had a faint smile on his face. His eyes pierced through the thousands of martial artists and looked at Li Tian from afar. He seemed to be mocking Li Tian. Boom! There was a huge explosion, and countless pieces of flesh and limbs flew everywhere. Li Tian's face darkened again. Along with the huge explosion, Howdy's mountain-like body was turned into pieces of flesh that flew in all directions. Similarly, a giant phantom image of a strange beast condensed in the blood mist. The strength of a 6th-grade war god and a transcendent-grade divine weapon. You guys are not the only ones who have it. Her Highness Cherry Blossom's eyes were filled with coldness. Fresh blood slowly dripped from the fiery red long sword in her hand. The tip of the sword was pointed at Li Tian's chief bodyguard, who was also wielding a transcendent-grade divine weapon. She was imposing and awe-inspiring, as though she was an ancient war goddess. Swish! Over 1,000 subordinates of Her Highness Cherry Blossom and hundreds of people from the Misty Continent rushed towards the entrance in a frenzy. They surrounded Li Tian and his men. Under the spatial pressure of the Viper War God, it was obvious that these hundreds of people were not enough to kill. As for her 10 bodyguards, Cheong Dao and the others, they rushed towards Her Highness Cherry Blossom and were prepared to fight it out with Li Tian's 12 bodyguards. Haha, Li Tian, you are not the only one who knows how to scheme. You are not the only one who has a transcendent-grade divine weapon. Mr. Ni leisurely flew from the mountain peak to mid-air. The battle saber in his hand was automatically unsheathed. Accompanied by a soft cry, a phantom image of a strange beast gradually condensed in mid-air. Haha, is that so? Li Tian laughed instead of getting angry. His voice was extremely delighted. Suddenly, his eyes revealed a trace of fanaticism as he shouted, Cheong Dao, do it! Her Highness Cherry Blossom. Be careful. The Viper War God had been paying attention to Li Tian's expression. When Li Tian laughed, he felt that something was amiss. His divine senses had already scanned the surroundings. Before Li Tian could say anything, he had already noticed that something was amiss. At this moment, he almost shouted at the same time as Li Tian. Chapter 939. The Viper War God had shouted very quickly, but it was still too late. Because Cheong Dao's hand had already stealthily reached behind Her Highness Cherry Blossom's slender waist. His hand emitted blazing divine power and sealed her divine crystal. Her Highness Cherry Blossom's divine sense had been locked onto Li Tian's 10 guards. She was surrounded by Nanling City's personal guards, so why would she be on guard? Although she had forcefully used a secret technique to raise her divine power to that of a 6th-grade war god, her body's defenses were not strong, especially behind her. Because of the 10 guards behind her, she was even more relaxed. Once her divine power was sealed, the divine sword in Her Highness Cherry Blossom's hand instantly withered, and the phantom of the strange beast gradually faded. Her body was grabbed by Cheong Dao and she sprinted towards the entrance. The situation at the entrance was even more tragic. Over 1,000 martial artists from the Nanling Corps suddenly rebelled and attacked the martial artists from the Misty Corps, as well as the hundreds of martial artists from Li Tian's side. More than half of the martial artists from the Misty Corps were killed in an instant. Fresh blood dyed the sky red, and the divine crystal emitted a dazzling multicolored light. Cheong Dao, how dare you! Her Highness Cherry Blossom roared angrily. Her voice was slightly shrill because of her anger and fear. She had not expected that the guards that Nanling City had personally chosen for her would rebel. Over 1,000 martial artists from the Nanling continent had rebelled at the same time, but she had not sensed anything amiss. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. You can't go on like this. When Yi Qinghan comes down, he will definitely kill us all. It's useless even if we help the Misty Continent. Now, we can only eliminate the martial artists of the Misty Continent together to fight against Yi Qinghan." Cheong Dao's face was full of shame, but his eyes were abnormally resolute. The martial artists from the Nanling continent also had ruthless expressions. "Nonsense, who did you hear that from?" Her Highness Cherry Blossom's eyes were about to spit fire, but she did not struggle. Instead, she coldly swept her gaze over the dozen young masters from the Nanling Corps. The dozen young masters shrunk back under her cold gaze. One of them with a jade-like complexion gritted his teeth and said, "Your Highness, don't forget the purpose of our trip. If we can't obtain the treasure, how can we face the Nanling Corps disciples who died? How can we answer to Uncle? Only by killing Yi Qinghan can we obtain the treasure of the Soul Emperor Pavilion." "Haha, you're right." As they spoke, Li Tian and countless martial artists had already rushed into the entrance and surrounded the Ethereal Legion's martial artists. The outcome was set. The crowd split apart as Li Tian led a group of young masters to the front under the protection of dozens of guards. Li Tian's face was filled with smiles while his eyes were filled with confidence and calmness. It was as though everything was in his hands and he had a different kind of aura. He looked coldly at young Master Anai and yelled out, "Young Master Anai, right? You still haven't woken up? If you don't kill Yi Qinghan, what will you get? I've already sworn a God Emperor blood oath with all the Legion leaders. No matter who obtains the Soul Emperor Pavilion and Yi Qinghan's treasures, they will be divided equally. If you don't come to your senses, don't blame us for being ruthless." Right now, there were only around 600 to 700 martial artists from the ethereal continent. All of them were gathered behind the Viper War God and young Master Meng Lang. Young Master Ni had close to 1,000 subordinates, but they were all gathered behind young Master Ni. His eyes were flickering and he would occasionally look at the Misty Legion with cold eyes. He was silent and waiting for young Master Ni's decision. Sigh. The Viper War God let out a slight sigh and felt a little helpless. He had calculated everything and was certain about Her Highness Cherry Blossom and young Master Ni's character. He didn't expect Li Tian to not choose to convince the two of them but to start with Her Highness Cherry Blossom's subordinates instead. With the addition of Emperor Hao, the victory was decided in one fell swoop. Humph. Young Master Ni's golden battle armor was surging with god power. The battle saber in his hand was revolving with mutated beast shadows. He roared and said coldly, "I and I Yao never make decisions. Once I make a decision, do you think you can convince me with just a few words? I am not like those good-for-nothings from the South Mountain continent. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why speak so much nonsense? All right. If you want to fight, let's fight. Her Highness Cherry Blossom, don't blame yourself. The ethereal continent will remember this favor. Elong, bring the men and prepare to activate the restriction. Once all of us die in battle, activate the restriction immediately. Whether we can escape from the restriction will depend on everyone's capabilities. All Misty Legion, listen up. Follow me and kill." Viper War God let out a long laugh. His voice was incomparably carefree and heroic despite the dangerous situation. He held a giant axe in his hand that was radiating with god power. With a wave of his hand, he released a spatial pressure that enveloped the hundreds of martial artists in front of Li Tian. He then took the lead and rushed out. Elong War God led the 5 array masters and quickly left the team. They rushed towards the light wall behind them. The 6 of them each had an array stone in their hands. They poured in god power, causing the array stone to radiate with radiance that reflected the light on the light wall. Their faces were filled with determination to die. Kill! Young Master Ni took the lead and rushed forward with the mutated beast shadows in his hand. It was obvious that young Master Ni had a much higher prestige than Her Highness Cherry Blossom. Once he made a move, his subordinates didn't hesitate and rushed forward with him. They looked at the array stones in the hands of Elong War God, and the others that were radiating with resplendent radiance. They looked at the 6 of them who were unafraid of death. They looked at the sinister smiles in the eyes of the Misty Legion's martial artists that were rushing over. The martial artists on Li Tian's side were frightened by the Hidden Legion's martial artists that were like hungry wolves. The barbaric feared the unreasonable, and the unreasonable feared those who didn't care about their lives. Those who wore shoes feared those who were barefooted. The Misty Legion adopted a desperate stance. Li Tian's expression changed first. This wasn't the ending he wanted. If he allowed these small fries to die with him, he would definitely suffer a huge loss. Although he and all the young masters had precious treasures bestowed by their respective clans, who knew how powerful the Soul Emperor Pavilion's restriction would be when it was fully activated? What if their treasures couldn't withstand it? This wasn't the outside world where they had a 7th-grade war god protecting them at all times. Kill half of their men and retreat. Li Tian and the young masters retreated rapidly under the protection of their guards. Their minds were spinning rapidly. Before they even retreated out of the entrance, they had already thought of a complete plan. They quickly gave the order. The mountain peak started to bleed again. Although the Viper War God had preserved his strength, the range of the spatial suppression was only so big. More than half of Li Tian's men had entered, and his subordinates from the South Mountain continent had betrayed him. The disparity in strength between the two sides was extremely great. Although the morale of the Misty Legion and the Hidden Legion was high, they couldn't win against the other side's numbers. 1 hour later, the entire mountain peak was dyed red with blood. More than half of the Misty Legion had died, and there were only over 300 men left. 2 young masters had perished, and the Viper War God had fainted from his severe injuries. More than half of the Hidden Legion had died, and young Master Ni was injured. Seal the mountain. Misty Legion and young Master Ni. Listen up. Stay inside obediently. If you dare to come out, kill every single one of them. If you aren't afraid of death, then activate the restriction. His Highness Li Tian ordered everyone to retreat and surround the entrance. He had been commanding the battle just now and instructed the martial artists on this side not to kill the important figures of the other side. Otherwise, the Viper War God and young Master Ni would definitely be dead. As expected. After killing most of the martial artists and leaving behind a few hundred, no one dared to charge. Because the young masters of the Misty Legion didn't die, and the Misty Legion only had 2 descendants of the mid-level clans that died, the Dragon War God didn't dare to activate the restriction. Right now, this defensive position had become a cage that trapped Viper and the others. Chapter 940. Phew. This soul poison jade saber is really hard to cultivate. Even in such a heaven-defying state, it took me more than 5 years to master it. I reckon that the Rain Empress must have cultivated for dozens of years. In the Dream Palace, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. A green light flickered in the depths of his eyes, and his face revealed a look of excitement. He glanced at the smiling Yao Ji beside him and gently patted the jade bed with both hands. His body turned into a blur as he flashed towards the center of the hall. While he was in midair, his hands danced elegantly as though he was playing a beautiful tune. This is the soul poison jade saber soul skill? The Yao Ji's eyes widened. She used her divine sense to scan and revealed a look of astonishment. Her divine sense could easily detect countless thin blades that were like wind blades. As Yi Qinghan's hands danced, they shot out in all directions. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they entered the surrounding walls without a sound. If he didn't use his divine sense, if his divine sense wasn't so strong, he wouldn't have been able to discover these transparent jade sabers. Yao Ji, let me show you my power. Yi Qinghan turned around and looked at the Yao Ji with a smile. When he saw the Yao Ji reveal a trace of mockery at the corner of her mouth, he did not stand on ceremony. His hands moved like lightning, and thousands of soul-poison jade sabers soundlessly shot toward the Yao Ji. Every jade saber seemed to have eyes, and they automatically turned in the air with only one target, the Yao Ji's body. Furthermore, so many jade sabers danced in the air, but they didn't collide with each other. If these jade sabers could be seen, the scene would be extremely spectacular. The Yao Ji's body didn't move, but the veil wrapped around her started to dance. The trajectory of the veil was very strange, and it seemed to contain some sort of mystery. The veil caused the air around the Yao Ji to move, and these air currents quickly revolved around the Yao Ji's body, forming a seemingly simple shield. This simple shield of air currents blocked all the thousands of sabers. The jade sabers entered the air currents and disappeared quietly. Then, the veil stopped dancing, and only the last saber remained. She didn't stop it and let it pierce into her body, as though she wanted to see its power. Yi Qinghan smiled as he watched the last jade knife sink into Yao Ji's body. Sure enough, Yao Ji's expression changed. She closed her eyes tightly, and only opened them after a short while. She let out a sigh and nodded at Yi Qinghan. She smiled bitterly and said, "This soul skill is very powerful, and it's a group attack. It seems like even if you can't win the second round, you can at least protect yourself. Hee. This is the effect of those million-year-old medicinal herbs you gave me. This soul poison is very fierce, right?" Yi Qinghan reckoned that even if this soul poison jade knife was not as ferocious as the Empress of Rain, it was not far off. After all, the toxicity of his soul poison was several times stronger than the Empress of Rain's. The most powerful thing about the soul poison jade knife was not the jade knife, but the soul poison. Very strong. Martial artists below the God Emperor realm, if they don't have a soul defense divine artifact, and if they aren't a soul cultivator, they will definitely die if they are hit by this move. Yao Ji gave a very definite answer, which boosted Yi Qinghan's confidence. He estimated that there was still more than a month until the 25th year, so he was not in a hurry. He opened the beast's space and used his soul to probe Xiao He, but found that Xiao He was still asleep, but his body was glowing with a faint yellow light. He could not help but describe the situation to Yao Ji, asking her what was going on. Yao Ji's face revealed a loving and gratified expression. She smiled faintly and said, "Hee, the Soul Emperor's son is finally going to grow up. His soul has already broken through to the God Emperor realm, but he has not woken up yet. He probably hasn't finished refining the energy in the strange fruit. He has already reached the God Emperor realm? Haha, this kid." Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. Xiao He was going to transform into a human soon. As long as the matter with the Soul Emperor Pavilion was settled, even if the matter with the Star Sea was not over, Yi Qinghan would find a way to send Xiao He back. Li Shui was waiting for Xiao He to come and marry her. "Little man, there is something I have no choice but to tell you." Yao Ji's complexion suddenly darkened. Yi Qinghan's good mood also sank. Yao Ji was normally cheerful and rarely had such an expression. Could something bad have happened? Over a month ago, I followed the Soul Emperor's instructions and sent a sound transmission down to the 6th floor. There are 9 legions on the 6th floor and one of them is from your floating continent. At this time, there are less than 1,000 people left on your side and they have been trapped on a mountain peak by another group of people. This is a rule set down by the Soul Emperor. Little man, don't blame me. Yao Ji recounted everything to Yi Qinghan without concealing anything. Looking at Yi Qinghan's complexion and the slowly flowing infernal energy from his body, Yao Ji's heart tightened and her heart darkened. She was well aware that once that sound transmission was sent out, all the influences that had good relations with Yi Qinghan would be slaughtered. But there was nothing she could do. This was something that the Soul Emperor had decided long ago. The challenger had to be isolated and helpless, otherwise they would lose the original purpose of this challenge. Is there any way for me to see the current situation of the 6th floor? Yi Qinghan was silent for a long time. The aura around his body became increasingly vigorous, like a treasure saber slowly being unsheathed, cold and threatening. He coldly looked at Yao Ji and slowly said. There was no special expression on his face, only a terrifying calm. That's simple. Yao Ji waved her hand and a white light flashed on the left wall. A projection appeared, showing the situation at the floating continent's mountain peak. At this time, Heaven Plow had just retreated and the entire mountain peak was dyed red with blood. Severed limbs and corpses were scattered everywhere. The surviving martial artists of the floating continent all had bloodshot eyes. None of them dared to rush out, only standing guard together. Viper? Dripping Kill? Dragon? Reckless? Yi Qinghan's pupils shrank. He recognized many familiar faces. He saw Dripping Kill and Viper both lying on the mountain peak, their bodies covered in blood and their fates unknown. His body instantly erupted with a wild killing intent. If a treasure saber had been slowly unsheathed just now, then it was completely unsheathed now. Killing intent pervaded the Reverie Palace. The biting cold winds in the air stopped blowing in the face of this killing intent. Yao Ji, is there any way to deactivate the 6th floor's restriction? A saber appeared in Yi Qinghan's hand out of thin air. He infused his divine power into the saber, and the 2 words, Dragon Origin, on the saber's hilt seemed to have come to life and started to twist. The atmosphere in the Dream Palace became even more oppressive because of this saber. This? Yao Ji was silent for a moment. Although the Soul Emperor didn't have any rules, in principle, Yao Ji shouldn't change the Soul Emperor Pavilion's restriction. However, seeing Yi Qinghan like this, Yao Ji bit her lip and nodded. I can at most close it for a day. All right. Yi Qinghan nodded and smiled bitterly at Yao Ji. I don't blame you. Don't blame yourself. Send me down. I'm going to start the second challenge. There's still more than a month. Little man, you should consolidate your soul skill first. Yao Ji said worriedly. There's no need. Yi Qinghan's complexion became even calmer. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit and his tone left no room for refusal. Yao Ji sighed helplessly. She smiled bitterly and said, Little man, be careful. Yao Ji. We'll wait here for your return. As she finished speaking, several strands of divine power shot out from Yao Ji's hands towards the surrounding walls. With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan's figure disappeared from the Reverie Palace. Chapter 941. Li Tian's subordinates surrounded the entrance, while Li Tian brought a group of young masters to a simple loft below to discuss countermeasures. In this battle, Li Tian's side had lost close to 1,000 men. Most of them died under the pressure of the Viper War God Space and young Master Ni's transcendent grade divine artifact. However, over 1,000 men from the South Mountain continent had defected, and Li Tian's side had around 5,000 men. The greatest loss was Emperor Hao, an expert whose defense was comparable to a 6th grade war god. Of course, Emperor Hao didn't belong to any faction, and there weren't many people in his team who were truly familiar with him. No one had anything to be sad about. Her Highness Cherry Blossom wasn't under anyone's control. She sat on a seat on the right. However, the leader of the South Mountain Legion had been changed to a famous young master of the South Mountain continent, young Master Fire Jade. Young Master Fire Jade's face was as white as jade, and he was even more handsome than Li Tian. He was sitting beside Her Highness Cherry Blossom. His eyes were burning, and he had a confident expression. He smiled at the cold Her Highness Cherry Blossom and said, Your Highness, we didn't mean to offend you. When we return to the continent, we will definitely ask for forgiveness from the sovereign's residents. Now that things have turned out like this, even if Yi Qinghan comes down, he won't acknowledge this favor. Once this is over, the South Mountain continent's share of the treasures will be fully handled by Your Highness Cherry Blossom. Her Highness Cherry Blossom sneered and didn't say a word. She was very clear that this matter was orchestrated by Huayu. Of course, Li Tian must have made many promises to him. Among the young masters that came with her, only Huayu would have the guts to plan such a disgraceful thing. Because Huayu's mother's surname was Ying, and she could be considered Cherry Blossom's aunt. Li Tian smiled faintly, looked at Her Highness Cherry Blossom's charming face, and said, Hee hee, does Your Highness Cherry Blossom not believe that we have the ability to kill Yi Qinghan? Her Highness Cherry Blossom snorted coldly again and didn't deny it. Your Highness, take a look at this. Li Tian did not mind. He took out a white pearl from his space ring and held it in his hand. He said slowly, This is a snow pearl. It can break through all escape techniques. If we surround this place, Yi Qinghan will have no choice but to come. Once he gets close, he'll be able to break through no matter what stealth technique he has. Also, I'm not afraid to tell you that 99 of my subordinates have cultivated the blood explosion technique and the blood explosion formation. Once Yi Qinghan gets close, he will die without a doubt. Her Highness Cherry Blossom's expression changed slightly. She had heard of the snow pearl before. It was indeed a treasure that could break illusions and invisibility mystic arts. It was just that the area was a little smaller, but they surrounded the entrance. Once Yi Qinghan appeared and knew that it was one of his people, he would definitely go in to save them. As for the blood explosion grand magic, it was even more famous in the god world. It was a very vicious secret magic, and if one self-detonated, one's god power and soul would be affected by the poisonous blood. The more poisonous blood he had, the lower his strength would be. When that time came, it would be really troublesome. All of you will regret this. Her Highness Cherry Blossom didn't look at Li Tian. Instead, she looked at Huayu and the rest indifferently and spoke coldly. She actually didn't know what kind of insane ability Yi Qinghan had. However, she had a cousin sister who had told her many secrets about Yi Qinghan. How could a person who could break the restrictions of the Sealed God Valley and enter the 8th level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Be killed by these useless people. Bas. Suddenly, the entire 6th level shook. Li Tian and the rest were shocked and immediately shot out of the pavilion. Once they came out, they looked around but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Look at the sky. The restrictions in the sky are disappearing. A martial artist suddenly shouted. Everyone quickly scanned the sky with their divine senses. Indeed, the countless restrictions in the sky were disappearing rapidly. The originally dark sky seemed to be exceptionally bright at this moment. Not good. Yi Qinghan must have come down. Everyone get into formation. Blood Fiend King, bring some men to seal the sky. The rest, follow me and kill everyone on the mountain peak. Li Tian's expression changed. His eyes flickered a few times before he shouted. Everyone was shocked. The restrictions in the sky were gone. That meant that the martial artists on the mountain peak couldn't be trapped anymore. They would definitely escape. With such a change in the 6th level, it was highly possible that Yi Qinghan had come down. Of course, they had to make the first move now. Whoever dares to move, I will let him die without a complete corpse. Li Tian, get out here and die. All of a sudden, a loud roar came from the sky. The voice was filled with violent dominance and soaring killing intent. It was like a gust of wind from the 9 netherworlds. All the martial artists felt their bodies turn cold. That voice was like the call of the Grim Reaper. It could steal one's soul. Some of the weaker warriors even hugged their heads after hearing this roar, and their bodies trembled as they howled in pain. A gentle radiance lit up in front of Li Tian's chest and wrapped around his body. He woke up instantly. His eyes were filled with vengeance. He stared at a green figure that was flying towards him from the right side of the sky. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Yi Qinghan. This voice contains a soul skill. Everyone, guard your heart. Don't be bewitched by him. The Blood Fiend King's entire body revealed a soaring battle intent as he roared. A large part of the reason he had come here was because of Chong Yi Qinghan. He had always been unconvinced by Yi Qinghan. Now that he had the chance to fight with him, not only was he not afraid, but his blood was boiling. City Lord Yi, it's City Lord Yi. Big Brother Yi, cough, cough, I'm Li Shaosha. City Lord Yi is here. Haha. City Lord Yi is here. It's young Master Yi. On the peak of the mountain, countless black figures suddenly flew up. The restriction in the sky had been removed and they were contemplating if they should escape. Now that they heard the roar, many of them could tell that it was Yi Qinghan's voice immediately. Of course, they didn't have any scruples anymore. Even Li Shaosha, who had just woken up and was extremely weak, roared out when he was being carried by someone. When everyone flew into the sky and saw a green figure wielding a giant battle saber flying towards them at a terrifying speed, the remaining 300 young masters and young masters of the Misty Continent were all tearing up and shouting at the top of their lungs. Yi Qinghan was here. City Lord Yi was here. The pride of the Misty Continent was here. Their backbone, their commander-in-chief, had arrived. Young Master and I looked at the group of old masters of the Misty Continent crying in a daze and felt that it was unbelievable. Then, he looked at Yi Qinghan who was moving at a frightening speed and had an indescribable feeling in his heart. This person actually had such demonic powers? He could actually make everyone lose their composure? Get into formation and prepare for battle. Li Tian regained his composure and didn't panic. Instead, he gave the order indifferently. Li Tian's status was similar to the Blood Fiend King and the others. But Li Tian had recently displayed his intelligence and schemes. Everyone had already treated him as the commander. Once the order was given, the 5,000 men quickly went into their designated positions and stood up neatly in small teams. It was serious. The South Ridge Continent martial artists might have just joined, but young Master Fire Jade had already handed over the command. Once Li Tian gave the order, dozens of Star Sea martial artists immediately led the team to get into formation. Is Viper War Immortal all right? Yi Qinghan shot over like a specter and arrived in front of everyone in a blink of an eye. He had a calm expression and didn't have any expression. He nodded to everyone and his eyes finally landed on Viper War Immortal who was being carried by Dragon War Immortal. Seeing Dragon War Immortal nod, he knew that Viper War Immortal wasn't dead. At this moment, a huge weight was lifted off his heart. Viper War Immortal had done him a great favor and he didn't have the time to repay it. If Viper War Immortal were to die because of him, he wouldn't know what to do. Young Master Li, young Master Meng, this young master, and everyone else, go to the back and rest. Yi Qinghan turned his head and looked at Li Xiaoxia, who was struggling to stand up. He waved his hand and signaled for him to calm down. Subsequently, his expression turned cold. A strange beast shadow whizzed out from the Dragon Source War Saber. He raised his hand and pointed the saber towards Li Tian. His eyes were filled with chilling intent as he said, "As for them, leave them to me." Young Master Ni raised his brows and revealed a trace of astonishment in his eyes. This Yi Qinghan was actually going to fight against 5,000 experts by himself? Chapter 942. Young Master Ni might be surprised, but he didn't intend to be stubborn at this moment. His lineage of the hidden monarch wasn't strong to begin with, and monarchs didn't like to fight. So many elites had died, and he brought all the elites of the young generation on the island. One death meant one less. Now that Yi Qinghan was willing to fight alone, he was naturally happy. Big brother Yi Yu. Li Xiaoxia was slightly anxious. He and Yi Qinghan had only met a few times. It was Yi Qinghan who greeted Li He politely in Dripping Spring City. At that time, he didn't care much about Yi Qinghan. After all, Yi Qinghan wasn't well known. But after Li Shui's coming-of-age ceremony, Yi Qinghan's reputation rose. After the Star Sea battle, his name shook the entire divine domain. Right now, Yi Qinghan was like a legendary idol in Li Xiaoxia's eyes. "City Lord Yi, aren't you going to help?" Young Master Meng Lang and the others asked. Of course, they were just asking out of politeness. If Yi Qinghan couldn't handle the current situation, they would be sending themselves to death if they went. Dragon War God remembered Viper War God's words and transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. "City Lord Yi, that blue-haired lady is Her Highness Cherry Blossom. She helped us a lot in the past, but her subordinates betrayed us, and her divine crystal was sealed. If there is a chance, I hope City Lord Yi can save her life." This is what Big Brother instructed. "It's fine. All of you retreat 10,000 miles and protect yourselves." Yi Qinghan turned around and nodded to Dragon War God. His face was filled with confidence and calmness. He flew forward slowly. His speed was slow, but his aura was getting stronger and stronger. A faint killing aura was emitted from his body, and it was getting thicker and thicker. Finally, it enveloped all 5,000 martial artists below. "Li Tian, get up here and talk." When he was a few thousand meters away from Li Tian's men, Yi Qinghan stopped and spoke indifferently. Since the opponent had set up their formation, Yi Qinghan wasn't so foolish to just rush over even though he had absolute confidence to defeat the enemy. Li Tian raised his brows. Blood Fiend King and the others also raised their brows. Didn't Yi Qinghan know how to turn invisible? Why didn't he use stealth to launch a sneak attack? Could it be that he wanted to fight openly like this? Yi Qinghan, you're about to die, yet you still dare to be so arrogant? Li Tian's head is here. Come and take it if you have the guts. Li Tian was no longer the Li Tian of the past. Although he was still young and hot-blooded, he was much more mature. Of course, he wouldn't foolishly fly out alone. Now that the formation was in place, it was best to lure Yi Qinghan over. In any case, if Yi Qinghan wanted to become the master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he would have to defeat and kill all of them. They were in no hurry. Humph! Are the Starry Seas crowned scions that afraid of death? I, Yi Qinghan, dare to stand here alone, and you don't even dare to come up and speak? The Starry Sea Sovereign is publicly acknowledged as the strongest in the divine world, but his subordinates are all useless. Yi Qinghan sneered and simply retracted the mutated beast image in the battle saber. He sheathed the saber and attached it to his back. Li Tian's scheme wasn't worth a mention in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Since you guys have set up your formation, then I'll break your formation and fight. Li Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of anger, but he forcefully suppressed it. His mind was spinning rapidly as he started to retaliate. Humph! How can the name of my sovereign be used by someone of your level? The reputation of the Starry Sea isn't won through a war of words. History has proven that those who offend the Starry Sea will ultimately be annihilated. Li Tian's words were very straightforward. Those who offended the Starry Sea would be annihilated. It was as though he was pointing out that the Flame Dragon City being smashed into ruins was the doing of the Starry Sea. He was trying to infuriate Yi Qinghan. In the end, he was disappointed. Yi Qinghan's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he laughed loudly and looked down. He even stretched out a finger and pointed at Li Tian's troops. I, Yi Qinghan, am not won through a war of words. History has also proven that those who start a war with me, Yi Qinghan, will ultimately die. All of you trash will die today. Yi Qinghan's laughter was very ear-piercing. His domineering and arrogant attitude was very hurtful. His disdainful gaze made the group of people restless. Especially the blood-fiend monarch, his battle intent was soaring. He gripped a long rod tightly in his hand, and his eyes were burning with rage. What kind of status did he have? To actually be scolded while pointing at his nose. I'm talking about you, the one wearing blood-red battle armor and holding a wooden rod. What are you staring at? Your master didn't say anything, and you dare to make a move? Yi Qinghan's attitude was even more arrogant. He had noticed the blood-fiend monarch a long time ago and was very clear that he was definitely someone important because he was surrounded by 10 guards. At this moment, he intentionally glanced at Yi Qinghan from the corner of his eyes and scolded him without holding back. Yi Qinghan, you are too much. The blood-fiend monarch couldn't take it anymore. He was the direct descendant of the Blood Knight monarch, and he was undoubtedly the number one of the younger generation in the Blood Knight continent. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Immediately, he ignored the advice of the guards beside him and Li Tian's voice transmission. He raised his metal rod, and the divine power in his body surged. His body rapidly rose into the sky and rushed towards Yi Qinghan. While in midair, the iron rod in his hand suddenly grew larger. A loud roar came from the iron rod, and then a cyan phantom of a strange beast with a tiger's head and a dragon's body whizzed out from the iron rod. It was actually another transcendent-grade divine artifact. However, as the descendant of a monarch, it was considered normal for him to possess a transcendent-grade divine artifact. Swish! Since their master charged, the 10 guards had no choice but to charge. Similarly, the 1,000 over martial artists of the Blood Knight army had no choice but to charge as well. Instantly, the formation that Li Tian had set up was messed up. Everyone, charge! Don't use energy attacks. Surround them and kill. Li Tian sighed helplessly. This group of people weren't his direct subordinates, and they were formed at the last minute. Now, they could only engage in a chaotic battle. He only hoped that everyone wouldn't panic and give Yi Qinghan a chance. Li Tian believed that with so many people surrounding and attacking Yi Qinghan, if he dared to fight head-on, he would definitely die. Therefore, he concluded that Yi Qinghan was doing what he did in the Starry Sea, launching sneak attacks from all directions. Therefore, he held the snow pearl in his hand and nodded to the 12 guards beside him. He followed the crowd and flew towards Yi Qinghan, preparing to break his invisibility technique. However, what made Li Tian astonished was that Yi Qinghan didn't move at all. He allowed the crowd to surround him from all directions. From start to finish, he didn't move at all. However, the sneer at the corner of his mouth intensified. The people on Li Tian's side were dumbfounded, and they didn't dare to move. Li Xiaoxia and the rest were so anxious that they almost screamed. Li Tian's 12 guards were going to attack together, and all 12 of them were concentrating their divine energy on one person. Their divine energy was equivalent to that of a 6th-grade war god. If they were to concentrate their divine energy on him, Yi Qinghan, who hadn't even reached the god the Arch Realm, would immediately be torn into pieces. Ah! Ancient beast god! Please bestow me with great power. Let me slay demons and devils, fight invincible war gods, kill venerables, and crush all lowly creatures that dare to go against your strength. Soul Poison Jade Knife, / Just as Li Tian was about to give the order to attack, regardless of the consequences, Yi Qinghan moved. He smiled faintly and said some strange words. He actually closed his eyes without a care, and the dragon source battle knife in his hand danced beside him. His sword dance was very beautiful. His 10 fingers and body were constantly trembling, as though he was having an epileptic fit. His voice seemed to have a magical power that caused people to unknowingly feel fear. Yi Qinghan had killed venerables before, and many people in the divine realm didn't know how he did it. At this moment, his performance was like that of a charlatan, coupled with the effects of the heavenly demonic voice. Many people started to wonder if Yi Qinghan had really mastered the secret technique that allowed an ancient beast god to possess him. The answer was no. Yi Qinghan was using the soul poison jade knife. Ah! Swish! He's using a soul skill, dodge. The innermost ring of cultivators instantly felt their bodies tremble. Then, countless strange threads rushed into their minds. In an instant, countless martial artists hugged their heads and screamed in pain. But just at this moment, a white knife light shone, and a green figure rushed over like lightning. With a flash of white light, dozens of people were turned into blood mists, and died instantly. Those martial artists who were poisoned by the soul poison had no way to defend themselves. If they dared to defend against Yi Qinghan's knife, their souls would be invaded by the soul poison, and their souls would collapse instantly. Death was the only outcome for them. Pieces of spatial divine crystals shone brightly, and it was incomparably beautiful. His soul spirit has already reached the God Emperor realm. He's a God Emperor realm soul cultivator. How is this possible? Run! Li Tian, the Blood Fiend King, and the other young masters were also poisoned, but the soul spirit defense in their minds was activated immediately. A protective treasure in front of Li Tian's chest also shone with a green light, protecting his body. After he regained his senses, he retreated immediately. He looked at Yi Qinghan, who was wielding the Dragon Source battle saber and slaughtering their subordinates like chopping cabbages. Yi Qinghan wasn't asking the ancient beast god to bless him, but was using a soul skill. Furthermore, a soul skill killed almost 1,000 people in an instant. This could only mean one thing. Yi Qinghan's soul spirit had already reached the God Emperor realm. A soul cultivator at the God Emperor realm was comparable to a 7th-grade war god. Furthermore, this soul cultivator had such a vicious group attack soul skill, and they were completely defeated. They didn't stand a chance. The halo on the surface of Li Tian's body enveloped the 12 guards beside him, and they immediately regained their senses. Although Li Tian's mouth was pale, and his body was trembling non-stop, he was retreating continuously. However, his mind was working quickly. Finally, he looked to the left and sprinted to the left. The transcendent grade divine weapon in his hand slashed at Cheong Dao and the rest who were holding Her Highness Cherry Blossom. The 12 guards didn't hesitate and slashed at the guards beside Her Highness Cherry Blossom. Cheong Dao and the rest were just struck by Yi Qinghan's soul poison jade knife. At this moment, they were trying their best to resist the soul poison in their minds while retreating with Her Highness Cherry Blossom. Li Tian and the rest suddenly launched a sneak attack, and the 3 of them were killed instantly. Li Tian laughed as he grabbed Her Highness Cherry Blossom, who was glaring at him furiously, and laughed sinisterly at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan, if you don't want her to die, stop. Yi Qinghan didn't stop immediately. His body flashed, and after smashing the heads of dozens of martial artists, he sheathed his blade and stood there calmly. He was extremely elegant, and there wasn't a single trace of blood on his body. He didn't seem to care about the countless divine crystals floating around him, and the severed limbs and flesh that were still falling to the ground. Li Tian, I already told you that you're a piece of trash, but you didn't believe me. You even dared to kidnap a woman to threaten her. Chapter 943. Li Tian, let go of Her Highness. Otherwise, the Nanling continent will be irreconcilable with you. Let go of Her Highness. Countless angry roars could be heard. Young Master Huayu and the other young masters who had treasures bestowed upon them by their families, as well as the Nanling continent martial artists who were hiding at the back of the crowd, bellowed furiously. His face was brimming with anger and regret. Many Nanling continent martial artists hated young Master Huayu. If not for him, would they have ended up in such a state? Not only were their lives in danger, but their noble highness's abdomen was being held by a sword. Actually, the reason why many young masters rebelled with young Master Huayu wasn't entirely because they wanted to kill Yi Qinghan with Li Tian and get their share of the treasures. It was because of Her Highness Cherry Blossom. The flower of the Nanling continent was so noble and beautiful. She was the goddess of the younger generation of Nanling continent martial artists. But the goddess had an inexplicable liking for Yi Qinghan. If they were to wait for Yi Qinghan to come down and fight alongside her, the flower of the Nanling continent would probably be taken by Yi Qinghan. Therefore, when Li Tian contacted them and young Master Huayu secretly informed them, they didn't hesitate for long and all of them rebelled. But at this moment, their goddess was being held by Li Tian by the neck. She was suspended in mid-air with a sword dripping with blood behind his waist. The bright red blood left on the tip of the sword was the blood of their goddess. Ew. Young Master Huayu's beautiful face had turned the color of a pig's liver. His beautiful eyes were filled with madness. He wanted to rush over to rescue Her Highness Cherry Blossom, but he was afraid that Li Tian would make a move. He wanted to tear Yi Qinghan to shreds, but he knew that he would die if he rushed over. Eventually, he could only let out a furious roar and lead his subordinates in a frenzy towards Li Tian's subordinates. Kill! The Nanling continent martial artists were smart. They knew that Li Tian was holding Her Highness Cherry Blossom hostage to threaten Yi Qinghan. When they attacked, Li Tian wouldn't do anything. When young Master Fire Jade attacked, they all attacked the martial artists from the Star Sea who were poisoned by the soul poison in a frenzy. The battlefield was in chaos again. Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes slightly. The fingers behind his back were constantly dancing, but they weren't aimed at Li Tian. Li Tian had a protective treasure, so he definitely had a soul-protecting artifact. The soul poison jade knife was useless against him. He was attacking a martial artist from the Star Sea. Quietly releasing hundreds of jade knives, Yi Qinghan stood in the air. No one dared to approach him. Countless martial artists started to escape, but he didn't care. He just looked at Li Tian mockingly and said, "Don't look at me like that. I said you're trash. Are you not convinced? Even if you want to kidnap someone, you have to kidnap someone I know and am related to, right? That Li Xiaosha over there is the son of a friend of mine. I am indebted to that Viper War god, and many young nobles have good relationships with me. Why did you kidnap a woman I've only met once?" Li Tian looked at the frenzied martial artists from the Nanling continent. When he heard Yi Qinghan's mockery, he was momentarily speechless. He wasn't sure if Yi Qinghan and Her Highness Cherry Blossom were related, but Her Highness Cherry Blossom insisted on helping the ethereal continent. Hence, he subconsciously thought that they were related. Now that he thought about it, according to the intelligence, this was the first time Yi Qinghan left the ethereal continent. It was also the first time Her Highness Cherry Blossom left the Nanling continent. The two of them didn't know each other. Even if they met, they weren't friends. However, since he had already done such a stupid thing, Li Tian could only walk to his death. His eyes flickered a few times before he said sinisterly, "Her Highness Cherry Blossom would rather die than to stand on your side." "Are you going to watch her die? Then what do you want? You want me to surrender? You want me to commit suicide? Use your pig brain to think about it. Do you think that's possible?" Yi Qinghan sneered with a mocking expression. Li Tian didn't know how to reply again. He understood Yi Qinghan's character. Although he was loyal, Her Highness Cherry Blossom wasn't familiar with him. After a moment of silence he said helplessly, "I admit defeat this time. Let us go. As long as we leave the Soul Emperor Pavilion, I naturally won't harm Her Highness. Otherwise, I can only drag Her Highness down with me. Yi Qinghan, make the decision. Her Highness's life is in your hands." Yi Qinghan was silent, as though he was pondering over Li Tian's suggestion. At this moment, even young Master Fire Jade and the rest stopped their massacre. Everyone was quietly looking at Yi Qinghan, who was standing proudly with a slight frown. They were waiting for his decision. Or rather, waiting for him to decide their life and death. Originally, everyone was still rejoicing. They thought that there were so many of them, and they were all elites of the continent. There were also many experts who had mastered ancient secret techniques. Li Tian's 12 bodyguards were experts in joint attacks and could reach the strength of 6th-grade war gods. Li Tian and the rest also had many secret treasures. However, after Yi Qinghan revealed a soul skill, everyone's mood instantly sank. At this moment, everyone felt that Yi Qinghan was like an invincible 9th-grade war god. He was undefeatable. A soul cultivator at the God the Arch realm was at least 7th grade. 7th grade wasn't high, but it was definitely invincible here. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan only revealed his terrifying speed, strange soul skill, and a transcendent grade divine weapon. His invisibility secret technique and the treasure that could kill a supremacy were not revealed. Most importantly, didn't Yi Qinghan obtain any treasures on the 8th floor? In just a moment, the number of corpses below had already reached 2,000. Who could fight against him? Who dared to fight him? No one dared to fight against Yi Qinghan. Their only thought now was to escape from the Soul Emperor Pavilion and return to their continent. However, there was no exit on the 6th floor. Hence, everyone was looking at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment. However, Everyone felt as though tens of thousands of years had passed. Every minute and every second was incomparably painful. At this moment, all the martial artists' bodies were cleansed of the soul poison. However, less than 3,000 of the original 5,000 were left. Sigh, forget it. After a long time, Yi Qinghan sighed softly. He lifted his head to look at Her Highness Cherry Blossom and said to Li Tian, "In this challenge, I must defeat or kill all of you. If you don't admit defeat, or if I don't kill all of you, this challenge will not end. If all of you kneel on one knee and surrender to me, this challenge will end, and all of you will be teleported away. Do you understand what I mean?" Kneel? Yi Qinghan's meaning was clear. Everyone heard it clearly. Countless low-level martial artists revealed looks of joy. However, Li Tian and the rest were embarrassed and angry. They had to kneel to Yi Qinghan? Once they kneeled, these young masters would never be able to raise their heads in front of Yi Qinghan in the future. This matter would definitely spread throughout the divine world. How would they have the face to continue living in the divine world? This would become a lifetime of humiliation and stain. If they didn't take revenge in the future, they would never be able to wash it off. Swish! 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 Countless martial artists didn't care about those young masters. They started to kneel. Their lives were more important. They knelt on one knee and lowered their heads towards Yi Qinghan to express their surrender. Humph! Countless young masters' eyes flashed with hatred. However, they still lowered their noble heads. The situation was beyond their control. The humiliation that Yi Qinghan brought to them today could only be avenged in the future. If they didn't kneel today, they wouldn't even have the chance to take revenge in the future. Yi Qinghan, you are also a man of your words. I hope you will keep your word. Li Tian's face was as black as charcoal. He glared at Yi Qinghan for a long time as though he wanted to kill Yi Qinghan with his gaze. Finally, he brought Her Highness Cherry Blossom along and knelt on one knee. However, at this moment, a god force blew over and supported Her Highness Cherry Blossom's knee, preventing her from kneeling. Li Tian's expression changed. He thought that Yi Qinghan was up to something again. God force erupted from the sword in his hand and was about to stab down. Don't be nervous. Actually, you just have to show your attitude. There's no need to kneel. Of course you can kneel. Lady Cherry Blossom doesn't have to kneel. Yi Qinghan chuckled and looked at Li Tian with ridicule. It was like a cat catching a mouse. It was obvious that he was humiliating Li Tian. Li Tian and the other young masters' faces darkened again. They glared at Yi Qinghan furiously. However, none of them dared to charge forward. Chapter 944. He ignored Li Tian and the countless young masters who had a pale expression. Yi Qinghan looked at the martial artists from the Misty Continent and shouted, "Just say a few words and show that I can defeat all of you. The challenge is about to end. Everyone can leave now. City Lord Yi is mighty. City Lord Yi is domineering. We are in awe. Young Master Yi is awesome. We are no match for him. City Lord Yi is invincible. I admit that I am no match for him." The Misty Legion and young Master Yi subordinates cupped their hands towards Yi Qinghan and spoke loudly with smiles on their faces. Although they were smiling and relaxed, the eyes of the martial artists from the Misty Continent were filled with fanaticism. However, some of them were slightly unhappy. Li Tian and the others had killed so many people from the Misty Continent. Were they going to let them off just like that? It was just that. His Highness Cherry Blossom disregarded the objections of his subordinates and insisted on helping them. They had to return this favor. I am not as good as him. Young Master and I sighed, and there was a hint of dejection and dispiritedness in his eyes. Originally, he thought that Yi Qinghan couldn't possibly win. He didn't expect him to win in the blink of an eye and with such ease. Many of the legendary skills that Yi Qinghan was famous for didn't even use, and he won with just a random soul skill? When he recalled that Yi Qinghan had cultivated for less than 100 years, young Master and I felt a deep sense of defeat. It seemed like it wasn't without reason that the monarch wanted him to stand on Yi Qinghan's side in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. When everyone expressed that they were no match for Yi Qinghan, Yao Ji's voice immediately echoed on the 6th floor. The challenge is over. Yi Qinghan is victorious. The challenge is over. Everyone will be teleported out of the battlefield. Li Tian and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This pleasant female voice was definitely the guardian of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Since the challenge was over and Yi Qinghan was standing there obediently, it seemed like they had escaped this calamity. Swish! As expected. Rays of white light lit up and the martial artists turned into white light and vanished on the 6th floor. Li Tian was completely relieved. He slightly loosened his grip on the sword in his hand and narrowed his eyes. He looked at Yi Qinghan, who was still standing there proudly, and sneered. The area outside Soul Emperor Island was filled with the experts of the Stellar Sea. As long as he escaped, if Yi Qinghan dared to leave Soul Emperor Island, it would be hard for him to escape death. Yi Qinghan sensed Li Tian's gaze. He shifted his gaze and stared at Li Tian's venomous eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Then, he opened his mouth and whispered something. Idiot! Li Tian frowned. He easily understood Yi Qinghan's lips, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. His eyes suddenly widened. He felt a huge force coming from the cherry blossom highness in front of him. Then, the force suddenly disappeared. He also felt a suction force acting on his body. With a flash of white light, he was also teleported away. Xiao! Xiao! Swoosh! One by one, the martial artists were teleported away. In just a moment, Yi Qinghan was the only one left on the empty 6th floor. His body glowed with white light. However, Yi Qinghan suddenly shouted, "Wait, Yao Ji!" The white light faded immediately. Yi Qinghan smiled delightedly. "Xiaohei, you're awake? Come out." "Hee hee, boss. This fruit of yours is so hard to refine. I've been refining it for more than 5 years. I'm only done now. My soul has long reached the celestial, the arch realm. I, Lord Xiaohei, will be able to transform into a human soon. Boss Xiaohei is so excited." Xiaohei's cheerful voice rang out. He appeared in front of Yi Qinghan and somersaulted in the air. He was overjoyed. "Haha, good. After the matters here are settled, I'll think of a way to bring you back to soul-devouring city right away." Yi Qinghan also smiled happily and said. After chatting for a while, his eyes turned cold as he said in a low voice, "We'll talk about these matters later. Now, let's go kill people first." "Kill people? Great, great. Boss, watch me later." The moment Xiaohei heard, he became even more excited and directly tunneled into Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan shouted towards the sky, "Yao Ji, teleport!" Whoosh! A white light flashed. Yi Qinghan's figure vanished into thin air. "Why were we teleported to the 1st floor? Didn't they say that after the challenge ended, we can leave the Soul Emperor Pavilion?" F***CK. We were tricked. Could it be that we have to wait 1,000 years before we can leave? When Li Tian opened his eyes, he discovered that they were actually all teleported to the 1st floor. Currently, there were countless martial artists at the foot of the 1st floor's mountain. There were more than 10,000 people from every continent. These were all martial artists who didn't dare to challenge the trial and returned. Now that they were teleported here, they looked at them in confusion. Something's not right. Li Tian's eyes suddenly turned cold. Recalling the words that Yi Qinghan had just mouthed, he felt a gust of wind behind him. A chill rose from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The martial artists of the Misty Legion, Cherry Blossom Highness and the Hidden Legion were all gone. They weren't teleported to the 1st floor. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a huge white light shone. A portion of the 10,000 martial artists sitting cross-legged on the empty ground below turned into a white light and disappeared. And this group of people was the martial artists of the Misty Continent. This time, it wasn't just Li Tian who felt that something was amiss. Blood Fiend King and countless other young masters and martial artists also felt that something was amiss. Everyone turned their attention to the sky. The restriction of the space was slowly dissolving, and a green figure appeared out of nowhere. In his hand was a greenish-black saber, and a phantom of a strange beast was circling it. The sinister eyes of the strange beast were like the eyes of the Grim Reaper, emitting an evil and cold radiance that sent shivers down one's spine. Yi Qinghan, how dare you go back on your words? What kind of hero are you? If Li Tian still didn't know what Yi Qinghan was going to do, then he would be a pig. He roared at the top of his lungs, but his body was trembling slightly. He was afraid, incomparably afraid. All the martial artists below also felt the cold intent coming from the sky, and all of them were incomparably nervous. Let you off? You don't believe me when I say that you're a fool? Which ear of yours heard that? I'm going to let you off? Yi Qinghan laughed coldly as he looked down at Li Tian and the countless guards who were nervously guarding Li Tian as he mocked. Everyone was stunned. When they recalled what Yi Qinghan had said, they suddenly came to a realization. He had said many things, but none of them said that he was going to let them off. At that time, they had seen Yi Qinghan's appearance and words, as well as the words of the Soul Emperor Pavilion's guards. They thought that the Soul Emperor Pavilion's guards would teleport them out of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Since the challenge was over, it meant that Yi Qinghan had obtained the Soul Emperor Pavilion's treasures. What was the point of keeping them alive? Now that they thought about it, the guard's words were also very particular. Perhaps she was already in cahoots with Yi Qinghan. They had been fooled. Yi Qinghan had never thought of letting them off. Yi Qinghan was going to kill them. Swish! Countless martial artists rushed towards Yi Qinghan in a violent rage. All sorts of laws and mystic techniques rained down on Yi Qinghan like they were free. Except, before their attacks arrived, Yi Qinghan's shadow in midair slowly dissipated. Countless soul-poisoned jade sabers shot towards them like formless venomous snakes. Chapter 945. Surprisingly, Li Kong did not move. Blood Fiend Monarch moved his body, but he eventually retracted his body. Many young masters and commanders wanted to move, yet they did not. Of course, those martial artists who were previously on the first level did not move either. They did not know what was going on, so why would they dare to move? Those who did not go to the 6th level, as long as you don't move, this young master will not kill you. Everyone else must die. A cold voice came from the left. Yi Qinghan's speed was so fast that it dazzled their eyes. The first level was more spacious than the 6th level. Yi Qinghan's soul had reached the God Emperor realm, and his law had reached the 3rd level of the God King realm. His divine strength was naturally not low, having reached the peak of the God King realm. His perverted so close, yet worlds apart speed was comparable to a peak grade 6 war god. Their speed could not catch up. The soul-poisoned jade sabers were like sharp arrows, drifting over from all directions. They were silent and fast like lightning. Those who were weak and did not have any protective treasures could not defend or evade. At the same time, many purple lights lit up. The fusion combat technique, Soul Chaos, was released. Soul Chaos was ineffective against the young masters who had soul defensive treasures, but it was still effective against these ordinary God Kings and God Emperors. In addition to the Soul Emperor Jade Saber and Yi Qinghan's Heaven Devil sound attacks, the outcome was incomparably cruel. Just a short incense worth of time, beneath the mountain range of the 1st level, on the grasslands, in the forest, there were countless corpses and severed limbs. Fresh blood dyed the sky red, and the air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Li Tian, Blood Fiend Monarch, and others felt their hearts turn cold. They did not dare to move. Until now, Yi Qinghan did not conceal himself, nor did he use the technique that killed Paragon Flying Snow. He only used a simple offensive technique. They did not know that Yi Qinghan did not conceal himself, but a secret technique. It was a seal. The seal within the Soul Emperor Pavilion was ineffective. Naturally, he could not conceal himself. What killed Paragon Flying Snow was not a treasure, but his origin energy. The moment the origin energy was revealed in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, it would immediately explode. Even the Enchantress could not control it. Yi Qinghan did not wish to die. The Blood Evil King finally panicked. He looked at the other commanders, raised his hands and shouted, "Yi Qinghan, you can't kill me! I am the 162nd generation descendant of the Blood Knight Monarch. This is the descendant of the Divine Grace Monarch, and this is the descendant of the Apocalypse Monarch. We were bewitched by Li Tian. We don't care about your grudge with Li Tian. In the future, as long as you appear, we will definitely take a detour. Please be magnanimous and let us live. We will be grateful to you." Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and looked at the Blood Evil King and the others coldly. His knife-like eyes then swept over the tens of thousands of low-level martial artists in the distance. Finally, he became silent. The Blood Fiend King and the other leaders were obviously the leaders of the younger generation of their respective continents. Their status and strength were all top-notch. If he killed them, it would be equivalent to offending all the mainlands and forces in the divine world. Yi Qinghan had to consider this point. Moreover, these people had precious treasures on them. It would be very difficult to kill them. The few of you, and the few of you, hand over your armors, sabers and interspatial rings, and I will spare your lives. If you dare to keep one. Humph. After a while, Yi Qinghan stretched out his hand and pointed at the dozen people below. His tone was unquestionable, and it seemed like he would start a fight if he didn't agree with them. Since I won't kill you, I won't let you have it easy either. Supreme-grade artifacts and treasures weren't something that Yi Qinghan lacked, but it wasn't a bad idea to give them away. The faces of the Blood Evil King and the others quickly turned pale. These treasures were their lifelines. Supreme-grade artifacts, supreme battle armors, secret treasures, secret skills, and a huge amount of wealth in the interspatial rings. Putting aside the fact that these treasures and riches were accumulated over the years. If it wasn't for their outstanding performance among the younger generation of the continent, the monarch's residents definitely wouldn't have given them these treasures. If they went back naked, not only would they be laughed at by the entire divine world, but they would also be too ashamed to face their elders. Yi Qinghan was too ruthless. He would definitely take revenge for even the smallest grievance. But what could they do? Young Master Yi, it's better to leave some leeway. Otherwise, it won't be good for us to meet again in the future. The leader of the Heavenly Awakening Continents team did not say anything. Instead, a young master wearing luxurious battle armor and surrounded by 3 or 4 guards spoke coldly. His position in the younger generation of the family was not the highest. If his treasures were taken away, he would probably be banished to the cold palace by the senior elders of the family, and he would never have the chance to become the young master again. Humph. If it won't be good for us to meet again, then there's no need for us to meet again. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and laughed coldly. A bright light burst forth from his eyes, and a huge phantom image suddenly appeared above his head. This phantom image was even more terrifying than the phantom image of the strange beast on the Dragon Source battle saber. It opened its mouth and spat out a ray of black light at lightning speed, directly enveloping the young master. Abruptly, a dazzling soul defensive divine artifact and the young master's soul were instantly sucked out. The young master's vision darkened as he instantly died. He had been instantly killed. The image gradually faded, but everyone felt a chill run through their bodies. Many people knew this young master. He was a famous young master in the Heavenly Awakening continent, and his strength was not bad. He had just become a god emperor. His family was quite famous in the Heavenly Awakening continent, and there was an old man in his family who was a high-grade venerable. Yi Qinghan had actually killed him just like that? That was not important. What was important was that the sole defensive divine artifact and the cultivation of a god emperor could not even block a single attack and had been instantly killed. Many people knew about Yi Qinghan's ability because young Master Tu Xie had almost died to this ability back then. However, it had not been this monstrous back then. Even Tu Xie had lasted for a few seconds before being saved by Venerable Li Quan. City Lord Yi, this is the treasure of my Blood Evil King. Please keep it well. The Blood Fiend King was very fast, and he immediately took off his blood-red battle armor and spatial ring, dispelling the soul connection. He even took out the necklace that was hidden in his body, and he was only left with a pair of underpants. His actions were extremely resolute and decisive, and he did not hesitate at all. Blood Fiend King, right? Alright. You can bring your people over there, and we can meet again in the future. Yi Qinghan was very satisfied with the Blood Fiend King's way of doing things, and he even slightly smiled at him and pointed in the direction of the close to 10,000 martial artists, indicating that he could leave. Yi Qinghan's smile confused the Blood Fiend King, and his entire body shivered. How did this person change so quickly? City Lord Yi, this is mine. Young Master Yi, with the Blood Fiend King taking the lead, the other young masters did not dare to pretend anymore. They immediately took off their clothes and armor, afraid that if they were too slow, their souls would be swallowed by that terrifying beast image. Li Tian's expression was very interesting. Other than those on his side, Yi Qinghan had released the rest. Even young Master Fire Jade and the others who had betrayed the Cherry Blossom Highness were released, leaving only him and his 12 guards, as well as the 3 young masters of the Sea of Stars and their guards. He was very afraid, but he forced himself to hold on. His mind was working quickly again, and his gaze became colder, but his expression became calmer. However, the 3 young masters beside him were trembling in fear, looking pitifully at Yi Qinghan, and then at the other young masters who were flying over. Even though these young masters were completely naked, They were still unable to move. But at this moment, they looked like they could not wait to not even wear underpants, as long as they could pass. The close to 10,000 martial artists were all dumbfounded. These high and mighty young masters, whom they could only look up to, were enjoying such treatment now? The legendary Yi Ching Han who could fight the entire Star Sea alone? He was actually so terrifying, so savage? And so overbearing and greedy? However, at this moment, no one dared to make a sound, because Yi Ching Han's gaze was fixed on Li Tian, who had been silent all this while. What everyone saw in his eyes was monstrous hatred and undisguised killing intent. Of course, Li Tian could feel it. Although his body was trembling, his expression became even calmer. The 12 guards behind him began to step in strange positions, emitting a gentle glow from their bodies, obviously preparing for a joint attack. However, the 3 young masters behind him began to retreat, as though afraid of being implicated. Li Tian looked at Yi Ching Han, exhaled, and spoke in an unusually calm voice. Yi Ching Han, if I were you, I would not do such a stupid thing. If you dare to kill me, I guarantee that you and everyone from the floating continent will not be able to walk out of Seoul Emperor Island. Chapter 946. Oh! Yi Ching Han squinted his eyes and looked at Li Tian. He didn't move or speak as though he was waiting for an explanation. When Li Tian saw this, he secretly took a deep breath and calmed himself down. His body no longer trembled as he stared at Yi Ching Han and said loudly, "The entire Seoul Emperor Island is surrounded by the million-star army. Before I came in, there were already 34 supremacies lying in ambush outside the island. They formed a giant net and surrounded every corner of the Seoul Emperor Island. Even if you have the art of invisibility, you won't be able to escape. If you kill me, you will never have the chance to leave. Not only you, everyone in the ethereal continent will be trapped on Seoul Monarch Island forever. Of course, if you let me go, I can make a divine emperor blood oath to get them to release you. Let's play again. Next time. It doesn't matter who kills who." That makes sense. Yi Ching Han fell silent after hearing Li Tian's words. He lowered his eyelids as though he was in deep thought. After a while, he lifted his head again and sneered, "Anything else?" Li Tian looked at Yi Ching Han's cold eyes and knew that this reason wasn't enough to convince him. He swallowed his saliva and said again, "Once I die, the soul jade slip of my family will be destroyed. My father loves me the most and will definitely ask the Star Lord to help me at all costs. My father is the #1 supremacy after the Star Lord and has followed the Star Lord for countless years. The Star Lord will definitely make an exception and help me once. I'm not afraid to tell you that before the Star Lord went into seclusion, his strength was already the #1 in the divine world. The South Mountains Lord fought with my Star Lord and was defeated in one move. If the monarch makes a move, the entire Misty Continent will be annihilated. Of course, if you let me go this time, I can swear a godly emperor blood oath and tell my father that in this battle between the two of us, whoever dies has only himself to blame, and nobody else can be blamed." Yi Ching Han fell silent again as though he was shocked by Li Tian's words. The group of young masters and countless martial artists frowned as they thought about the possibility of Li Tian's words. The Star Lord defeated the South Mountains Lord in one move? That was a little terrifying. And the Star Lord went into seclusion for 1,000,000 years? Wouldn't that be even more awesome? Li Tian's father had indeed been at the Star Monarch's beck and call for many years. Perhaps he would really ask the Star Monarch for help after losing his son? As for the millions of Star Army soldiers and dozens of supremacies outside the Seoul Emperor Island, they were not surprised. No matter what, Seoul Emperor Island was still within the sphere of influence of the Star Sea. This time, Yi Ching Han remained silent for a long time. Li Tian's face was incomparably calm, but there was a trace of excitement in his eyes. But this time, the excitement didn't last long. Yi Ching Han raised his head again, but this time, the coldness in his eyes was even colder. He raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "No more?" "Yes." Li Tian was starting to panic. Looking at the coldness in Yi Ching Han's eyes, he knew that he hadn't managed to convince Yi Ching Han. Yi Ching Han really wanted to kill him. He hurriedly said, "Yi Ching Han, won't you spare a thought for Fire Dragon City? Won't you spare a thought for the Fire Dragon continent? Even if my father can't ask the monarch for help, isn't it easy to raise Fire Dragon City to the ground and destroy the Fire Dragon continent?" If Wang. This time, before Li Tian could finish his sentence, Yi Qinghan's face suddenly darkened. An incomparably huge shadow instantly appeared above Yi Qinghan's head. The shadow was thousands of meters long and covered the entire sky. The invisible aura coming from the shadow was so terrifying that it made people feel as though the bloody night was frozen. That pair of cold eyes seemed to want to devour and annihilate everything. No, no. Yi Qinghan, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. My father won't let you off. The monarch won't let you off. Please let me off. I swear. I swear that I will never be your enemy again. I will give all my treasures to you. All of them. Yi Qinghan. Li Tian's expression could no longer remain calm. The shadow of death had shrouded him. He seemed to have smelled the rotting stench of the 9 netherworlds. His body went soft and he knelt down. His pupils started to dilate and his lips trembled as he begged for mercy. Swish! The 12 bodyguards' figures were constantly changing. Their faces were filled with the determination to die. Their bodies were emitting a gentle white glow. The 12 of them surrounded Li Tian in the middle. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism as they stared at the horrifying shadow in mid-air. As for the 3 young masters under Li Tian, they brought along a few bodyguards and dodged to the side as though they were afraid of being implicated. The 3 of them lowered their heads. They were wearing black battle armor and black helmets. With their heads lowered, their expressions couldn't be seen. However, from their frantic footwork, one could tell that they were extremely fearful and fearful. Yi Qinghan's eyes were as bright as the stars. His black hair and robe fluttered in the wind. His expression was cold as he stood under the illusion. He was like an ancient demon god. He shouted coldly and angrily. He shouted coldly. From the moment the fiery dragon city turned into ruins, your ending was already decided. You can come at me for the trouble I, Yi Qinghan, have caused. I have no complaints if you kill me with your own capabilities. However, you dare to touch the people behind me? One day I, your father, will take your dog's life. Of course, if your father wants to seek revenge and hire the Monarch of Stars to kill me and take revenge on me, I will accept it. Now, you can die. Soul Devourer World. SSS. The shadow of the beast in the sky opened its huge mouth, revealing its white teeth. It spat out a ray of black light which shot downwards at lightning speed. Ha! The 12 guards bellowed. The light on their bodies was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. The light on the 11 of them dimmed suddenly. The light on the person in front was even brighter. He was like a demonic sun that couldn't be looked at directly. He looked at the black light that shot towards him at lightning speed. In a flash, he dashed towards the black light. Bang! A soft sound rang out as this person was struck by the black beam of light. However, the strange thing was that he was only sent flying with a spurt of fresh blood. The other 11 people beside Li Tian shuddered and slumped to the ground as well. The black light didn't weaken at all. It entered Li Tian's glabella, whose eyes were wide open. No! With an unwilling roar, a soul protection god artifact that glowed with rainbow light and a soul that was like a white stream of air were directly sucked out by the black light. They were directly sucked into the huge mouth of the beast in the sky with lightning speed. The pupils in Li Tian's eyes grew bigger and bigger. In the end, it disappeared. A divine crystal floated up from his abdomen. The spatial ring on his hand also fell off automatically. A blood-red jade also floated out from his body. However, it felt dim at this moment. It seemed like it had consumed too much energy. Li Tian, dead. Hiss. A series of soft gasps could be heard. The number 1 venerable of the Starry Sea, one of the strongest venerables in the realm of gods, His Highness Li Kong, Li Tian, was dead. Yi Qinghan really killed His Highness Li Tian. The figure faded once again and disappeared from Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan's body left several afterimages. His body lit up and rays of purple light enveloped the 12 guards. Body fusion combat technique. Spiritual chaos release. Normally, the spiritual chaos release wouldn't have much effect on the 12 guards. However, at this moment, they couldn't resist it at all. The Dragon Source combat saber slashed across. 12 divine crystals and spatial rings floated in the air. However, it was strange that the 3 young masters and the guards under Li Tian weren't killed at all. Over 10,000 people saw Yi Qinghan sheathing the Dragon Source combat saber. He kept the divine crystals, spatial rings, and treasures into his spatial ring with a calm expression. There wasn't any excitement or change in his emotions. It was as if he had just killed a few low-level demonic beasts. Everyone felt their backs drenched in cold sweat, and a chill ran down their spines. Chapter 947. Li Tian was Yi Qinghan's must-kill target. Li Tian spouted so much nonsense just now, but Yi Qinghan was actually just letting Xiao Hei recover his energy. Soul Devourer couldn't be used continuously. As for Li Tian's threat, Yi Qinghan didn't care at all. Behind Li Tian was Venerable Li Kong, the Star Monarch. Wasn't Yi Qinghan also backed by Misty Monarch and Lord Devour? Lord Devour had already said that she couldn't interfere in their battle. Similarly, Star Monarch couldn't interfere in Li Tian's death either. As for Li Kong's revenge, Li Kong probably wouldn't be so foolish to destroy Flame Dragon City again. Moreover, after Flame Dragon City was destroyed previously, Lord Devour and the others wouldn't be so careless. After all, Flame Dragon City was destroyed, and they lost face too. As for Flame Dragon Continent, Yi Qinghan wasn't worried at all. According to the news from Flame Dragon Continent, that rabbit was ridiculously strong. Even ordinary venerables probably wouldn't be able to do anything. Of course, the most important thing was Yi Qinghan's heart. If he didn't dare to take revenge or kill because he was afraid of this and that, Yi Qinghan might as well go back to Flame Dragon Continent and retire. At this moment, his heart was already as hard as steel. How could Li Tian's lame words shake his heart? Huff! Yi Qinghan let out a long breath. Li Tian was finally dead. He could be considered to have fulfilled his Divine Emperor blood oath. He finally avenged the millions of Flame Dragon City citizens. He had the face to return to Misty Continent and pay his respects to those who died because of him. Li Kong, one day, I will kill you with my own hands. If I don't kill you, my grudge with Star Sea will never end. Yi Qinghan silently looked at the sky above his head, silently pondering. Flame Dragon City. It's been too long since I went back. I should think of a way to go back and take a look. Supreme Island, left side of the plaza, inside Li Kong's residence. A gray-haired old man wearing the war god's robe was running madly inside the mansion. This caused the guards in the courtyard to look over with vigilant and angry gazes. Divine power surged from their bodies, and they were about to attack. What kind of place was this? Could they run around? However, when they saw the old man's face clearly, they all respectfully moved to the side. The old man was a senior elder of the Li clan, a senior elder who guarded the Soul Jade Slip Pavilion. At this moment, the doyen was rushing towards Li Kong's residence. The guards naturally did not dare to stop him. Everyone began to guess nervously. Did an important figure from a certain family die in battle? Otherwise, why would the elder leave in such a hurry? Ah! Yi Qinghan! Yi Qinghan, this seat will hack you to pieces. Not long after, an enraged roar came from the empty courtyard. All the guards stiffened and a bad premonition appeared in their minds. Yi Qinghan? Could it be that Her Highness had died? Xiao! Instantly, the entire mansion was shaken. Countless disciples and experts of the Li clan flew towards Li Tian's courtyard. The clan leader was furious. Who would dare to not rush over when such a huge incident happened? Luckily, there was a barrier around the Li clan's courtyard. Otherwise, Li Kong's enraged roar would definitely spread across the entire Supreme Island. By then, the entire Supreme Island would be shaken. Not long later, all the direct descendants, elders, and experts of the Li clan gathered in front of Li Kong's courtyard and knelt down on one knee. His gaze was fixed on the sky. His entire body was filled with rage, like a mad lion plowing through the sky. They didn't dare to say a word. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Tian'er is dead. Tian'er is dead. I want to kill Yi Qinghan. I want to kill Yi Qinghan. Li Kong didn't look at the countless clansmen below. Instead, he looked towards the sky and said word by word. He had a few sons, but Li Tian was the one who resembled him the most. Moreover, he was becoming more and more mature and outstanding. In terms of cultivation, he was also improving rapidly. He was even prepared to appoint Li Tian as the young clan leader after the matter with Yi Qinghan was settled. However, he didn't expect that. The countless martial artists below felt a chill in their hearts. It was indeed so. Yi Qinghan actually dared to kill Li Tian. He actually killed Li Tian? This was Li clan's humiliation. This was their humiliation. This humiliation could only be washed away with fresh blood. However, seeing Li Kong so enraged, all the Li clan martial artists were afraid. If Li Kong left the island in a fit of rage and chased after Yi Qing Han, it would be troublesome. Therefore, among the kneeling martial artists below, the two people at the front raised their heads and said coldly, "Clan leader, please calm down. Clan leader, you must calm down. Before the sovereign exits seclusion, you cannot leave the island. Clan leader, Li Fei is willing to bring Yi Qinghan's head on behalf of clan leader to worship young Master Tian. Li Tao is also willing to go. He will not return to the island without killing Yi Qinghan." Li Fei and Li Tao were the two supremacies of the Li clan other than Li Kong. Li Fei looked very young with a head of green hair. It made his handsome face look rather demonic. Of course, his face was dark at this moment, making him look very sinister. Li Tao looked like a young man. He was rather handsome and looked similar to Li Tian. The reason why the Li clan was known as the #1 clan of the Supreme Island was not only because of Li Kong's strength, but also because a clan had 3 supremacies. There were only 3 clans with such strength in the divine world. After Li Kong heard the two, he felt everyone's burning gazes on him. He let out a long breath, closed his eyes and went silent. He only recovered after a long time. When he opened his eyes again, there was no longer any anger in them. Instead, there was only coldness. He said faintly, "Li Tao, don't go. Li Fei, tear open the space and enter the spatial turbulence to leave the island. Then rush to Seoul Emperor Island immediately. Bring me Yi Qinghan's head personally." "Yes, family head." Li Fei nodded respectfully. White origin energy appeared in his hand. He grabbed in the air and tore open the space, revealing a dark black hole. "Wait." Suddenly, Li Kong spoke again. His body shook and a greenish-black battle armor came out from his body. Green light flowed on the battle armor as though there was the soul of a giant dragon inside. One look and anyone could tell that it was a treasure. "Wear this battle armor. Tian'er is dead. You can't die too. The clan can't afford to lose you. Be careful." Li Kong sighed deeply and threw the battle armor towards Li Fei. Green Destiny Battle Armor. Family head this. Li Fei's body shook and he retracted the origin energy in his hand. He hurriedly held the battle armor in the air with shock in his eyes. Li Tao, who was at the side, looked at Li Fei enviously. Countless experts and martial artists of the Li clan stared greedily at the greenish-black battle armor in Li Fei's hands. Their eyes were filled with greed and thirst. Green Destiny Battle Armor. This was personally bestowed by the Star Monarch. It was the #1 treasure of the Li clan. This battle armor was absolutely considered a supreme treasure even in the divine realm. This was the divine realm's pinnacle battle armor, a transcendent grade battle armor. It was second only to the legendary transcendent grade battle armor. Transcendent grade divine artifacts were not many in the divine realm, but they were not few either. Even the Soul Emperor refined 2 back then. But to date, no transcendent grade battle armor had been discovered. The best was this kind, a transcendent grade battle armor. No need to say any more. Remember, this Green Destiny battle armor can only withstand 3 attacks from the origin energy in a day. Under the premise of preserving your life, bring back Yi Qinghan's head for me. The rest of you, disperse. Li Kong waved his hand and vanished in the air. Li Fei directly dripped a drop of blood to establish ownership of the Green Destiny battle armor and kept it in his body. Then, both hands tore apart space and tunneled in, vanishing before everyone's eyes. Chapter 948. First level of Seoul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinghan was silent for a long time. Countless martial artists on the first level were also trembling in fear. Although Yi Qinghan had said that he wouldn't kill them, where was Yi Qinghan at this moment? Sui Yi didn't know what he was thinking. If he wanted to go back on his words, no one could do anything about it. Especially those young masters. All their treasures had been taken by Yi Qinghan. They were like naked lambs waiting for Yi Qinghan to slaughter. Of course, the ones who were most afraid were the 3 young masters and 5 guards who were not far away from Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan didn't say that he would let them off. Who knew, he might just slash them with the Dragon Source battle saber in the next second. However, Yi Qinghan stood in mid-air without saying a word. They didn't dare to move and just waited quietly. The atmosphere was getting more and more oppressive. It was getting more and more suffocating. "Lord Yi, please let me go. These are all my treasures. Please accept them." I'm not Li Tian's subordinate, and I've never participated in the operation to capture you. I only joined his team temporarily. Please be magnanimous and let me go." All of a sudden, one of the young masters seemed to be unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere. This was the torture of waiting for death. He would go crazy sooner or later. Hence, he took out his battle armor, weapons, treasures and interspatial ring. He flew towards Yi Qinghan with trembling hands. He lowered his head respectfully and his body was trembling with fear. "Stop right there." Yi Qinghan finally moved. The dragon source battle saber appeared in his hand. At the same time, a purple light flashed and he slashed at the young master. The strange beast shadow with surging godly power rushed out. Swish! Just as Yi Qinghan drew his saber, the other young master and several guards all rushed towards Yi Qinghan at lightning speed. Divine power surrounded their bodies. Other than divine power, there was also a white, blazing fire. The young master who had charged forward didn't care at all, allowing the dragon source saber to slash at his head. His body was engulfed in raging flames, and his eyes were filled with malevolent laughter. Buzz! A sword appeared in the hand of the only remaining young master. At this moment, his spine suddenly straightened like a sharp sword that pierced through the heavens. A wave of arrogance silently emanated from his body. At this moment, it was as if he had become a completely different person. The fear from before were all gone. All that was left was arrogance and killing intent that soared to the heavens. The young master did not rush out. Instead, the armor on his body suddenly burst open and his body began to emit a blood-red light. The light wasn't actually red. It was only because his body kept shooting out blood arrows that formed a bloody mist around his body. Because of the bloody mist, when the divine power shone, the blood-red light would appear. What shocked everyone was that the young master's aura began to skyrocket under the blood-red light. In the blink of an eye, his aura had reached the level of a 7th grade war god, and from the looks of it, it was still rising. In the blink of an eye. Actually, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. When the first young master dashed out, the rest of the people started moving. As these people moved, the last young master immediately started to bleed. Bang, bang, bang. 7 dazzling lights lit up, and 7 world-shaking sounds rang out. Mud and dust flew into the air, enveloping the surrounding area of several thousand meters. The entire first floor seemed to be shaking. If not for the fact that the restrictions in the sky had disappeared, such a terrifying amount of energy would definitely have triggered the restrictions in the sky and killed everyone on the first floor. The person who dashed out just now was in a good position. He sandwiched Yi Qinghan in the middle and sealed off his escape route. At such a close distance, the young master was either at the peak of the God King realm or at the God Emperor realm. The power was imaginable. Even if Yi Qinghan slashed out with his saber or used the soul poison jade knife, how could he stop someone from exploding? The self-explosion wasn't scary. What was scary was the close distance. In fact, with Yi Qinghan's speed, if he ran away immediately, he could still run a short distance. At most, he would be seriously injured. However, he didn't run away. His entire body was engulfed by the 7 fiery fireworks. All the experts on the first floor were dumbfounded. They looked at the dust that filled the sky. They couldn't believe that the mighty and tyrannical Yi Qinghan, who was like an invincible god, had been killed so easily. Many people didn't believe it and spread out their divine senses. However, in the dust in front of them, there was only one person. It was the strange young master who was covered in a bloody mist. What surprised everyone was that this young master was completely fine. His aura had actually reached the peak of the 7th grade. What secret skill is this? He can actually increase his divine power to such a level in such a short time? Who is this? Is Yi Qinghan dead? You pig, with which eye did you see Yi Qinghan's divine crystal? Ah! Yi Qinghan disappeared? Did he become invisible? While the dust was noisy here, the other side was in an uproar. There were too many questions and too many people were shocked by such a sudden change. Countless people used their divine senses to scan the surroundings, searching for Yi Qinghan's figure. Many people were looking at the young master who was constantly flashing in the dust. This person actually knew such a heaven-defying secret skill. He actually increased his divine power to such a powerful level in such a short time. The peak of the 7th grade. He also chose the right time. With so many people exploding, at such a close distance, even if Yi Qinghan didn't die, he would be injured. And this young master's current combat strength was so powerful that even if Yi Qinghan was lucky enough not to die, he could easily kill him. However, Yi Qinghan actually disappeared inexplicably. Yi Qinghan, come out! Yi Qinghan, come out! The blood-red young master roared angrily. He swung the divine sword in his hand wildly in the air. The shadow of a golden dragon whizzed through the air, annihilating all the dust in the air. After being swept by the shadow of the golden dragon, the sky actually began to clear up. Another transcendent-grade divine artifact. But Yi Qinghan's figure still did not appear. Just like that, he mysteriously disappeared. Yi Qinghan, come out and fight me! Come out! The blood-red young master's face was twisted, and his body was covered in blood. But the aura coming out of his body was still extremely violent. With the divine power of the peak of the 7th grade, the beast shadow of the supreme divine weapon was filled with terrifying energy, as if it wanted to annihilate everything. But at this moment, it had no target, and could only continuously pour out in the air. Yi Qinghan, come out, come out! The blood-covered young master's voice became even more violent as he roared hysterically. There was even an obvious sense of urgency in his voice. He had set up such a good situation today, and he was originally confident that he could kill Yi Qinghan in one blow. He did not expect that the duck that was about to be cooked would fly away and disappear without a trace. Drenched in blood, the young master's body turned into a series of afterimages as he flashed around the first level like a bolt of lightning. The transcendent-grade divine weapon in his hand smashed everywhere, riddling the entire level with holes as though it was the end of the world. As time passed, the blood-covered young master's expression became even more ferocious. His body began to tremble slightly, and his aura gradually weakened. Obviously, he had paid a huge price to release this heaven-defying secret technique, and the time was almost up. Wang! A figure appeared in the air out of nowhere. His green robe was not messy at all, his face was very clean, and there was not a single speck of dust on his head. The faint smile on his face was full of mockery. Looking at the demon-like blood prince, he said indifferently, "Tu xie. I told you not to provoke me, but you just had to be so stubborn. Did you think I didn't notice you just now? I gave you face, but you didn't want it? Don't blame me now.